For those of you here in the paddock, please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
For those of you here trackside, again, apologies there for the difficulties on our side, but that being said, please stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. It's time to go racing here for the final time in 2024 at the United States Pro Kart Series. Alex, it's been a pleasure to share the booth with you here this weekend, and it's all come down to this here this weekend. Championship Sunday at the United States Pro Kart Series getting set to go underway here in a couple of moments. The fight to the championship all ends here in Microswift. Win Gottschalk and Jaden Francisco on row number 1. Jake Manalio and Santiago Orioli on row number 2.
Yeah, you go back to row number 3 with Cameron Johnson and points leader Zane Burgess, Luca Beckerel, Lawrence Perriman. You go back to that row number 5 of Andrew Anastasio and Danny O'Gara.
Slate Harrow and Zev Gottschalk on row number 6. Marcelo Flores and Byron Borman on row number 7. Sebastian Johnson and Hudson Howard, local to Newcastle Motorsports Park. Issues for him yesterday. I put him down on row number 8.
Yeah, further back in row number 9, it's Amy Grant's champ, Dutch Westbrook, alongside him, Austin Taylor. You go back to row number 10 to see Michael Siopaka, and then Maronario.
You go back to your last couple of rows that are getting set to take the green flag here. A couple of drivers who worked their way up throughout the heat races with Brody Stoffel starting 21st. Alongside him, Jack Katowski, Ajax Capitan Garduno, Mason Brody on row 12. Brody Brown on his first national, started in Micro Swift alongside Mark Ayers. Ruben Greer and Dor Elrich, 27th and 28th respectively, and George Zeminski. Your 29 drivers here in the final round of the United States Pro Kart Series, live from Newcastle Motorsports Park in Spiceland, Indiana. This weekend has been riddled with rain. It's been the biggest story that we've had all weekend long. It's rain, wet session after wet session, and everybody has tried to keep their nose clean. Some have tried, some have failed at it, Alex, but in the championship, it all comes down to this for Zane Burgess, who leads it away over the likes of Orioli, over the likes of Gottschalk, and Jaden Francisco. But this weekend has been all about the kid from Curacao. In mixed conditions, into the tram lines we go. Gottschalk, Jaden Francisco, green flag in the air. We are racing here in Microswift. And already a good start by that inside line. Manalio, the only driver who couldn't get it done. One driver way wide. Zev Gottschalk off the racetrack.
Zev Gottschalk able to find himself back in the middle of the pack there. Win Gottschalk, it's the dream start for him. Francisco with a pretty decent start as well. And I got to say, I thought this race might be the first time we see some, gambling going on in terms of slick tires going on the go-karts. But with the raindrops hitting the racetrack like our camera guys got right before that race started, rain has begun to fall once again on Newcastle Motorsports Park. And it's just going to create more chaos here for these Microswift drivers. As Jake Manalio, what a lunge in the cell tower corner, finds a lot of grip there, but they're 3 wide on the exit. Lawrence Perriman through, Burge back through. Manalio somehow ends up losing a spot after that whole ordeal there. Cam Johnson back up to P5.
Cameron Johnson, already making a couple of good moves, but there goes Zane Burgess, able to go through on Perriman. Johnson gets through as well, side by side. Slade Harrell right behind Jake Manalio. Everybody diving on the inside. Here comes Ajax Capitan Garduno. He's trying to get a move done on Lawrence Perriman. Along with him, Danny O'Gara, Marcelo Flores. Where have you come from, young man? He's already close to the top 10. There goes Hudson Howard as well on the inside further back. Everybody battling it out here on the edge of the top 10, Alex.
Well, as the rain has fallen again on the racetrack, these drivers came in after warm-up and thought, okay, maybe it's time for dry tires or at least a drying racetrack, but now the track's starting to get more wet again. So this racetrack's going to feel different every single time they go around, and Slate Harrell has figured that out the hard way off the racetrack there. And what a save, I got to say, for Slate Harrell to only lose a spot there and actually gets it right back if he can make it stick on O'Gara. I see the frustration from Danny O'Gara saying, let's work together rather than fight like this. Perriman through on the inside. Dutch Westbrook now with a solid start up to 11th.
Dutch Westbrook having a good start already. Hudson Howard looking to make up a couple as well. Hudson Howard goes around. He just hit that wet patch there on the racetrack. Hudson Howard on what was a good drive up the order here. It all falls apart. Just on the 9-degree left-hander there for Slate Harrell. Already looking to recover a couple of spots there. And again, black and white flag for the 91 of Jake Manalio for some incident. So for Jake Manalio, that's obviously not what you're going to want to see whenever you cross the stripe this next time around, Alex.
Yeah, interesting to see what Manalio is getting the black and white flag for, but nonetheless, Win Gottschalk, we saw how fast he was in the rain throughout all three heat races, winning 2 of 3. Once again, this is perfect conditions if you're Benek and you're Win Gottschalk, because this is how you were quick yesterday. And the rain looks to be falling, if not harder, at least consistently now onto this racetrack. So it's not going to dry anytime soon. But for Jaden Francisco, he doesn't need it. Through to the inside, going to use up Orioli there through turn number 1. Orioli keeps it on the racetrack. Francisco up a spot. That's going to bring Burgess in. Here goes Cam Johnson on the inside of Manalio as well.
Cameron Johnson getting a good move done there in turn number 2. Win Gottschalk absolutely checked out. A couple of drivers collected here. The 23, that could be Capitan Garduno, and indeed it is. And Zev Gottschalk, issues continue in this main event. He was off the racetrack at the start of it, and he's off of it again here in turn number 1. Looked like him and Capitan Garduno got collected there at the start, and I was mistaken because it's Luca Beccaro, the driver, who's up in 31st right now. I mistook them earlier on in this race, so my apologies for that. But Luca Beccaro doing a good job to put himself in 7th at this point of the race. But these two drivers here in 2nd and 3rd, they're going to have a lot of work to do in their hands if they want to get up to Win Gottschalk, who's looking for his maiden national race victory here this weekend, Alex.
Yeah, you can see the difference in line there from the likes of Francisco and Orioli through the showcase hairpin there. I mean, you know, Francisco going for the wider line, Orioli slightly tighter, but they're all still using that wider line through I-70 corner, right along the outside of the hairpin there, and again through the dogleg corner and onto the front straightaway. It'll be interesting to see what lines we see through turn 1. We've seen some drivers try that bottom line. It ends up, you get to the apex faster that way, but it also ruins your exit speed. They all opt for that middle of the racetrack. Burge is actually much tighter than what Orioli and Francisco are doing, and it actually seems to work for him through the first couple of corners here for Zane Burgess. So yeah, again, you see that through turn 3. He turns in earlier. The go-kart's sticking for him there. He's opting for that middle of the line sort of racing line there. And so for Zane Burgess, he's actually closed that gap to less than a kart length now for the Sodi Kart driver. He's rolling here, unlike in the heat races where I think he struggled in wet weather conditions.
And again, for Zane Burgess, came into this weekend in the lead of this championship battle in this Microswift class. Sancio Orioli sits closest, right behind him with 342 points back. But it's been all about Win Gottschalk. Gottschalk is 6th in this championship, so he's a little bit ways back here. 763 points off. He just wants to come out here and take some hardware back home with him. But for these three drivers who have a little bit more to fight for here, the likes of Francisco, the likes of Orioli, and for Zane Burgess, they continue to fight, and you see them continue to trade positions here, Alex, as well, which is only going to continue to allow Win Gottschalk to run away with it. That gap is going to be at 4 seconds the next time they cross the stripe. And as well further back for Cameron Johnson and Jake Manelli is going to allow them to kind of try and get closer to these three that are fighting here.
Yeah, this fight is pretty entertaining, but for Win Gottschalk, it couldn't get any better than this. For the Benek driver, his gap has grown now. It was 3.7 up to 4.7 seconds. Orioli, Francisco Burgess, and you mentioned it, right? The more they fight for this 2nd place spot, Cam Johnson's bringing Manalio with him. Luca Becquerel as well has brought Daniel Guerra into the mix. So it's a solo operation out front in terms of nobody to help win Godshock under the Benek team. In the top 10, Dutch Westbrook is the closest Benek to him in 10th. I got to say, Dutch put together a pretty solid drive here. He started 17th in this one. So the IME Grand's champ is on a charge here. And if they start the battle for this 5th, 6th place here, Dutch Westbrook's going to be in with a chance at a top 5 finish. But for Cam Johnson, like I mentioned, he's brought Manalio with him. He's brought Becquerel, Daniel Guerra as well. And Zane Burgess must have had a mistake in cell tire. He's shaking his head because Zane Burgess has fallen up into the clutches of Cam Johnson. Johnson through. Here comes Manalio.
Yeah, and we just missed it there, but a lot could have happened there for Zane Burgess falling under fire to Jake Manalio. And again, Zane just has to finish this race and finish it cleanly to clinch his championship. Manalio still taking the fight to Burgess here, and we'll see how that plays out. The battle ahead with Gottschalk and others just opening up about 5 seconds in between that Benek machine and Santi Orioli. Francisco as well there in the 3rd spot. But Cameron Johnson yesterday, he flourished in conditions like this, Alex, and he was able to get himself well inside of the top 5 and had a good finish in the 3rd heat race to finish 2nd. So Cam Johnson has been really impressive. I'm sure Jason Birdsell is happy to see his driver put himself in podium contention here as well.
It looks like that golf cart trick you were talking about yesterday has certainly worked for Cam Johnson, and so up into the top 5, up to 4th now, and they're starting to reel in the likes of Francisco and Orioli. This is going to help. Inside and through for Francisco in one of the trickiest corners to make a move stick in turn 4. That was a corner where we saw a lot of drivers go off the racetrack just struggling for grip. Burgess there thought about a move on Johnson. It's going to cost him a spot. Jake Manalio through as well, and here comes Luca Becquerel and Daniel Guerra. They want in on the Zane Burgess action right now. His pace is going away early.
This is the closest battle on the racetrack now with Zane Burgess and Manalio. They continue to trade positions here. Unfortunately, it's just the battle for almost scraps here. Alex on the edge of the top 5. Burgess just needs to hold on at this point. And this is allowing Luca Becquerel to get closer inside of this group. And again, this is pretty much what you get whenever we go into rain racing. But here comes Cameron Johnson on the inside of Santi Orioli. Slots back in the line, and he's able to get through an I-70. Cameron Johnson, how about that young man? He's up to 3rd now.
What a move. Didn't have the toe he wanted out of Showcase. Tucked back in line and then poked the nose on I-70. He might lose it right back though. Orioli, a big slide job and throws himself in the dirt. Santi Orioli had the move done and then lost it. He's going to lose a handful of spots. He's going to fall back in line behind Luca Becquerel.
And again, Alex, it almost seems like the racer mentality tells you to kind of try and dive on the inside to get a move done, but you know, you go for a move like that, and then you just end up kind of washing out wide, and you end up in the grass. It's kind of, you know, whenever you're in a racing mindset, it's obviously not what you'd expect, but in conditions that have been so tricky like they have been this weekend, you know, that's what you get, especially there. And unfortunate for Orioli, who as well started off the year with a bang in this micro class, going 3 wide across the line with Miguel Manzano Suarez, who's not here this weekend, who's also contending for the championship. Again, these kids are superstars, and they're providing us with some good racing action. 2 of the MPG teammates here, Daniel Guerra, Santi Orioli, now bumper to bumper pushing each other along.
Daniel Guerra, the last of that train from Cam Johnson all the way back. I wouldn't even call it that much of a train. It's spread out quite nicely for him, but close enough we can call it a train. But behind O'Gara, you have to go 3 seconds back to Dutch Westbrook, who, like I mentioned, is a driver that if they start the battle even more, is on a charge. He was 10th. Now he got around Slate Harrell up to P9. The Benek driver, who hasn't really had a great weekend to this point, is having the best result to date here at Newcastle Motorsports Park so far. So he closed that gap by about 4/10 last time by to Daniel Guerra. Let's see what he can do in the closing laps here, halfway home of a 16-lap main event here for our Micro Swift drivers.
Update on the lap times here by Wayne Gottschalk, a 127.550 for this young man. And for Jaden Francisco, 128.101. So Gottschalk is on a tear here, Alex, to be able to put half a second, almost more than that, lap by lap on the rest of his competition. Win Gottschalk is absolutely flying here in this race, and you see him continue to go on. You were talking a little bit about him earlier on this weekend. New helmet, new lid for him this weekend after what was a cue ball almost all year long, and you get to the final round, and that could be what brought the luck this weekend as well for Win.
I'm telling you. The helmet paint jobs there tend to bring drivers a little bit more speed, at least that's what they feel like, just because it looks really cool. It's a really cool paint job that he has going on for Win Gottschalk there, and I know when I got my first helmet painted, I felt like I was a lot faster, and I know it's not true, but it's just one of those things that superstitions play effect sometimes as racing drivers, but in all seriousness, Win Gottschalk proving that he is a rain master in Mini Swift, extending his lead now to 7.5 seconds in 9 laps.
He was a second quicker a lap prior, and you see this kid still pushing. You see him tucking his head down under that steering wheel, still, trying to push and get more out of that Bennett machine. I'm sure that entire Bennett team and his team owner Nick as well, who's sitting at home, who as well just had a baby, is going to be happy to see his son, his driver Win Gottschalk out here racing, and his dad as well. Funny enough, I was able to have a good conversation with his dad and Win's mechanic as well that have worked with him a lot throughout the year. And his mechanic earlier on this year at Motorsports Racing Park was saying that Win's dad was the most nervous dad at the racetrack. And again, Mr. Gottschalk goes and looks at me. He's like, yeah, I'm the most nervous dad, but remember my kids when they get older, and remember me whenever they get on the top step of the podium for their first national race victory. And he's just on the verge of that, and I'm sure his dad is probably pacing around there trackside somewhere and waiting to see his kid cross the finish line here as you have Zane Burgess, Cameron Johnson still continuing to fight. And again, that move there, the over-under, just not working for Johnson that time by, so they trade the third spot here. Now going to have their sights set on Jaden Francisco further back. Jake Manalio, Luca Beccaro, they're fourth and fifth. They look to be closing in as well, and don't have an exact update as to what the incident that had Manalio seeing the black and white flag there, Alex. But again, for Jake, he's still doing a good job of being fifth at the moment. His lap times are 128.799 the last time around. So again, they are losing about 0.2 of a second every time they go around to the likes of Francisco, to the likes of Burgess, and to the likes of Johnson.
This track is getting more and more wet, Caleb, here. You see Burgess's line. We spoke about it earlier. He turns in earlier. He likes that middle of the racetrack sort of line for the other drivers who opt for a slightly wider line here. And I think as this track's getting more and more wet, it's costing Burgess some lap time. We saw him in turn number 5 there, turn in and lose the back end completely. And again, you see him having to use more wheel now to get the kart to rotate, stalling at it, middle of the apex and on the exit as well. And right now he's sliding through the kink now into scoreboard. And for Burgess, he's starting to lose track here to Cam Johnson. I mean, Manalio's reeling him in, so too is Beckerel. So let's see if Zane Burgess decides to stay with his normal, rain line that he's been opting for all day long, or if he decides, you know what, let's see what Cam Johnson's doing, and maybe that's going to work as well. But we heard Garrison say yesterday in the interview, being second in the rain is tough, but it's also a pretty nice position to be in. It's tough because you can't really see a lot with the rain and the spray, but it's nice because you could do the exact opposite or close to the opposite of what the guy in front of you is doing. If you see him do a wide line at turn 1, for example, and it doesn't work, well, you know not to do that. And if it does work, you try your best to copy it without getting too much spray in your visor.
One driver way off the racetrack there, one of the MPG Academy boys, the 24, with some issues here in this one, and that was Austin Taylor indeed. So he's down in 21st and may lose a couple more at the end of that. So unfortunate there for Taylor. Gottschalk, again, another 127.698 for Gottschalk, and nobody else even able to touch the lap times. That win is kind of setting in. Johnson back in third. Burgess here still. That gap opens up to about 2 car lengths.
Zane Burgess there getting on the curbing, sliding through the kink once again. I mean, he's trying things, and that's super important, right? I spoke with Norbert this morning, so did you, Caleb, and it's one of those things where, as a driver, again, it's easy to just do the same line over and over again and not try new things. If it's working, that's one thing. But if you're a driver who's, wants that extra bit of pace just to pull away from your opposition there, you got to keep trying lines. And so for Burgess, we're seeing that. We're seeing with Cam Johnson as well, who's starting to reel in Francisco, but so too is Burgess inside of turn number 1. Let's see if he can make the move stick there. Nice slides his way up the racetrack, uses up Johnson slightly, and Cam Johnson nice enough to back out of it. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the dirt most likely next to the turn number 1. So Cam Johnson's got to regroup now and have his sights set back on Zane Burgess. Now back on the offensive here as Manalio and Becquerel close their gap in. Orioli and Daniel O'Gara have been working together all race long. O'Gara has decided not to get around Orioli and just work together with the MPG teammate. Luca Becquerel gets around Jake Manalio now, so the Orsilon driver up into the top 5.
Luca Becquerel's done a good job of picking and choosing when to make his moves, and that one there was perfect by Luca. Further back for Orioli and O'Gara. Those two drivers continuing to push each other along. Update on Dutch Westbrook and Marcelo Flores as well, who are kind of starting to get into frame here. Westbrook in 9th there. You see him kind of closing the gap to the 2 MPG Academy boys. And Westbrook's laps as well have been pretty good here, Alex, as his races continue to progress. Dutch Westbrook last time by 127.976 compared to O'Gara. Westbrook's about half a second quicker a lap at this stage of the race compared to O'Gara and Orioli. And it seems like O'Gara just has more pace than Orioli, but is just having trouble finding a spot where he can pass his teammate there.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier on in the race. I mean, with Westbrook, it's one of those things where it might be a little too late. The pace has been there. I noticed the last couple laps, like you mentioned, he's been the only guy besides Win Godchalk to be in that 127 bracket. Every once in a while, Godchalk is consistently in that mid 127s, but for Dutch Westbrook, the pace is there, and it wasn't there throughout the heat races. That's why he had to start 17th. But here in this one, I mean, the pace is there, but it's tough to pass in the rain, Caleb. And with 4 laps to go here for Dutch Westbrook, I think his best bet here is maybe getting around the 2 MPG drivers. But after that, it's going to be tough to get up to Jake Manalio, Luca Becquerel. But anything's possible because we know in the rain, attrition rates are high. Mistakes can be made as Jake Manalio throws it up the racetrack and drops some dirt through Cell Tower Corner for good measure as well. So interesting to see how drivers navigate that as well. So it's wet, and now there's dirt on the racetrack. We know that can always play a factor in things. So that's brought in Dutch Westbrook. Look at this lunge up the inside. He wants the 2-for-1, can't make it stick as Manalio gives a free position to all of them, throws it off the racetrack for the 2nd time in 1 lap.
Unfortunate there for Jacob Manalio. Just it shows you how these conditions are just not improving one bit here, Alex. You can see the spray start to pick up even more from our cameras, and it wasn't like this at the start of this race, and it definitely wasn't like this during their warm-up session here. So this track continued to worsen as the day goes on. Westbrook, like you said, tried to move there on the inside, but wasn't able to get it done. And here goes Burgess looking in a 1. Slides all the way up the racetrack, and Johnson just stuck there on the outside. Can't do much of it. One driver way off. That's Santi Orioli, who loses the spot there to Danny O'Gara and is now going to fall under fire to Dutch Westbrook here, Alex.
Orioli does a good job to only lose 1 spot to O'Gara in that situation, but that's brought in Dutch Westbrook with a really good chance to make a move stick. Here in a turn number 5, makes it work. Dutch Westbrook, we almost call him Captain America because of his helmet there, up into 7th now.
That was a superhero move there by Dutch Westbrook to get clear on Santi Orioli. And now Orioli, he's trying different lines. You see him kind of go wider there on the exit of the cell tower hairpin, and he loses some time there to Dutch Westbrook, and we'll see how much he pushes here into the green corner. Still right on the outside there, high, wide, all the way up the top of the racetrack. And betting machines have had a lot of pace, and again, you question yourself where Dutch Westbrook would have been in this race if he had a better qualifying and if he had a better starting position coming into this race here. 2-6 in the air, 2 laps to go for Win Gottschalk, who has put 10 seconds on the rest of the field. You can say he's in a class of his own, in an island of his own for that young Islander who's way out there ahead of Jaden Francisco, who's already pulled away from these 2 drivers who continue to battle for P3.
I want to give a quick shout out to Jaden Francisco as well. We haven't spoken about him too much since he pulled away from Johnson and Burgess. He sits second right now, 3 seconds clear of that group we were just watching of Burgess and Cameron Johnson. You see Burgess look over his shoulder now. These two have been going after it for that third and final spot there. Obviously, you speak as a 5-position podium, but on a normal 3-spot podium, they've been going after it for this third and final spot in the top 3. They've been trading laps, trading positions the last couple of times around. All this fighting, I got to say, Caleb, has brought Luca Beckerel in with a chance. He's 1.3 back from Cameron Johnson here with 1.5 laps to go, but if they begin the fight like they have been the last couple of laps, we know things can happen. We've seen drivers throw off the racetrack by themselves, like Manalio, like Orioli. Who's to say that these two are invincible to that?
Indeed, they're out. And again, Francisco continuing to push, and it just shows you who has been the best driver in this race. A 127.6 for Gottschalk, a 128.5, and then Francisco's consistently been a 10th better lap by lap by lap. Gottschalk just crossed the stripe, white flag in the air. The final time around as those two drivers continue to fight. Jaden Francisco has been so impressive all year long. He got his major national race victory at this very racetrack at the Stars Championship Series earlier this year. And the same goes for a lot of other drivers. Francisco, again, his time is coming. Next year, if he stays in this Microsoft class or if he moves up, he's definitely going to be a driver to look out for next year in that Nitro Kart for the Ryan Perry Motorsports team. And the same goes for Cameron Johnson, who has already moved up into the Mini Swift class. But again, he's a driver that, you know, we've seen kind of flourish in this Microsoft class, show that he can run up at the front and fight for podiums, race in and race out. And Zane Burgess, I think, has proven his point already this year. He looks set to become the 2024 United States Pro Kart Series champion. But Wayne Gottschalk, this kid this year bursted out onto the national scene, and for a kid from Curacao, an island that only has a population of about 150,000 people, all they need is one to represent them on the national scene. This kid has been picture perfect all weekend long for the Bennett team. His dad told me about 3 months ago to remember him when his kid got to the top step of the podium. That day is today when Gottschalk is a national race winner at Newcastle Motorsports Park.
You can see what it means to him. He exited I-70 with one finger in the air to let everybody know he's #1 here when it comes to NCMP. Jaden Francisco, he sees the checkered flag second. He crossed the line second. Burgess to round out your top 3. Cam Johnson, Luca Beckerel, your top 5. Dutch Westbrook got around Danny O'Gara. O'Gara down in 7th. Orioli's going to cross the line to finish in 8th position. Jake Manalio down in 9th. Marcelo Flores in the final lap there for SLA Karting up into the top 10. Jack Katowski, 11th, all the way back to Slate Harrell, Lawrence Perriman, Maronario, and Anastasio, your top 15 drivers here in Microswift.
You go back to the next page here with Hudson Howard, Mason Brody Stoffel, drivers who just had pace at one point or another in this weekend, and it all fell apart as it continued. Sebastian Johnson, Ruben Greer, your top 20 finishers, Michael Zupka, Dor Elrich, Mark Ayers, Brody Brown, and his first national race. A good showing by young Brody Brown. Zev Gottschalk, brother of Wayne Gottschalk. I'm sure he's going to be happy for his brother when he comes into the pits. Go back to Byron Borman, George Zeminski, Austin Taylor, and Ix Capitan Garduno, your 29 drivers in this Micro Swift class. Championship Sunday already underway, and congratulations to Zane Burgess, your 2024 United States Pro Kart Series champion here this year. So congrats to Zane, and looks like it was 3 major nationals for Zane Burgess this year, if I'm not mistaken. Suits the Microsoft classes, and we'll see him move up another level next year. But quick commercial break on our side. When we come back, more racing action coming your way, starting with KA Junior.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
K8 Junior out onto the racetrack now, presented by BBS Race Engines, as they get set to take the green flag here, Alex. And we'll take you down your starting grid order here for K8 100 Junior. It's been a good weekend for everybody. Enzo Vidamontian has been a standout so far in this K8 100 Junior class, giving him the pole position coming into this main event. Max Weiland starting alongside him on row number 1, Charlie Smith and Diego Ardiles on row number 2.
Go back to row number 3 to see the championship favorite, Sebastian Garzone. Alongside him, Jackson Wolney. Tristan Murphy for Super Tune. Alongside him is RPG Cosmics, Amador Martinez. Row number 5, Augustus Toniolo, Eric Doan.
Davin Robertson, Peyton Westcott on row number 6, Indy Anderson and Michael McGoy on row number 7, Edgar Rodriguez and Travis Pettit on row number 8.
Back to row number 9 for Martin Hamarillo and Alexander Vanchev, Juan Paramo and Hamza Anbar. That's your top 20.
You go back down the rest of your order with Malquit, Peterson, Medeiros, Abernathy, Halfin. Again, a happy birthday to Isaac Malquit as well, who turned 14 yesterday. Cash Felber on row 20, further back on row 13 alongside Halfin, Brady Shad, Naomi Garcia, Robert Renderos, and Bristol Gorman, your top 30. Find your favorite driver here on your screen and look back again to our final page of starters that get set to take the green flag. 50 drivers total in this KA 100 Junior class. They've given us all the racing action here, Alex, and again, this is the final time we're going to see them before the Super Nationals in Las Vegas. United States Pro Kart Series, again, this championship here could be clinched by Sebastian Garzone if he finishes 15th or better in this race, but he has a lot of work to do to get it done. Green flag in the air. We are racing here in K100 Junior. Side by side, everybody going through. Garzone gets turned around. Garzone, your championship points leader, gets turned around in turn number 1.
This is what you're afraid of. If you're Orsilon Racing and you're Sebastian Garzone in the wet, anything is possible, and I saw that happening from a mile away. His go-kart got jacked up in the entry to turn number 1. His rear axle was up in the air, had no control over where his kart was going to go, and naturally you're going to become a pirouette at that point in the race. He has it all to work for and all to play for here with 20 laps to do it. So now the favorite becomes the likes of Wolney and others. Here Ardiles now. He sees his chances at a championship grow a lot larger than what it was at the start of this race.
Diego Ardiles sits third in this championship right behind Chico Brown, but has already gained a couple of spots in the heat races. And here in this main event, he's looking to get some moves done. He needs to win this race if he wants to put himself in the best shot to win this KA 100 Junior Championship. You see Wolney and Toniolo starting a fight here into the green corner. The scoreboard hairpin there. Wolney's able to get ahead. His championship hopes here in KA are a little bit far-fetched, but they look pretty good in X30 Junior. Martinez and Jaramillo going to fight further back into this field as well. They sit just around the 8th spot in between Jaramillo and Martinez. Jaramillo's made a good number as well at the start of this one, but start to see where they kind of shape up here. The 826 off the racetrack there further back in the field, and Jose Halfin was the driver there that found himself in the grass.
Yeah, you see further up front, Mid-Montien, a second clear of the field. Charlie Smith in P2 by himself. Ardiles now is pulled away from Wolney and Toniolo. We spoke about Toniolo a lot through the warm-up session. He was a driver that we were all keeping our eyes on throughout the heat races yesterday. This is finally a decent starting position for him, up into the top 5. Max Weiland was one of your front row starters. He finds himself in the middle of it all here, side by side with Davin Roberts, Murphy, and McGoy.
Well, pretty sure you guys saw a sneak peek there to who we have standing by. Win Godshock, your winner in Micro Swift. Win, what a race for you. You put 10 seconds on the entire field. Walk me through that race. How hard was it to keep it out there at the front of the pack?
Because in the start, I had a little gap and they were fighting. I pulled away.
Yeah, and I know it's been a long time coming, but your first national race victory. Talk to me about the emotions that it feels. I'm pretty sure your dad was happy about that, as well as your mom.
Yeah, it feels so good to beat P1 on time.
Yeah, and Alex here, my partner up here in the booth, he was telling me a new helmet for you. Do you think that's what brought the good luck to you to get the win this weekend?
Yeah.
Well, who would you like to thank for this race victory win? Because it was definitely a special one.
My coaches, Dan, my mom, my dad, and my brother.
Well, there you guys have it from Win Godshock, the kid from Curacao, putting it up at the front. Congratulations, Win, and we'll see you later on this year as well. Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from Win Godshock, and again, his first national race victory, and I'm sure we'll be talking to him a lot more in the coming years and in the coming races, Alex.
I love that he even admits to the fact that the new helmet, it just brings you confidence, something about it, you know what I mean? But back on the racetrack here, Diego Ardiles, he's feeling really racy early on. We saw a glimpse of it right there. He might have just made a lunge on Charlie Smith, and I believe he has into the scoreboard corner. Moved the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine up into the top spot. But look at all this action, Caleb, further back. Indy Anderson off the racetrack there. You see McGoy, he had to start further back than he would have liked considering the pace that we saw on board that RPM machine. He's charging through. Peyton Westcott was really quick yesterday through the happy hour and the qualifying sessions. In the heat races, not so much. She's looking to charge her way through the field as well.
Yeah, Westcott's further back in the later teens, just on the edge of the top 15 right now. Michael McGoy is there in 12th. That's a driver who's really quick in X30 Junior as well, and he's going to look to make a couple of more spots there. So back in the line, he gets a bumper from behind by Benham Abernathy. That got very, very close for Abernathy. One, a good save by him, who was late on the brakes, and a good save by McGoy as well as Westcott. Sends it on the inside on now Abernathy, and she's ultimately going to lose it out to Weiland, and they're going to fight all the way up to the 90-degree left-hander here and continue to fight. Westcott, she's able to get clear on the inside, and as well as another driver right behind her. Looked to be one of the speed sense machines of Eric Doan there. Who's going side by side with Max Weiland. Travis Pettit as well in the mix, as well as Felber. That's right behind Cash Felber. A good drive by Cash. He's made up a couple of spots in this race. Cash Felber's up 9. Roman Felber as well has made up a couple of spots in this one. 12 spots gained for Roman. He sits back in 29.
You mentioned it, Caleb. Sebastian Garzon needs to finish 15th in this race. His 840 machine slow. That's Juan Paramo there. He wasn't 13th at the time. He's going to fall back behind Eric Doan. It's going to get really dicey here through scoreboard. But like I mentioned with Sebastian Garzon, we saw him get spun around in front of the entire field at the start of the opening lap. What's the progress report here on Sebastian Garzon? You have to scroll all the way down to 33rd at the moment here for the Ocelon driver. He has a lot of work to do here if he wants that top 15 spot for the championship, Caleb.
Yeah, and again, it's just kind of heartbreak for Garzon. He's way, way back in the order. One of the Sodi Racing USA machines is right ahead of him. Hamza Ambar is right there as well. But for Garzon, I mean, to see him this far back is kind of unheard of. He's going there on Braden Reserves now, able to get clear around it. But Felber drops a tire into the mud. He's going to go off the racetrack and get passed by a couple of drivers there. We'll look to be one on the Nash Motorsports machine there of Dean Peterson, who was able to get through. Peyton Anderson's in this group as well. The 802 of Anderson, indeed, up 14 spots. So a lot of drivers in the mid-pack have just been flying all race long here, Alex, to gain a whole lot of spots.
Brady Shad, another driver there right behind Cash Felber. He's had a pretty solid start to this race. We saw him have a really good starting position throughout the heat races yesterday, but I think he found the grass at least a handful of times in each heat race, and that's just the nature of what it's like to drive in the rain. But he's put together a decent start to his main event, 5 laps into this one here as Abernathy goes down the inside of Tristan Murphy in I-70.
Battles further up the field with Jackson Warney and Toliolo. They continue to go side by side in turn 1, and again, they lose more time to Charlie Smith, Ardiles, and Vid Montien, who is just running away with this heat race. And that Kart Republic has for sure come to life at this stage, Alex. Here's Warning and Toniolo once again. And again, no idea where Toniolo has really come from before this weekend, but he's definitely going to be a driver that we're going to remember for every single junior race coming, especially with Chico Brown moving over to Europe. So Toniolo has for sure impressed myself and yourself, Alex, I know. So we're going to look to hear a lot more from this kid.
Yeah, and he's clearly pretty confident in the rain. He was super quick yesterday, and now in a really good position to get a national podium in KA Junior here, and he's taking the charge to Jackson Wolney. Here's a good look at Enzo Vidmontien, just pulling away ever so slightly from Diego Ardiles. Last time by, about a half a tenth quicker than the Speed Concepts racing driver. So let's see what it looks like this time around. Vidmontien on the TKG Kart Republic, head down, still pushing here. Rain or shine. You see the black flag there for the 821 machine. That's one of the lapped cars there.
Maui Angel there, issues for him at the start of this race for the Arcade Motorsports machine. He's down in 47th, and again, issues for him at the start of this one. Have put him further back in the field, try to work his way up, but unfortunately got caught by the leader, so he's going to have to work his way into the pits there. Ardila has the driver right behind him, who's looking to get himself up into championship contention. So with Diego Ardiles here in the second spot, Sebastian Garzon has to get himself up to just about 19th here, Alex, and we're not even halfway through this race because of how long it's going to be with the rain. So to 17th there, my apologies. But Garzon still has a chance in this one, just has to continue to keep it consistent and continue to put in lap after lap and pick and choose his moves. But you see the gap that he has there on the racetrack. Just really needs to kind of get on with it quickly here.
More than that, though, he just needs the drivers in front to start battling. He hasn't made a whole lot of passes, actually, since falling back. He's just allowed other drivers to push themselves off the racetrack and take advantage of their mistakes. We heard Vanchev mention it earlier on when we talked to him in the interview. He said, listen, you got to take more of a conservative approach in the rain. There's levels to aggression, but at the end of the day, you almost just let the drivers in front make the mistake for you, and they'll just part the seas. And that's what Garzon's doing right now. It's working. He's up inside the top 26 now as the 874 gets a black and white flag there as well. So still, penalties being assessed, penalties being handed out here. That's natural to see in the rain, where some drivers just accidentally use the bumper or get into the side of you just because you can lose control of the go-kart much easier than you do in dry weather racing.
Yeah, that was Roman Felber in the 874 getting a penalty down in 31st. Either a penalty or a warning for some thing that he did, as McGoy and Roberts, two teammates, continue to fight it out here. They're going to go at it again on the racetrack when they get into the X30 Junior race as well. And again, for McGoy, we looked to speak to him earlier on this weekend, and again, he just got busy after, and obviously we had our own issues as well. So we'll hope to hear from McGoy before he goes out in X30 Junior. But for a driver who was the quickest in the class of this field in KA, to see him this far back is really not what you were expecting coming into it, Alex.
The pace is there, though, right? I mean, he's working together. I say working together. They've been battling the last couple of laps, but the RPM machine looks to be rolling now in the second half of this race. He's starting to catch up to the U-Race machine to Martin Hamarillo. That's the battle for 6th. But this fuel spread that we're seeing from Vidmontien, Ardiles, and the rest of the field, it's pretty common to see in the rain. This is not going to be like your average KA Junior race, right, where it's just chaos from start to finish, like we saw at MCC earlier on this year, where it was 20 karts fighting in the same train for the lead. That's not what you're going to see in the rain. But McGoy, I think, if he had a better starting spot, the pace would be there, because last time by, he's close enough to the leader's pace to where if roles reversed and McGoy started to fill up the field and Vidmontien and Ardiles where McGoy started, I think we'd have the same story, where McGoy would be leading and they'd be fighting their way through the field as well. So for Michael McGoy, we're seeing him now pull away from his teammate Davin Roberts. You see how quick he is. I mean, he seems so confident on the edge of traction compared to other drivers that I've seen, where he's really sawing at the wheel, and sometimes that's slower, right, in dry weather conditions where you're always taught smooth is fast. Even in the rain, smooth is pretty quick, but if you're a driver who just feels confident on the ragged edge, sometimes it pays off for you in the rain. Here's a good look at Sebastian Garzone. A bit of a progress report for him as he gets around Asim Dramalev there. That's the battle for, I believe, 25th now on the racetrack. 22nd on the racetrack. So Sebastian Garzone is slowly moving his way up the field. I got to say, the last couple of laps, Diego Ardiles has been faster than Vidmontien. So remember, if Ardiles finishes second, Garzone needs 17th. If Ardiles wins, Garzone needs 15th.
Sebastian Garzone now getting closer to one of the Felber twins there. Looks to be Cash Felber in the 921 or Roman Felber. One of the two that he's getting closer to. Ardiles as well, closing that gap down on Enzo Vidmontien. He was about 5 tenths quicker the last time around, half a second quicker than Enzo Vidmontien. So these are your two championship contenders. One of them being Diego Ardiles, started off the year with the Walton Performance Group, moved over to Speed Concepts Racing, and has been up there at the front as well all year long. No matter what chassis, what team, what colors that kid is wearing, is going to wheel whatever go-kart he's in and put it up at the front. Enzo Vidmontien in the lead of this one as well. He's put his team within a good shot of winning the Geo Cup as well this year. Again, that trophy, $5,000 for the team with the most wins on the year. Rawlison Performance Group leads it. And again, that Mike Rawlison camp as well, super strong. They look to come into this one, again, with a couple of more chances to get it done for the Geo Cup there as well. And Vidmontien, if he can get this one done, that would tie the Geo Cup as well, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. For the Speed Concepts and for also Performance Groups, a pretty good battle there for that Geo Cup, like you mentioned. But back up front, Diego Ardiles has closed that gap to less than a second now, Caleb.
So again, for those of you here in the paddock, could the parents of the 884 of Ezekiel Height report to the ambulance, please? Again, to repeat, for those of you here in the paddock, the parents of the 884 of Ezekiel Height, could you please report to the ambulance? Thank you. For those of you at home, we, again, are going to send our best wishes to Ezekiel Height, who is indeed in the ambulance, and we're going to send him our best wishes and hope that he is doing all right. He had issues at the start, and a DNF for him 2 laps into this race. Back up at the front again, like we were saying with Ardiles, super quick, and Speed Concepts as well. They're not in the fight for the Geo Cup this year, but that's also a super cool trophy. Again, a huge shout out to Gio Siraki out at Badger Kart Club. That trophy, again, meaning a lot for these teams, and again, adding another incentive as well, and a shout out for what the United States Program Series has done with the Circle of Champions as well this year. So again, just national karting continuing to grow in our country here, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. But up front, once again, it was 9/10. That gap looks to be pretty close. Half a second, Diego Ardiles. And if you're Orsalon Racing, you're Sebastian Garzone, you're hoping that Vidmontien can make that TKG Car Republic as wide as he can, because Garzone, his progress has slowed down slightly. He's up to 21st, and he's continuing to move his way through the field, but he's going to need a bit of luck on his hands. Luckily for him, there's a huge train of go-karts all the way to Indy Anderson in 16th that are fighting quite a bit. But they're going to need a lot more of that, because Diego Ardiles right now seemingly a lot quicker than Vidmontien, finding grip where the TKG driver cannot. You see how much Vidmontien is starting to pitch the go-kart into every corner to get as much rotation out of that Kart Republic as he possibly can, whereas Ardiles is looking more like what Austin Garrison's kart is looking like, where the hands are so much smoother and it just pivots on that rear right rear or left rear tire, depending on which way the direction of the corner goes, and it's just rotating really nicely for him at this stage in the race. And with 6 to go, Ardiles looks to have a really good shot at this one.
Yeah, Diego Ardiles, if he wins, that's going to make it even harder for Sebastian Garzone to try and clinch his championship. And with 2 car lengths in between Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien, it gets even closer than that this time around. Lap count is continuing to fall. Update on Sebastian Garzoni. He sits further back in his field as well, and it seems like the drizzling has kind of stopped here, Alex, so the track is getting better. Ardiles kind of peaked out of line there, but Garzone 21st on the racetrack, so Diego Ardiles, it's looking good for his championship hopes here, Alex, and it's all changing. Garzone came into this weekend almost a favorite, almost secure in the championship, and came into this race just having to finish 15th. But we see what these conditions could do, and getting turned around on the first lap in the first corner definitely didn't fall into his hands. For Diego Ardiles is fighting for the win of his life here to try and clinch a K100 Junior Championship, Alex.
Yeah, with this lap around, Vidmontien looks to be pretty quick, starting to pull away that gap slightly on Ardiles. They're just trading personal best laps at this stage in the race. See Ardiles' line really shifting towards that bottom of the racetrack, using curving, exploring, right? That's what it takes. When you close that gap, you don't really get the aero wash. You're not quick enough, and in the rain, it's not as much of a factor. But you still want to get out of line for visibility and spray, and because you want to see where you can have to make moves. Here's look at Sebastian Garzone. Up to 18th now. Got around Brady Shad last time by. So Sebastian Garzone, he needs 17th if they stay as is. 15th would clinch it no matter what. But you can see in front of him, clear daylight all the way to Drew Jensen in front of him. So he needs to get around Jensen, and then from there, there's about 3 seconds to that next group. But I think at this point in the race, with how much battling is going on, it's all still to play for Ardiles. The second time in a row he's peaked the nose in a 1.
Diego Ardiles continues to get out of line there and to look to try and make a move. And this could really be one of the deciders for Trinity Karting Group in the GL Cup as well. 2 championships on the line, the team championship and the drivers championship in KA Junior, and in the overall championship of the United States Pro Kart Series. Ardiles looking to deny Trinity Karting Group from $5,000, and Enzo Vidmontien.
Look at that bumper.
And Sebastian Garzone's front bumper is pushed in. It's just absolutely pushed in there, Alex. So he got involved in some sort of incident either at the start or in his progress up the field.
Well, for Garzone's sake, let's hope that was one of the situations where he had nowhere to go and maybe he can get that overturned. But for now, that is a full pushed-in bumper for Sebastian Garzone, so his work has just become a lot harder here if he wants a chance at a championship on merit on the racetrack. For Diego Ardiles, though, he needs to get around Enzo Vidmontien, because essentially that puts more go-karts between himself and Sebastian Garzone. There's a look at one of the cones getting knocked over near the exit of scoreboard, but nonetheless, for Diego Ardiles, we talked like to Vanchev earlier on. Sometimes the conservative approach works. Sometimes in this situation, you need to go for it all. And for Diego Ardiles, at some point in this race, as the laps continue to count down, at what point do you just say, you know what, I'm going to go for it, and I'd rather throw it off the racetrack and lose that way than finish second?
And again, Garzone is 1 spot away from the championship here, but that pushback bumper is going to be one of the biggest deciding factors in it as well. So look out for whatever is decided here at the end of it for Sebastian Garzone, as again, he's way back in the order, sitting in 18th, but I don't know what the theoreticals look like if Diego Ardiles wins his race here, Alex.
Yeah, this is as crazy as it gets for a championship finale, coming down to the final 3.5 laps of a KA Junior race that has been unfolding rather nicely here for Diego Ardiles, unlike what it has been for Sebastian Garzone. And can you picture a better way to end a championship than what these KA Junior drivers are putting on for display here? Because you look back at MCC, 20 cars battling for position. You go back to Trackhouse and more. It's always been super long trains going after it, side by side all the way through. We finally get a rain race, and it's a much tamer race out front, but it's a mano-a-mano fight. And for Diego Ardiles, he's a driver, unlike Vidmontien, in with the best chance to steal a championship from the favorite entering this final race.
Ardiles wants to go, man. He was looking to go there in the I-70 hairpin, and he's going to look to go again. Fully on the inside of Enzo Vidmontien. Ardiles on the inside for the KA Junior Championship. Ardiles is clear. He goes to the point. Enzo Vidmontien not going to waste any time. He goes on the inside. Side pod there. Door banging all the way through. Vidmontien back to the lead, but I don't know what the stewards will think about that one, Alex.
Well, Vidmontien is leaving it up to the stewards because he's not going to leave it on the racetrack. Enzo Vidmontien showing what it means to him to go out there and finish this season off with a bang. The TKG Kart Republic driver making that go-kart as wide as humanly possible. And for Diego Ardiles, it's back to the drawing board. It's time to get creative for the Speed Concepts driver. He doesn't know where Garzone is on the racetrack. He doesn't know that right now this is good enough. This is good enough at the moment. P2 versus 18th for Garzone, but you cannot afford to risk it. 2.5 laps to go, and Ardiles needs to close that gap in once again. He's going to try and plan for one more attack here on TKG's Car Republic Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, Garzone is still about over a second and a half back from Indy Anderson, who's a driver in 17th right now. So Garzone, like we said, all fell apart for him in 124.3 the last time around. Garzone is, nowhere near the lap times that Drew Jensen, in 17th is running. Drew Jensen ran a 123.911. So Drew's going about half a second quicker than Garzone here. The battle for the race win continued to go on. 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. But for Toniolo, who sits in third, a very, very good showing on what we believe is a maiden national podium this weekend, Alex.
Besides that, there's 2 laps to go in this race, and if what we just witnessed from Vidmontien is going to happen again, if Ardiles gets to the bumper of the Car Republic driver, Toniolo has a chance in this one. We saw in yesterday's heat races, you go side by side for a couple of corners. That can cost you 2 to 3 seconds here in wet weather conditions. So for Augustus Toniolo, if he just keeps his head down for RPG Cosmic, he's able to shout at a race victory. And I think for Diego Ardiles at this point, he needs to weigh his options here a little bit. And I'm sure Speed Concepts are on the fence line telling him exactly what he needs to do in order to make this championship work, because he cannot afford to get put off the racetrack and lose another spot, because that'll make it to where Garzone at 18th would be good enough for a championship race victory. So with 1.5 to go here, I'll be so intrigued to see what Ardiles decides to do here.
Ardiles is getting creative with his lines. It's definitely helping him out. He has gained a lot of ground on Enzo Vidmontien the last half a lap, going over curbs and trying different things around the racetrack, trying different lines, going wider, going tighter throughout some of the corners as well for Ardiles. Has brought him right back into play for the race win here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. White flag in the air, Enzo Vidmontien to the bottom of the racetrack. Ardiles looking to open up high. They're able to work their way through, and Ardiles wants to set it up on the inside of Enzo Vidmontien into 2. He's able to get clear. Vidmontien back to second.
What a move for Diego Ardiles. Look at this on the curbing in 3. That line actually seems to work for Diego through 4. One of the slickest parts of the racetrack down the hill. Vidmontien, not a good enough run, drops the tire out of 4. Ardiles looks good here so far, halfway home at Newcastle.
And this is where Diego Ardiles flourished the lap before as well. He just took a way different line compared to Enzo Vidmontien's, and he was able to pull away as they made contact. Enzo Vidmontien on the inside of Diego Ardiles. That was close, too close for comfort in between Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien there, Alex, and that has opened the gap right back up for Diego Ardiles, and he played it clean all the way through, played it respectfully, and the final time into the scoreboard here, Vidmontien looking on the inside, sends a dive bomb move. Ardiles looking to avoid him. Enzo Vidmontien threw a haymaker on Ardiles, and it all fell apart into the scoreboard. He drives himself off the racetrack, and Toniolo goes up to second. But for Diego Ardiles in 2024, it started off with RPG. It ended up with Speed Concepts Racing, but nothing's going to deny this kid from a championship in KA 100 Junior.
This is all provisional. Ardiles doing exactly what he needed to do to ensure that he has a chance at a title. Further back, there goes the likes of Charlie Smith. We saw Wolney go by. We saw Martinez, Westcott, Hamarillo go through as well. All the way back to Garzone in I-70. He could not get around Drew Jensen, who's right in front of him on the National Motorsports machine. So at this stage in the race, Sebastian Garzone looks to be crossing the line as Paramo goes through. Anderson, Pettit, Jensen. Garzone knows it. You see the frustration. The bumpers drop down. 18th provisionally. Whether or not that bumper is overturned, it's not good enough on the racetrack. He'll need a couple of penalties in front of him if he can luck out and maybe steal the championship back from Ardiles. But dramatic fashion by 1 position. Ardiles with the title provisionally.
Outrageous stuff in KA 100 Junior. Diego Ardiles wins the race here and wins provisionally the KA 100 Junior Championship. Toniolo across the line in second. A very, very good drive by Augustus, and again, a driver who we haven't spoken to yet this year, but that's a driver who I really, really want to hear from as well for Diego Ardiles. Enzo Vidmontien across the line third. Charlie Smith, McGoy, Tawoni, Roberts, Amador Martinez in 8th. Peyton Westcott, a good drive up for her to finish Martin Jaramillo, your top 10.
Wow. We need a second there to catch our breath. I'm actually getting word that in 14th there, Juan Bramo also had a pushback bumper, so that's something to play for, and I'm sure there's a couple other drivers in this top 15 that might have some penalties coming their way, so let's see post-race how it all unfolds for our KA junior drivers, but unreal ending to a championship finale that was brewing from round 1 all the way to the final round here.
Pickup getting set to go underway. A quick break in the action. When we come back, KA Senior out on the racetrack next. KA Senior out onto the racetrack now. AJ Myers just needs to finish 8th or better in this race to clinch the championship, and that is with Cooper Shipman winning. He just has to finish ahead of Shipman. Besides that, or has to go out there and win the race and make it easier for everybody and up here as well, so you don't have to be doing math at the same time. But let's run you down your starting grid order here in KA Senior. AJ Myers and Jose Carlos Hernandez have been the class of the field in the wet, but James Overbeck and the Wisconsin Wonder Kid and Brandon Lemke have been inching their way closer to the top 2. Cameron Weinberg and Oliver Calvo, 2 drivers that have been impressive. Your biggest movers so far, 160 go-kart pass combined so far this weekend for those 2 drivers.
Go back to row 4, Cash Perkins, Cooper O'Clair, Connor Ferris, Balan Venkatesh. Your top 10 drivers go back to Henry Wheeler, Ryan Hersing, Finn Bailiff, Cooper Shipman, the closest driver to AJ Myers in this championship fight down there in row number 7. Quentin McGabriel, Luke Powers, Hudson Brown, Donovan Bonilla, Quentin Angeli, Mateo Pappas, your top 20.
You go back to your next 10 rows with Alibi, Underwood, and more. Find your favorite driver here in your last 2, getting set to take the green flag again. A couple of notables look to work their way up the field. Eli Warren, and a lot more drivers as well. Fernando Luque again, starting 37th in this one. So a lot of drivers that are going to have to work their way up the field. One driver out of the tram lines a little too early. Yellow flag up in the air. Gives us more time to go through our starting grid order here. So again, you saw it there. A couple of the big notables starting further back in this field here in just the second page that we have. Alibi, Steven Eisert starting 23rd, Vaughn Beasley 24th, and you go back to Zabo, Max Altman, drivers that we've seen inside of the top 10 this year. Ben Gaunt starting 29th, Caden Martin in 30th, a driver who was up there yesterday, Alex, for sure for that National Motorsports team.
Yeah, but it's just the nature of trying to survive 3 heat races in torrential rain, especially in that 3rd and final heat race. It's naturally going to have 1 or 2 bad finishes here. You go back to Cal Peter, Colin Roos, Liam Gray, Chris Harrower, I think ended up in the grass a handful of times yesterday. Charlie Hone, Lorenzo Kaufman, Luke Kay, Eli Warren. You spoke to his dad earlier, said it's one of the worst weekends they've had luck-wise, pace-wise. Overall, they're looking for something better here, starting 38th.
That being said, the final 2 drivers here, Michael Beatis and Desi Pedregon, last two drivers on the grid. But we look back onto the racetrack here. AJ Myers, Jose Carlos Hernandez, green flag in the air. Myers off to a good start. Fades to the top of the racetrack and already off to a great start. Hernandez around the outside. Gets clear, and one driver way off the racetrack. There looked to be Cooper Auclair. And you see almost 3 wide, just on the edge of the top 10, top 20 almost. Cooper Shipman looked to be able to make it through nice and cleanly. But AJ Myers off to a flying start here in this one, Alex.
Much better start than that of Sebastian Garzón in the junior race. So everything that AJ needs to do is happening so far. As what a move around the outside for Cameron Weinberg, but he's going to get used up by Brandon Lemke and spun around in front of the field.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke just clipped that rear bumper there of Cameron Weinberg. Would have been a great move and turns him around. A race going on here for the top 10. Henry Wheeler looks to have made up a couple of spots at this start. Hudson Brown's the driver right behind him. Mick Gabriel in this group. Finnegan Bailiff in there as well. And everybody else working their way through lap number 1. Connor Ferris there right behind Oliver Calvo. New lid for Calvo, it looks like here this weekend, or different lid, I should say, Alex.
Yeah, and Calvo, like we mentioned, the driver that made up over 30 spots a race, seemingly as a 959 flat tire there on the exit of the showcase corner for him, and you don't want to see that ever.
1 lap already into the books. Everybody working their way through turn number 1. A couple of drivers making some moves, but a driver who had to make some moves in the K8 Junior field to get it done and hopefully clinch the championship there provisionally. Diego Ardiles. Diego, what a drive, my man, to be able to finally clinch that championship here in K8 Junior this weekend. Walk me through that race, because I know Enzo definitely took the fight to you there in the end.
I knew that I needed to win, and he needed to drop a lot of spots. So at the beginning, I learned from which parts of the track he was better than me. Then 3 laps ago, I went for the overtake. Then he hit me. I don't think it was on purpose, because honestly, it's very hard to race in these conditions. Then I catched him back. I passed him. Then I got hit again. And then I got the over-under, and I got the win.
I don't know if you saw Sebastian spin at the start of that race, Diego, but after you saw that he wasn't anywhere near you guys at the front, did you know that you were in a good shot for the championship after coming back from almost 300 from a 300-point deficit at the start of this weekend?
Yeah, no, I didn't see when he spun at the start. I wanted to fight Enzo, but I didn't want to crash or to have contact, because I knew that he.
So who would you like to thank for that race win there, Diego, and for the championship for you here in 2024?
I want to thank my family, God, my team, everyone believe in me. Yeah, basically, that's it.
Well, Diego, congratulations, and we'll see you on the racetrack here shortly for X30. Best of luck, man.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from Diego Ardiles, your K8 100 Junior champion. And he's going to go out there on the racetrack and try to do it all over again in X30 Junior as well. So we'll see how it ends up for Diego, who has had a really good showing in that X30 championship. I think he's in a good shot of going back-to-back in those championships, Alex. In X30 Junior, he sits 364 points clear of Jackson Warney. But again, those two teammates are going to fight all the way to the end, and Jackson's been perfect so far this weekend. And AJ Myers, Hernandez continue to pull away from the likes of Overbex and Brandon Lemke. Oliver Calvo got passed by Connor Ferris this time around, and further back as well, Ryan Pearson as well has made up a good number of spots in 7th for the kid from California. Henry Wheeler as well. This kid was nowhere to be found yesterday, Alex, and it was unheard of to not hear from Henry Wheeler in a senior race after the great showing he's had to end off 2024, getting used to that Burrell chassis. He's back. You could say back in this race and back in the conversation, because yesterday he was definitely not in it.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler was, like I mentioned earlier, he had a top 12 starting spot in this main event, considering he didn't finish inside the top 12 in any of the heat races. it just goes to show you how important it is to stay consistent through the heats. You let the attrition come to you, and as long as you don't make any mistakes, you can have a decent chance in a feature race. And right now, PSL Karting's Henry Wheeler up into the top 8 on board the Burrell machine. A solid start to this race so far. I think the pace it's been better for Henry than what it was yesterday, but nonetheless starting to fall away slightly from the likes of Calvo as Person got around him. And then further back behind him, Cooper Auclair, a driver that we haven't spoken about throughout much of this weekend. The Comp Kart machine, he's more of a West Coast guy, does a lot of the road tax stuff. Opted to do a KA senior event here for the United States Pro Kart Series to round off this championship. And for Cooper Auclair, another driver that we haven't spoken about because he wasn't really in that top 10, top 15 fight, was kind of by himself throughout the heat races, but he stayed out of trouble. And that's what put him at a 9th place starting spot. He hasn't made or lost any spots in this race, but he's doing what he has to do to get a top 10 for Comp Kart.
Yeah, good showing for the J3 competition team here this weekend with Cooper Auclair at the helm. Chris Harrow as well was a driver that we talked about earlier on in the weekend, Alex, and a driver who, again, no luck in the heat races, and just, again, bad situations for him, put him way down the order. Lemke able to get ahead of James Overbeck there in the showcase corners, and he's able to get through. Lemke going to move up to 3rd, Overbeck back to 4. And again, AJ sits in a really, really good spot here, but the gap for the lead closes down just a little bit. A couple of battles going on further back in this field as well, just on the edge of the top 10. Beasley, Powers all pretty close together here. A 10th separates Mick Gabriel, Powers, and just about Vaughn Beasley in this field as well, Alex.
Yeah, we look at this group. Hudson Brown, Mick Gabriel, Luke Powers. You go a little bit further back, that's where you see the likes of Cash Perkins, who's gotten around Vaughn Beasley, a local to this racetrack. He calls it home almost, and he has a lot of laps around this place. And it showed yesterday in the heat races. Unfortunately, I think he got used up one too many times, and that's why he had to start out to the top 20. He's driven himself up into a decent spot here, up to 16th after getting around after Cash Perkins has gone around him. So 2 spots up for Vaughn Beasley. Here goes Quick McGabriel. Makes easy work of Hudson Brown there on the gold cart. Further back, you see Cooper Shipman, who his championship slowly fading away here in this main event. Started 15th, down there in 18th now.
Yeah, just all kind of fell apart here for Cooper Shipman, unfortunately. Right behind him for Fernando Luque has made up 17 spots in this race. How about that for Fernando Luque, a driver who we see kind of return back, and Donovan Bonilla as well. Your Supernats 2023 champion in X30 Pro sits there battling it out with Shipman as well. There with a couple more drivers on the inside there for what looks to be the energy cart. Able to get that move done, and Vaughn Beasley, who they still fight, and Beasley drops the tire into the dirt there, Alex.
Beasley drops the tire. Shipman's going to try to go through on him. Iron Rocks OTK back through on Beasley, but Beasley's going to fight it out. Can't make it stick though. Naturally, the inside line there, once the weather really gets onto the racetrack there, it becomes more and more wet. That racing line becomes ice when you do a normal racing line. That's because of the rubber buildup that you get on that normal racing line. So you're seeing some drivers try different lines throughout the race. The rain line is still by far the best line. I will say the one corner that we'll see throughout this race that drivers are trying is that turn 3, turn 4 complex, where some drivers are opting for the curb as Oliver Calvo gets into the side of Cooper Auclair there. Just lost control of his go-kart on the entry to turn number 1. And on the entry there, Cooper Auclair aware enough to not fully turn it on the racetrack.
Update on Cameron Weinberg. He's just further back in the field, just now coming across turns number 3 and 4. He's made up a couple spots after facing the wrong way. He's up to 28th now after going almost a death last. Henry Wheeler as well, he sits in 7th. Auclair there able to recover to 8th. Calvo showing right behind him, but again, Auclair is just back behind Mick Gabriel now after that incident. But Finnegan Bailiff as well to find himself on the edge of the top 10. He was probably expecting a little bit more after being in contention for a race win at his home track at MCC.
Finn Bailiff, a decent run so far through the heats and into the feature race now, up to 10th, like you mentioned. Close enough to Oliver Calvo, who may have a penalty coming his way. We'll see how they look at that turn 1 incident to himself and Auclair, but nonetheless, Calvo, ironically, you'd think a driver coming off the shoulder surgery, not in the seat so often, he'd be happy with the top 10, but I'm sure if he spoke to him after this race, he'd actually probably seem pretty frustrated. I'm just speculating here, but considering the heat races, where he drove through 86 go-karts throughout the 3 heat races, that's how many karts he passed after starting 38th in all of them. So in this one, he's actually down a handful of spots. It's getting messy for the back. Hudson Brown's going after it with Cash Perkins, Auclair, and Luke Powers. Powers, unfortunately, on the outside of turn number 2. There's no grip over there, and you can get used up pretty easily. Auclair now, he wants to get back up to where Calvo was, because Calvo's the one that used him up earlier. So for Cooper Auclair, he's down into that 15th spot, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, Powers dropped the tire there on the exit of turn number 1, which prompted everybody to go through on him. Now Bailiff getting closer to Henry Wheeler here. Their gap sits at about 4 car lengths. He's in the Burrell Art and the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. They're very, very close together. Calvo's just the driver ahead of him. And further back for Mick Gabriel and company. Starts to close in here.
Yeah, there's a fight that I want to start looking at, and it's the battle for second. Jose Carlos Hernandez has been reeled in by Brandon Lemke, who of the top 3 drivers is the quickest. Brandon Lemke, 1.3 back from the lead. There he is. The Wisconsin Wonder Kid last time by was 0.3 quicker than Hernandez. Last time by, the first time he was slower than Hernandez, but both quicker than the Magic Man, AJ Myers. We're only halfway through this main event for KA Senior. It's all to play for, and you watch Brandon Lemke drive in the wet weather. His seat is pushed forward. I mean, he naturally sits close to the wheel compared to other drivers, but you see that gap between his back and the seat. He's shifting his weight forward through every corner, just trying to get as much weight as possible on the front nose. It seems silly. It's a small adjustment he makes with his body weight, but it makes all the difference in karting.
Indeed, and that's one of the cool things about Brandon. It looks like he's a whole different person when he drives in the wet because of that seat insert that they have there, and again allows him to move that go-kart throughout the corners. And like you said, he was catching earlier in this race, but Hernandez picked up the pace again and went a 10th quicker the lap prior. We'll see what it looks like this time around, but top 3 have just pretty much stayed, and what's kind of been an accordion effect. They kind of get closer and then open back up and get closer and then open back up as they continue to go on. So AJ Myers still holds on to this lead into this championship as well. Jose Hernandez in the 2nd spot. Lemke back to Overbeck, who has kind of been dropped by the top 3. One driver way off, Cooper Auclair got into it with Donovan Bonilla, looked like, and Luke Powers way off the racetrack there for Coop. And your top 3 able to go through. Hernandez looked a little closer that time to AJ Myers, gained 0.3 of a second.
Jose Carlos Hernandez, I mean, this has been the weekend for Orsalon and for Hernandez. I mean, as fast as he's been all year long, he's been quick throughout all 5 rounds of the championship. As out our commentator's booth, I see Donovan Bonilla chuck it off the racetrack in turn number 1. Way down the order. He's going to fall now. I mean, he was full steam through 1 as more drivers drop it out of 1.
Yeah, more and more drivers going off the racetrack, and that's just bringing more mud onto it. Hernandez, again, this weekend, he's had some good showings as well so far this year, but this has been one of his standouts, to say the least here, Alex, and he's been in the 2nd spot, fighting for the lead, fighting for race wins this weekend in Heat 3, so this year Hernandez going to be there with the Orsalon Racing team. We look on a couple battles further back. Henry Wheeler there, the driver we're going to pick up, and Mick Gabriel in this one as well, able to get ahead of Henry now.
Yeah, Mick Gabriel last time by was on the bumper of Henry Wheeler, but that goes to show you that quick Mick is pretty quick. Gets around Henry Wheeler and already putting a gap between them two, as there's Zabo getting all sorts of sideways, trying to chase down Mateo Pappas, Fernando Luque. Luque's a driver that started outside your top 20 in this one. He's up to 16th, trying to chase down Luke Powers now, as we get a good look at Mick Gabriel trying to hunt down the likes of Bailiff and Calvo.
Yeah, and again, we talked a lot about Mick, and we kind of joked around with him before in the past. And he was like, yeah, honestly, I drove in the wet a couple of months ago, and it wasn't that bad, so I think I'll be good at it. And Mick Gabriel doesn't even have a wetsuit on this weekend, sits in 9th. I don't even know if he owns one as well. So, but he's doing a really good job to be inside of the top 10 for Mick, as Finnegan looking now on the inside of Oliver Calvo. And it looked like he was able to get through that time around.
Yeah, Bailiff through on Oliver Calvo, so there's new life aboard that Kart Republic for Finn Bailiff, but in front of them, it's 5.5 seconds to the next closest driver in Connor Ferris. So I think these two know at this stage in the race, unless something happens in front, this is going to be the last go-kart they probably see out there on the racetrack. So for Calvo and Bailiff, they're going to go after it. Further back, Mick Gabriel starting to hunt them down. So that gap is closing as well for AEM Karting. Mick Gabriel, as Bailiff goes slightly defensive, then goes out to do the normal full rain line as Oliver Calvo looks over his shoulder, and his race starting to fade as well. Does a little carburation adjustment here, and I don't think they got it quite right like they did in the heat races. I gotta say, that battle for the lead, Caleb, is really starting to heat up. I know it's been stagnant out front, but it's still interesting to watch how these three drivers are operating and navigating this racetrack. They're almost playing with each other in terms of the lap times. AJ will go quicker, Hernandez will go quicker. Last time by, Lemke was the quickest of them all. 1:22.5 purple for the Wisconsin driver there, as Brandon Lemke is really reeling in the Orsilon driver here. 6 to go, and if he can get around Jose Carlos as soon as possible, he's on for a race victory potentially.
I don't know. It seems like a long shot for Brandon Lemke here in this one. He has good pace, but again, you have to think about the incident he had early on with Cameron Weinberg, of what's going to be deemed on that, either a racing incident or what's going to happen through that. Speculation on my end, but again, to beat a guy like AJ Myers, who knows Newcastle like the back of his hand, is going to be super hard. And again, he has Jose Carlos Hernandez ahead of him right now, and you said it best. They catch up and they open up and they catch up again. Unfortunately, you can't have that with a battle brewing for the second spot. And AJ Myers, the more time you spend battling for that second spot, like you heard from Austin Garrison, the more that AJ's going to be able to run away with it. So it seems like it's going to be harder. You see that gap open up, but this is the best shot Lemke's going to have here in a turn one. He's going to have to decide if he wants to go or if he's going to wait behind Jose Carlos Hernandez for a little bit longer. And
I think he might go in turn 3. I saw Lemke make a move here on Weinberg early on in turn 3. Does he opt to do it here? Decides not to. I'm actually surprised that he didn't decide to take it in 3. Thinks about it in 4. He might be waiting for turn 5 here, but I got to say that line, that drier line, is starting to form once again. You see them getting closer and closer to some of these apex curbs, but again, it's a 50-50 split between whether or not you have to do a half or a whole rain line, or like you see in turn 3 and turn 4, some drivers are able to get the grip down low where others cannot.
Brandon's also been just a little bit tighter on the lines and has been more aggressive throughout some of the curbs, so we'll see what it looks like this time around. And again, Jose Carlos likes to go wide, likes to move the body to the side. Brandon, earlier on in this race, he was kind of opting a different line and going over the curb, seeing what was working, seeing what wasn't. And, depending on what he did the lap before as well, he set his personal best to 122.447. So that kind of shows that the track is improving a little bit with the more that these tires are starting to wear out.
Down towards I-70, do you see a move from Lemke? Decides not to once again. At this point, he feels like, as a group, Hernandez and Lemke are quicker than Myers. Last time around, he'd be right. Like you mentioned, 2/10 quicker than AJ Myers, but at some point, you want to be the one that attacks first. And so for Brandon Lemke, at some point in time, he needs to make a move stick. Quicker than Myers by a tenth again. Hernandez goes slightly wide in 1. And as the laps continue to count down with 5 to go now for Brandon Lemke, at what point in this race does he decide that, being the second driver in this group is not the way to go, and he needs to be the one that gets to AJ first?
It's still the battle for second here with Lemke and Jose Carlos Hernandez. Everything else out there on the racetrack is pretty big. All the gaps, I think the closest one is probably back with Lucas Zabel and Mateo Pappas in 15th and 16th, and there's battles further back with Vaughn Beasley and a couple of other drivers way down the order in about the 20s. And again, when you look at how many drivers are still out there on the racetrack, we have 37 out there right now. Cal Peter and Charlie Hone, the last two to cross here now. But yeah, this field is way spread out, and on a track that was on paper going to be so draft dependent and going to be a pack race all the way through. It's just not been that way this weekend. That's all due to the rain here, Alex.
There he goes.
He looks and makes contact there with Jose Carlos Hernandez, and not going to work there for Brandon. And I think he knows it just on the inside. Not enough there, especially with mixed conditions, to try and go. So that's really just going to give it to AJ Myers. And again, I talked about it before. That's just kind of what you're expecting to see with conditions like this, especially Alex.
Well, that was more of a desperation move there. To me, he was closer 2 laps ago and a lap ago than he was in the brakes on an I-70. So either it caught him off guard, maybe of how early Hernandez braked, or he just thought, you know what, at this point in the race, if I want a chance at winning, I need to get around him as soon as possible. To me, that pass probably should have been done a couple of laps ago, and now that might see a penalty. We'll have to see how they look at it. We didn't get a great angle of it all, but for Hernandez, unfortunate for him, dropping down the order further, but he was lucky enough to not lose a spot to Overbeck. I didn't see how he rejoined the racetrack because Overbeck was close enough, I feel like, to take advantage of that mistake. So Overbeck either had a mistake in that lap or something, because James Overbeck still in 4th. Hernandez now falls back to 3rd, and I wonder if he gets back to the bumper of Lemke, if he's going to maybe repay it.
Yeah, we'll see how those two drivers decide to play it out here as well. But moving further through the field here, back to Lemke here in the 2nd spot. The gap kind of sitting consistent there further back at 124.09. Myers just in a lead of his own at 122.491.
You go back, there's not a whole lot of battles going on the racetrack except for that fight for 10th. You go back to Henry Wheeler, Valen Venkatesh going after it for that 10th, 11th, and 12th spot between himself, Venkatesh, and Cash Perkins joining in on that group as well. So for the Burrell driver sitting there, he's lost track to McGabriel going through the likes of turn number 2 and now entering turn number 3 between Wheeler, Venkatesh, and Cash Perkins. Here's a good look at it right now. The closest battle we have, the highest running battle we have on the racetrack, it's for that 10th and final spot in the top 10. Venkatesh thought about it, peeked the nose, decides better of it here, but the Speed Sense driver has been pretty strong all weekend, I'd say, Caleb.
Yeah, and I tell you what, there's a pretty good battle with 3 karts there further back in this field. Looks like, I don't know if it's Raheem Alibi, Quinton and Jelly, Charles Vokey. They're fighting for 30th right now, and those drivers are giving each other just a little bit of their sticker kits, so they continue to fight there further back on the edge of the 30s. That's another one of the big battles going on, but this rain has just blown a hole into this entire weekend and spread this pack out so much. And like you said, Henry Wheeler here continuing to fight, trying to hold on to the edge of the top 10 against Valen Venkatesh. As we work our way this time by, 2 laps to go for the Magic Man and AJ Myers on his return to single speed categories. He finds himself in a really good spot here, Alex.
Yeah, with a little under 2 laps to go for the Magic Man to go out there and clinch his championship. It's been a very impressive season for him, but for Brandon Lemke, I think that gap is starting to close once again between himself and Hernandez, but this has pretty much been how we've seen the top 3. They've all they've done is swap 2nd and 3rd. Overbeck not quick enough at the moment to make anything happen to challenge 2nd and 3rd. Ryan Persing, quick shout out to the Nash Motorsports driver. They are quiet. 5th place so far is where he's running right now.
Indeed, 5th place there for Ryan Persing in the 5th spot. White flag in the air this time around for the Magic Man and AJ Myers. He's working his way through into the scoreboard hairpin now, and this is a driver who, you know, when you talk about Newcastle Motorsports Park, you think about him, but it's been all about shifter for him recently as well. You know, he just fell short of a Squeeze Up Pro Tour championship at this very racetrack, and you go on to the next championship in shifter for him, which was the Stars Championship Series, and he was really good here at Newcastle, and he was good at Trackhouse Motorplex, and he was able to finally clinch that championship after quite some time of just waiting in major national championships. And again, this is obviously not the way that AJ Myers would have probably wanted to end it. He would have probably wanted 3 championships for sure this year, Alex, but on his return to single speed, he started off the year on a slower note, finding himself off the racetrack multiple times, so trying to get used to the racecraft in KA Senior, but towards the end of the year, he's flourished, and weekends like this is where he's for sure come to life.
Yeah, I mean, we know how strong he can be around Newcastle Motorsports Park, but this has been another level compared to the rest of the competition. I think the closest one to him has been Jose Carlos Hernandez all weekend long, but when it came down to it, AJ Myers just had a little bit more in the tank than everybody else to make it happen here.
AJ Myers, the final couple of corners coming up here for this man who has shown his expertise. He's shown the maturity of what it takes to be fast at this class, on a class that's usually, you know, riddled by younger drivers, and he's been, you know, the veteran of the sport, the old guy, you can say, but it seems like he's still 15 years old driving this go-kart. And in 2024, for the Magic Man, in K8 Senior on his return to single speed, he wins the championship at the United States Pro Kart Series.
Further back, Lemke, Hernandez, James Overbeck finishes in 4th, and at the end of it all, Connor Ferris almost gets to the rear bumper of Ryan Persing for 5th. Here goes Finn Bailiff. He crosses the line to finish in 7th. Oliver Calvo almost gets caught by Mick Gabriel. We saw that battle with Wheeler and Venkatesh. Ultimately, Wheeler rounds out your top 10. Perkins there in 12th. But for AJ Myers, what a dominant performance all weekend long. But in this main event, was there ever a doubt, Caleb?
No, not at all. AJ Myers, and I'm sure he's going to be super happy about that one. Able to get it done there. And again, a couple of the big movers, a couple of the big notables here on your results screen. Eli Warren up 24 spots. What a drive by Eli Warren as well. Oliver Calvo in the heat races, but couldn't make much of it in the main event. A couple of other big movers here further back in the order. Fernando Luque finished 20th. And a lot more as well. Bonilla, one of the big ones here, down in 26th after putting it off the racetrack. Hoffman's up 8. 11 spots gained for Liam Gray. And go back to the rest of the field. A couple of drivers that couldn't finish this round, unfortunately, for Colin Royce, Ibrahim Din, Michael Boyatzis, Max Altman, Hudson Brown. Not even to close this one out. Hudson Brown had a mechanical every bumper coming loose. Pickup getting set to go underway here in K100 Senior, but your champion in 2024, AJ Myers and the Magic Kart team get it done here at the United States Pro Kart Series. We'll be right back with more championships yet to be decided live from Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the final round of the United States Pro Kart Series here in 2024. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth, Alexander Searle. And we're already down, we're down 3 races already, and still about 4 more to go here this weekend. Starting off with your mini Swifts, then into X30 Junior, KA Master, and your X30 Pros. But this class has been one of the interesting ones as Benja Fernandez finds himself off the racetrack. Something is broken on that SLA kart racing machine. No idea what it could be, but Benja Fernandez, loose wheel it looks like there for Benja. Unfortunate sequence of events, but here's your starting lineup. Parker Ives needs to finish 7th in this race if he wants to win this championship, and that's obviously given the situations. If Ashton Woon is to win this race, Ives needs to finish 7th or better, and starting 19 is definitely not going to fall into his hands here, Alex.
Yeah, as the race goes on, we'll continue to give you the updates on the championship. There's a lot more at stake than just a 1v1 situation. There's actually 4 drivers that enter this race with a pretty decent chance at taking it from Parker Ives. Green flag is out, entering turn number 1. Katowski leads, Orbezo on the inside of Woon, who cannot afford to have a bad start to this one. It's the dream start for Super Tunes. Samet drops a tire. He'll lose a handful of spots to Alex Chandler.
And then side by side, Ashton Woon and Nico Katowski fighting it out here for the lead of the race. Woon gonna lose a couple there. Santillan gets through, Orbezo through there as well, and everybody working their way through. The 90-degree left-hander, Aston White, they're on the inside of Vega. Samet looking to make up a couple in this group as well, but single file on the exit. Nico Katowski is pulling away from the field here the more that they fight from second on back, Alex. And we were looking out on the racetrack, and you're starting to see a little bit of a dry line start to form. We're still very far from slicks. Don't get it mixed up, but again, we're starting to see just that little bit of a dry line, and we may see some dry races maybe at the end of the day here.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting very quick here as we get side-by-side action. Maxwell Macha out of nowhere. He's been pretty quick, but he's been outside your top 10 for majority of this weekend. He finds himself second, gets around Orbezo as you see pushing and shoving all the way down towards I-70. Orbezo on the inside. Woon's going to help him through. Here comes Alex Chandler as well. Orbezo through, Chandler on the inside of both of them. Woon's going to fall back but rip the outside. Marco Samet now to third. Now briefly, here's the championship scenario. Ives started this race in 19th. He needs to finish 7th, and that's if Woon wins. If Vega wins, Ives needs 9th. And if Samet wins, Ives needs 11th. Where is Parker Ives after lap number 1? We have to scroll down quite a bit here.
Parker
25th.
Something happened to Parker Ives, or I don't know if he wasn't able to get moves done there on the start, but it's showing that he's a couple of hundreds back from Enzo De Janeiro on the racetrack. There's Parker Ives right behind Enzo De Janeiro, so Ives didn't get the start it seems like he needed to make up a couple, but he has a long race ahead of him. We're only 1 lap into this race. We're on lap number 2 out of 16, so he still has a lot of time to kind of get moves done here in this one, and this is exactly how it starts. On Enzo De Janeiro, able to get through now.
This summarizes Parker Ives' weekend, though. I mean, it seems like he just cannot get out of his own way, and it's not his fault. He's had mechanical issues throughout the heat races. He's found the grass multiple times as Alex Chandler finds the grass there, and he's going to lose a handful of spots. This helps Parker Ives in this case, as long as Ives can get through as well. So the more they battle up front, one, it's going to bring Ives through, and you increase the chances of attrition rates going up the more you get side-by-side contact.
Nico Katowski as well. This kid has never won a national race before, and in only his first year of karting to be leading a race here, Alex, is absolutely insane for that J&M SLA kart racing team that's just has worked hard all year long, has brought Diego Ramos under the tent as well to help them develop, and Katowski is for sure making all that kind of fall into play here as Isaac Payne there going a little wide, and he continues to battle with Santillan Vega in this group as well. Looking to get into the mix, but everybody else, the more that they fight for second on back, this is exactly what Katowski needs, one, to win this race and become a first-time national race winner, and for Parker Ives to make up a couple of spots. And just as we were saying this track was drying up, it starts to rain again.
Yeah, identical to yesterday, where every chance that we thought we were going to get some dry racing, the rain comes back. Samet through on the inside of Orbezo. No over-under move there. Good move for Samet. Good move for fast Aston Wyatt on the inside of Maxwell Macha as well.
These drivers still battling it out. Aston Wyatt on the Nitro kart, fighting with Nicholas Orbezo, and then There's a big battle further back. Looks like Paxton Romero, one of the drivers on the edge of the top 10 there in the Benek machine, taking the fight up to Isaac Payne and Valentino Santillan right behind him. Ben Gleberman, the driver that's right there, kind of trying to take the fight as well to the drivers right ahead of him. And there goes Paxton Romero looking for a move on the inside. Stops back in a line. Everybody else, there he goes. Romero set that up quite nicely, side by side in between him and Isaac Payne, all the way down to turn number 1. And Santillan just stuck in the middle here. It looks like Payne's going to have to concede there, Alex.
Yeah, further up the field, Vega thought about a move on Maxwell Macha. Royce Vega, he needs a couple more spots here to increase his chances at a title. Like I said earlier, if he wins, Ives needs 9th. Right now, Ives is just inside the top 20. Here's Parker Ives now behind, right in front of Alex Chandler, sorry. So Chandler fell all the way back to 21st, I believe, in this one, 20th, as Ives up to 19th behind William Vitor. Then you get Nachawati, Murad, Jimenez, Walcott, Nicholas Mose. Luckily for Ives, you go all the way up to 13th. It's one long train, and then it separates to that next lead group. So Parker Ives, if he can make easy work of this next group in the next couple of laps, it's back on for RPM.
Yeah, Parker Ives going to really have to dig here, Alex, to kind of to get that done here in this race. But all the battling and all the racing that's kind of been going on in this race is as well going to help Parker Ives as this race progresses. And you see him there right by one of the Paralympic machines of Walcott, who sends Bashi Jimenez way off the racetrack. Bashi is into the grass, not able to rejoin yet, but that's going to make it easy for Parker Ives to gain 2 spots in the process.
That's exactly what Parker Ives needs to do. Play it conservative and just let the race come to you. Marco Samet wants to create his own destiny. He's through to the inside. Aston White's going to push him through further back. Santillan, Payne, and Romero still going after it for that 8th place spot.
There's the battle here for second once again with Aston Wyatt, Marco Samet. Wyatt's done a good job here in the rain on what's a one-off for him with the Ryan Perry Motorsports camp on that Nitro Kart machine. You know, with the Brell contingent and with Alan Rudolph not here this weekend, a little bit of a different change for Aston Wyatt. He finds himself in a podium position in wet weather conditions. So Wyatt's doing a good job as Samet drops a little tire there into the mud. This could help Wyatt up as well, get up to the 2nd spot here. Gonna really have to try and get going, but this is the lead Nitro Kart in his first race on the package. As Samet goes a little wide there and off the racetrack for Marco Samet in the BJR MTR Len Kart. He's off the racetrack, and that championship kind of falls apart for him here as he was sitting in the 2nd spot. And unfortunate there for Marco Samet, and Ives continues to work his way up the field. He's up to 16th with Murad right ahead of him.
It's starting to come back to the 148 machine. Parker Ives now all low the rear bumper of Murad here to enter the I-70 corner. Ives going to look to the inside there. Let's see if he can make that move stick. Speaking of making moves stick, Royce Vega up into the dirt through the dog leg to make something happen. Or Bezo's going to hold on to that spot, though.
Well, you have side-by-side there further back with Valentino Santillan and it was Paxton Romero. Go side-by-side on our end as well with A.J. Myers, your 2024 KA100 Senior Champion. And A.J., already one championship to your name this year and a single-speed championship for you. That was supposed to be a fun weekend or a fun year. I mean, looking back at the whole year in review, how good does it feel to clinch this championship here this weekend?
I mean, it's great. The year slow. We didn't expect to race KA, and Houston, we weren't the fastest. I was just kind of managing, ended up getting shuffled off into the race, so it wasn't the best start. But after that, it was, I don't know, top 5s after top 5s. GoPro was the fastest kart out there, and then it was second, first. So we really ended the year strong and really dialed in the package as the year went on.
Well, how would you summarize this weekend as a whole? I mean, it's gone nearly picture perfect for you. I mean, how good does it feel to end the regular season on a high?
No, it's great. I think this might be my first KA senior win, so it's great. It's a tough thing to win in the dry, and in the wet, the odds were in my favor, and the car was great, the engine's been great, and just had to keep it on the track there.
And I know you were, me and Alex were kind of messing with you, telling you that next year you should move up to X30 Pro. Is that still in the books for you? Are you looking for another single-speed championship maybe next year?
I think if I come back to single-speed racing next year, I'll definitely take that step up to there. We just have more program ready in the KA, so that's what we jumped into. We've shown that package is a winning package, so maybe next year we try and show them what's up in X30. But those guys are really good up there, and it'll be fun.
Who'd you like to thank for this championship as well and putting this all together for you this year, AJ?
Yeah, BBS Race Engines, very strong all year. They're my friends for life. Magic Kart, also friends for life. Everybody out there, there's too many to name. It's a great team.
Well, thank you very much, AJ, and we'll see you sometime soon as well. Maybe, well, obviously in Vegas. That's probably the next time we'll see you. Best of luck, AJ.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, you guys had from AJ Myers, and how about it for the Magic Man, able to get it done this weekend in KA Seniors. So, congrats to AJ Myers there.
Yeah, he said a good point there. I believe he is right on the aspect that, you know, it is his first KA Senior win on the national level, especially. And so for AJ, it goes to show you don't always have to be the fastest guy on the racetrack. You just got to be most consistent to go out there and win a title. But I think it's pretty clear and easy to say that he has, at most times this year, been in contention for the win and have not had one of the best chances at it too. So for AJ to finally make it happen, and in tricky conditions like this, goes to show you how good of a driver he is. Back out towards the front of the field, Marco Samet on the inside of Maxwell Macha. He's back through into the top 5 as well.
Maxwell Macha gets himself into the top 5 there as they work their way into turn number 1. There's Valentino Santillan and Paxton Romero still fighting it out for the second for this group further back on the edge of the top 10. And this is a battle all the way up where Marco Samet has found himself back into Orbezo in there as well. He fell back a couple of spots. Nicholas Mose is right behind him, but Orbezo fell back and down the order while we were away. And now this battle further back with Ben Glaberman and Isaac Payne, Paxton Romero, they continue to go side by side, and we'll see if Ives down in 14th can get up there, because he's getting closer to the group with Mika Baruch, Mose, and Santillan, and he's right there. Parker Ives is in the hunt here, and he wants to see all this battling. He wants to see it get worse.
Yeah, at this stage in the race, I mean, the driver closest to him in the championship is, in fact, Ashton Woon, and he sits 3rd, Samet 4th, Vega 6th. Those are his 3 competitors for the title. I mentioned it earlier. If Woon wins, Ives needs 7th. I'll have to get clarification on where Ives needs to finish if Woon finishes 2nd or 3rd, for example, but presumably that means Ives needs to finish even further, or he doesn't have to finish as far up the field as he would if Woon were to win. But Ives probably doesn't know the exact scenario in his head. He just knows how to drive fast. And right now, you mentioned he's getting close to the bumper. He's there. He's 2 kart lengths back from Nico Orbezo. And from there, you can see the train. Parker Ives can visibly see, or maybe not with the spray, but Marco Samet only entering turn 1 when he was through the dog leg to the far straightaway as Santillan is getting held around the outside by Mika Baruch. This is just eye candy almost for Parker Ives in terms of his chance of the championship.
Go down here up the straightaway. Up the straightaway this time by Nico Orbezo, Parker Ives right there in tow of each other. And there's Valentino Santillan closing the gap down on Mika Baruch further back in this field. Ives looking on a move on Orbezo on the inside. Parker Ives looks to get clear. Orbezo going to over-under him. We're going to go side by side into the showcase corners, and Ives able to get through. Orbezo not happy with Ives around the outside.
That was a good move from Parker Ives there, just using the rain line to help him get some more grip, and that's one more spot up the books for the RPM driver as he enters the showcase corner, and he can see more fighting up in front of him. He sees the likes of Santillan going after Nicholas Mose. That's the fight for 10th and 11th. And I got to say, Parker Ives right now, he wasn't the fastest through the heat races, struggled in the rain, but right now it's coming back to the Ryan Perry Motorsports driver through I-70. He's getting closer to Mo's rear bumper, and the more that he just continues to push with 6 to go here, the better his chances are at securing a title as Samet uses the front bumper on Royce Vega. Good driving for both of them to keep it on the racetrack.
They're both able to keep going there. Maxwell Macha as well. He's still locked in a battle with Isaac Payne there for 6th and 7th. Again, an update on your championship here. Still kind of heating up with Parker Ives getting closer and closer to Nicholas Mose. But it took him a while to get ahead of Nico Orbezo. So going to be very close when we get down to it. 10 laps down. And still about 6 more to go in this one, Alex.
This could get interesting.
It could very
Aston Wyatt
well
could actually close the gap. It was just under 4 seconds a couple laps ago. It's down to 2.5 seconds. I mean, last time by, Wyatt and Woon were identical to Katowski. Wyatt was 3 times quicker. But before then, they were taking away 3 to 4, sometimes 5 tenths a lap on Nico Katowski here after I-70 corner for Katowski. And that gap looks to be closing. There's 6 laps left in this main event. At this point, I think even at this pace, Katowski still has it, but we know things can happen in the rain. We'll have to see what the gap is this time around when we see 5 laps to go here. So Katowski crosses the line. Here goes fast Aston Wyatt. Half a second eaten out of that lead for Nico Katowski versus fast Aston Wyatt. He's pulled away from Ashton Woon, who's the closest contender in the title hunt to Parker Ives. But for Aston Wyatt, this has been an incredible second half of the race for the 121 machine, who's continuing to close the gap on Katowski.
And again, Aston Wyatt got a lot of experience running in the rain last weekend at Amarillo Kart Complex, and he's shown his pace here, and he's shown his pace so far this weekend. Looks to be closing in on Katowski. Like you said there, he was half a second quicker than Nico. And again, these two drivers in 1 and 2 are looking for a national race victory this weekend, their first for each in this class. And Katowski only been racing for a year. Aston's been racing for quite some time as Ashton Woon's off the racetrack. Ashton Woon is off and out of this race. Parker Ives as well. Parker Ives is off the racetrack and out of this race here. Heartbreak for Parker Ives. I don't know if he's still going to be safe in this championship, Alex, with Woon that's out, but heartbreak for these two kids that were fighting for a championship here this weekend.
This has opened the door for Marco Sammet and Royce Vega. As it stands at the moment, I think the tide has shifted to the Bennick machine of Royce Vega here, Caleb.
Royce Vega, the kid from Dallas, Texas, finds himself in the best shot for a national championship here in 2024 at the United States Pro Kart Series. Marco Sammet, the only driver on the racetrack that could deny him from that. But again, Sammet's going to have to really pick up the pace to catch up as Vega continues to pull away. But that Bennick team is in the best shot for this championship here. But heartbreak for Super Tune USA and heartbreak for the Ryan Perry Motorsports camp of Ashton Woon and of Parker Ives as well. Those two drivers just, man, we missed what happened there with Woon as we were following along with Aston Wyatt on who continues to break to close down the gap on Nico Katowski with just about 4 laps to go here, Alex. But man, oh man, this race has just gone upside down in the championship.
This is what happens when you have a really close title decider, as Marco Sammet for the second time this race drops it. And that's going to cost him a chance here, or at least just further down the order, worsening his chances here at a title. Here's a look at the lead. Katowski and Wyatt. It was 1.6 last time by. The last 3 laps in a row, Aston Wyatt has been half a second a lap faster than Nico Katowski. What does it look like this time around as they see 4 laps to go? There goes Katowski. Wyatt 4 tenths quicker here. At this pace, he'll just get there.
These two kids here, I mean, have found themselves with bad luck all year long, and in a race that's a weekend, I should say, that's been of attrition all weekend long. Aston Wyatt and Nico Katowski have flourished here and have shown their pace in this mini Swift category. 2 drivers, and we're going to have a new national race winner here this weekend, Alex. We don't know who it's going to be because Aston Wyatt continues to close down corner by corner, lap by lap. This kid is going fast around Newcastle Motorsports Park. He gets closer and closer to Katowski here. In that entire J&M team, I'm sure they're looking on as their driver is getting reeled in by Aston Wyatt, and I'm sure Sean Wyatt, Aston's dad, is looking on as well from the fence line with nerves, just on the verge of their maiden national race victory here. Wyatt gets closer this time by, and he looks about 3 car lengths away from Nico Katowski this time around. Wyatt gets even closer on the exit scoreboard here, Alex.
This is a flyer of a lap for Aston Wyatt. It was 1.2. We don't even have to read the gaps anymore because it's down to about 4 kart lengths through I-70. You see Katowski choosing the higher line than Aston Wyatt at this stage in the race. I think the rain has stopped once again, but who knows how long that's going to remain that way. But I think now it's allowed Aston Wyatt's line to shift towards what we've seen all race long, 8/10 faster than Kwiatkowski last time by. Kwiatkowski again choosing the high side through one. Aston Wyatt going to the middle of the racetrack, and you see it requires more wheel on entry, but once the go-kart grips, I think that line that Aston Wyatt has figured out here is working for him.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt for sure has been getting creative, and Kwiatkowski now looks over his shoulder, sees that Aston Wyatt is right there already on the rear bumper here of the J&M Sodi machine. When is Aston Wyatt going to decide, or when is he going to try to make a move here on Kwiatkowski? He has to be careful because we know how tricky it still is out there. Even though this racetrack seems to be drying just a little bit, these conditions are still a question mark for everybody. They work their way through the showcase corners now into the green corner. We'll see what Wyatt can do. It looks like he had a much better exit than Kwiatkowski that time around. Stays in line, but these two kids have really took the fight to some of the kids that have been running all year long and have been running up at the front as well. Into the scoreboard corner we go. 2 sticks in the air the next time around, and we have a fight for the win on our hands here, Alex.
Here we go, down towards I-70. The best chance for Aston Wyatt if he opts to take it, decides not to here. He's going to wait to at least 2 to go here to make a move. Kwiatkowski knows he's there. At this point, it does not matter who's the quickest. It's who's the best at defending, who's the best at attacking here. At Aston Wyatt, all low the rear bumper of Kwiatkowski. Through turn 1 they go. No move there for Aston Wyatt. He's playing it smart, playing it conservative. We've heard drivers say that throughout the weekend, that sometimes it's best to not even try to make a move and just force your driver into a mistake.
A lap and a half to go left in this race for Aston Wyatt and Nico Kwiatkowski, who's going to go almost a little bit defensive here on Wyatt, holding him at bay. And Wyatt's just biding his time right now, seeing where he can go, seeing where he's stronger than Nico Kwiatkowski. And we'll see if Aston Wyatt can look to make a move here in this lap and look to pull away on the final lap, because we have seen the 1-lap pace that Wyatt has had. And it's just surprising on his first race on the package, on his first race with his team, he catapults himself all the way to the front on what's a one-off for him. And into the scoreboard corner we go. Green corner we go. Not close enough for Wyatt. And again, just the nerves, I imagine, for both families that are just waiting for their kids to have either a maiden national podium or a maiden national race victory here this weekend. Wyatt can have a really good run up the hill into the I-70 hairpin, and he's going to be patient. He's going to wait one more lap, Alex.
Smart stuff for Aston Wyatt. We've seen drivers go after it in rainy conditions or in damp conditions, and it cost them a lot of lap time to do so. And he knows that Royce Vega is not that close, but 5.2 seconds, if you battle for 2 or 3 laps, that's easy to close in. Now on the final lap, the gloves are off, they can go after it, and most likely Royce Vega will not be a factor in the overall race winning contention. Through turns 3 and down towards turn 4 we go. Kwiatkowski's actually starting to pull away, a slight gap here, but through 4, a really good exit for Aston Wyatt. Down towards 5, Kwiatkowski goes low, back to the high side, leaves the door open. Aston Wyatt's going to slide through. Aston Wyatt, your new leader.
Aston Wyatt goes through. Nico Kwiatkowski wanted to go right back. He's able to get the move done right before the cell tower hairpin. Aston Wyatt falls back to second. He's going to have about 3 more shots at Nico Kwiatkowski. Here, 3 major passing zones left on this racetrack that we've seen so far, but Wyatt's just going to have to keep it on the racetrack. Here's Kwiatkowski on the inside, Wyatt on the outside, looking to set something up through the green corner. Into scoreboard we go for the final time in Mini Swift here. Aston still on the outside. Kwiatkowski. Aston goes side by side with Kwiatkowski on the exit. Wyatt has a much better run. Kwiatkowski drops the tire into the mud here, up into the I-70 hairpin. Here one more time around. Wyatt's on the outside. Kwiatkowski's at the bottom. Can Wyatt set something up? He can't. Kwiatkowski gets to the lead here. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the end for 2 drivers that are looking for a national race win for the first time. Side by side, not enough for Wyatt. Nico Kwiatkowski, you're a national race winner.
And Royce Vega, provisionally, I think, has just stolen the Mini Swift title from the likes of Parker Ives, Salmon, and Ashton Woon. Drama here in Mini Swift. We'll have to confirm all of that, but we don't have to confirm who won this one. Nico Kwiatkowski has earned his maiden national win, because on pace, Aston Wyatt had it, but Nico Katowski saved enough to the end of that race, and just at the end of it all, I mean, you can't ask for much better. Clean driving, side by side, door to door, and at the end of the day, I mean, it's clean, efficient, and Nico Katowski earned that maiden win, and for Aston Wyatt, his maiden national win is coming.
No, yeah, for sure. And this weekend for Aston, and you know, he really showed his pace and pulled away from the rest of the field. I mean, Alex, those two drivers, like you said, provided clean racing, hard racing all the way through, and respect to Aston Wyatt, respect to Nico Katowski for keeping it clean all the way through. And Royce Vega, provisionally your champion in Mini Swift in 2024. And you go down to your next page here of results. Marco Sandett finishing 5th after what could have been more. Nico Urbezo just continuing to fall down the order. But heartbreak for Ashton Moon and Parker Ives, two drivers who were favorites for this United States Pro Kart Series champion. That being said, pickup getting set to go underway here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of Championship Sunday at the United States Pro Kart Series. We'll be right back after the break.
Level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Lunch break has begun here. Countdown to green at 32 minutes. But let's take you back to that Mini Swift race. Nico Katowski just became a first-time national race winner. Nico, walk me through that last lap, dude. It seemed like it was a very nerve-wracking one. You and Aston were going at it all the way through. Walk me through it.
Yeah, I was just trying to not defend because then he would cross me, and I was just waiting for him to pass and try to stay on the outside. And when I passed in the last corner, I was so happy, and yeah.
How does it feel to finally be a race winner, dude? I know you've only been driving for a year, but you're finally at the top step of the podium.
It feels really good because I really wanted it for a long time, so yeah.
And who would you like to thank for your first national race victory, Nico?
I'd like to thank my parents, J&M, my mechanic Emerson for always giving me the best kart, Vulture Engines, Diego Ramos for always helping me, Lucas, Italo too, and Anthony, my coach.
Well, Nico, thank you very much here for giving us the time to talk to you, and we'll see you soon, dude. Congrats on your first national race victory.
Thank you.
In 2024, did you know it when you crossed the line, or did you have to ask when you got back to the pits?
No, I knew because the two who were next to me in the championship, both DNF'd, so I knew that as long as I get top 3, I'll win it.
Yeah, and how does it feel to be a champion here at the United States Pro Kart Series in 2024?
It feels good. Going into this week, I was 247 points behind. We were just trying to get top 3 in the championship, but he DNF'd, so I won it.
Yeah, you came here, I guess, with low expectations, but they came out really high, and I know it's a big team behind you that puts it all together for you. Who would you like to thank for this race victory, or for this championship, I should say?
Bennick, my dad, my mom, Hacienda, Walgers,
you can thank your coaches, too, and everybody else. But Royce Vega there, your champion in 2024. Thank you very much, Royce, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from Royce Vega, your 2024 Mini Swift champion. We head into lunch break. We'll be back in about 29 minutes' time for your last 3 main events of the year. The countdown to green is over. We are back live here. X30 Junior, the first race back after the lunch break. We've already had multiple champions crowned this morning. X30 Junior, a close championship on paper in between Diego Ardiles and Jackson Wolney. Wolney starting on the pole position here today alongside Enzo Vidmontian. Lillian Scarborough and Michael McGoy on row number 2.
Further back, Augustus Toniolo, Tristan Murphy on row 3, Sarah Bradley, and your points leader, your points leader Diego Ardiles on row number 4, starting P8. Charlie Smith, Alexander Vanchev rounds out your top 10. Further back, you go back to RPM, Davin Roberts, and Peyton Westcott on the RPG Cosmic.
Dean Peterson and Cole Medeiros on row number 7. Naomi Garcia and William Kim on row number 8. You go back to 9 with Felipe Jesus Benito and Jose Halfin.
Jose Halfin there in 18. Further back, Bristol Borman, Hayden Fayen on all-girls row number 10 there. 19th and 20th. Max Weiland, Jackson Elefante, Fernando Zapata. Your field for X30 Junior. A bit of an update on the championship battle. We saw Jackson Wolney sweep the day in heats yesterday, but Ardiles entered this race with over 300 points to the good between himself and Jackson Wolney, his teammates. Even with the DNF he had in one of the heat races yesterday, it was good enough to put himself with a really good chance today. If Wolney wins the race, all Ardiles needs is to finish 19th.
Well, it's still a misting here at Newcastle Motorsports Park, Alex, and we were talking about expecting to see maybe some dry racing later on today. You can forget about that. I doubt we're going to see dry racing for the main event at the end of it. This is one of the final tries for Enzo Vidmontien to try and tie up the Geo Cup for Trinity Karting Group. $5,000 on the line for the Trinity Karting Group and the Rawson Performance Group. Mike Rawson has kept his contingent strong, and he has a good shot with Lillian Scarborough here as well, as Toniolo has been impressive this weekend up to this point. Vanchev looked like he had some sort of issue off the line as he gets back ahead of Peyton Westcott now. Slot back into where he's slated to start. But Geo Cup again. RPG holds on to it above Trinity Karting Group. Vidmontien, Chico Brown have been two of the biggest contributors to that championship for both of their respective teams. But with Jackson Wolney leading the charge here in X30 Junior, he looks to get himself in championship fight. So does Diego Ardiles. Already got one done, looking to get 2. Green flag in the air for X30 Junior. Side by side into turn number 1, and a good start already by Toniolo to get up to 3rd.
What a move for Augustus Toniolo. Look at that. Down the bottom of the racetrack goes Charlie Smith. That'll give him a couple of spots. Lillian Scarborough in turn 3. A 2-for-1 there for Lillian. Contact for the back. McGoy and Toniolo.
Toniolo was 2 tires up in the air there after contact with Michael McGoy, and then further back Ardiles already looking to make moves. Everybody side by side. McGoy has a send slides all the way to the top of the racetrack on Toniolo. McGoy's going to go right back, and here comes Tristan Murphy.
Murphy through on McGoy, so too is Toniolo. McGoy's feeling pretty racy early on. It must tell me that he feels like he has a really strong go-kart early on in this one. Ardiles right behind him. Look at this. McGoy wants to take 1 spot back and uses up Murphy in the process.
Murphy into the mud here, and everybody else further back looking to take advantage of that issue for Tristan Murphy, Peyton Fay, and Naomi Garcia. Max Weiland already looking to make up a couple of spots. Dean Peterson is in this group as well in the 729. This is the battle further back on the edge of the top 10. There's Alexander Vanchev as well. Whoa. Looking to go, and he's able to get through. Goes too deep on the brakes. Sends it off into the grass, and goes Max Weiland with him.
Just to show you how tricky that brake zone is into I-70 corner. I've seen it all weekend long whenever the rain starts to fall once again. And I got to say, this track looks to be getting more wet here, Caleb. I don't have any reports yet of if it's raining or not, but look at this. Roberts, 2 tires in the dirt, exit of turn 2. Tristan Murphy, that's a free spot up the field there. Further back, Dean Peterson moves a spot there to Jose Alfred.
Dean Peterson loses a spot there, and then you look on, still a very heavy mist here at Newcastle Motorsports Park. It hasn't let up one bit at all. This weekend, Alex, it's been almost wet session after wet session. The only dry test that we had was pretty much on Thursday for the first of the practice days, and after that it's just been wet conditions for everybody. Soaked shoes, soaked helmets, and Yeah, unfortunately, you saw on our social media today in the morning, everybody had their helmets on fans to try and dry them up after what was a very, very rough day yesterday that really got very, very wet. But back up at the front of the field, Jackson Warney has put a second on Enzo Vidamontien. Scarborough sits in the third spot. You see her teammate Antoniolo right behind her, looking to go deep in I-70. Toniolo gets through. Oh, Lillian Scarborough, that was a move for sure there, Alex.
Augustus Toniolo, we've spoken about him all day long, whether it's KA or X30 as Lillian Scarborough. I don't think she saw Michael McGoy on her outside in turn number 1, went back to the normal racing line, and kudos to the photographers there for getting out of the way of Michael McGoy backwards, facing the wrong direction in turn number 1. He's going to drop back to dead last.
Yeah, very, very well said there. Shout out to Ken Johnson and Kayla Johnson here this weekend with Studio 52. If you want to buy any photos, go to their website and buy a photo package from them here as well. But good to see Ken is all right, and as well another photographer that was out there on the racetrack almost got collected. So I'm good to see they're all right. And Davin Roberts, after issues in the heat races, he's working his way up ahead of Tristan Murphy now.
You saw Roberts drop it off the racetrack a couple laps ago. Has gotten right back around Tristan Murphy. So the RPM OTK machine's looking pretty good. Speaking of looking good, Diego Ardiles, not only for the championship, but his hunt towards a race victory or at least a podium. He's one spot off right now in 6th place, but chasing down Lillian Scarborough here. Look at the run up towards I-70. Later on the brakes, here goes Ardiles, and he is now through. Diego Ardiles up to 5th, started in 9th.
Work our way through 4 laps completed in this race so far, and Ardiles now making up a good couple of spots. He just needs to finish this race really to clinch his championship, and he'd go back-to-back United States Pro Kart Series championships here as well. So doing a good job for Diego Ardiles, top 4, chasing down Toniolo next. Scarborough fell back, and then right behind them, Charlie Smith, the first of the National Motorsports machines behind Lillian. So Charlie now a car length away from Lillian. See if he's going to attempt to move in a couple of corners, and it's going to be now Charlie Smith. How about that? Scarborough can't even get the over-under move done. Smith is up a spot, and we're seeing a lot of late lunges there, Alex, and they seem to be working so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the rain. The normal racing line is usually the wrong line, but if you go underneath the rubber completely, you can actually catch yourself with a chance at a pretty decently grippy entry to the corner. AJ was telling us yesterday, right, the only issue with doing that sort of move is on the exit, you're 5-10 miles an hour slower than the guy behind you, but if you make it work like Charlie Smith does and pull up right in front of their front bumper and stop their chances of going for the over-under move, that's when the move can actually pay off. And so for Charlie Smith, it was a great move. He didn't lose too much time to Ardiles in front. And Scarborough now, after making her way up to 3rd at the highest point in this race, down in 6th now, as I gotta say, we've spoken about him many times today, but Augustus Toniolo has been a rocket ship as one of the Speed Concepts Racing's drivers there. That's William Kim, I think, off the racetrack, and just going to show you how tough it is to even re-enter there. Just gets into the puddle, and it's a lot of wheel spin, but back to the front, Toniolo, a rocket ship. Last time by was about half a second faster than your leader, Jackson Wolney, and yesterday, the biggest thing stopping Toniolo from a race victory in heat races, or at least a good result, was luck, track position, and just overall qualifying starting spot. But since then, in the races, he was almost untouchable lap time-wise. I think consistency-wise, that's where Wolney and the rest of the field had a little bit more pace over Toniolo, but I think they've figured that out overnight. And the RPG Cosmic looks set for a career-best finish here.
Indeed, Toniolo as well had a good result in KA Junior earlier on today, putting himself on the map, and now fighting against Enzo Vidamontien for the 2nd spot. Made a good couple of moves to get himself up to where he is now on the edge of the podium. Now we'll see if Toniolo is going to go on Enzo Vidamontien, and he does. Inside, clear for Augustus Toniolo. Vidamontien falls back to 3rd.
Augustus Toniolo, last time around, was 3.5 tenths quicker than Jackson Wolney, who hasn't had to look back in 3 races. And as I say that, he looks back over his shoulder because I think he can start to feel the pressure for the first time all weekend. He qualified well. He did not lead a single lap in the heat races yesterday. Led all the laps in all 3 heat races. Swept the day in X30 Junior. Seemingly seemed untouchable. He has Austin Garrison as his mentor. He spoke to him earlier on in the day, and Wolney said, listen, it is so vital to have a driver like Garrison, rain or shine. But in the rainy conditions, Garrison has proved how quick he can be, dominating in the X30 Pro class. And now having a mentor like that for Wolney, there's no surprise to me that he's as quick as he is in the rain.
Yeah, Jackson Wolney all weekend long has definitely been putting on a clinic on this X30 Junior field, but Tony Olo is very, very rapid here, Alex. And again, you know he's not going to waste any time as soon as he gets up to Jackson Wolney this time by. We'll see what the lap times look like, but Tony Olo looks a little stronger here on that RPG Cosmic, and this could be big implications as well for the Geo Cup for the RPG contingent. Wolney a 122.038 for Augustus Tony Olo, 121.619. So Tony Olo is quicker to the inside into turn 3. Lick the stamp and send it. Augustus Tony Olo able to get clear on Jackson Wolney. What a send there over the curb. He's able to get clear into the lead of this race.
Jackson Wolney, how can you respond here? Pace-wise, I don't think he has what it takes to stick with Toniolo at this stage in the race, but maybe a late lunge, like we saw from Toniolo, can catch him off guard. But at this stage in the race, through Cell Tower we go. Augustus Toniolo is 11 laps away from a maiden X30 Junior National Race victory. Behind him, Wolney's getting caught by Vimatien, and all of them are getting caught by Diego Ardiles. Last time by a 121.6. He went purple a couple of laps ago at a 121.2, so don't count out the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Science Machine there at 4th.
This Speed Concepts Racing driver on the verge of back-to-back national championships here in KA Junior and in X30 Junior is definitely putting on a good showing here to close down his gap. And again, it was a weekend that started off slow for him with mechanical DNFs and other issues that just put him out of it. At the start, he's starting to close down his gap to the top 3, so look out for Ardiles to definitely be a factor here at the end of this one. His lap time's looking really good, a 121.604 for Diego Ardiles. He's faster than the top 3.
Took another 3/10 out of the lead between himself and Toniolo. Wolney and Vimatien right now seemingly not quick enough to hang with the RPG Cosmic, so the only hope for the rest of the field to make this a tighter pack so that other drivers can come back and have a chance at a race victory is the 793 of Diego Ardiles. We go a couple carts back. We go to Charlie Smith in 5th, 1.5 seconds back from Ardiles, and has a 2-second advantage over Peyton Westcott in 6th. Peyton Westcott up 5 positions in this race. Really good job for the RPG Cosmic driver, who we know she's fast in the rain. She proved it yesterday in the happy hour into the qualifying sessions, but ultimately the heat races didn't go her way. She's making her own luck here in this one, up to 6th.
Yeah, Peyton's lapping just a little bit quicker than Sarah Bradley right behind her, but for Peyton, she's about a half a second off to the lap times that Charlie Smith is running, and that's kind of equivalent to what the top 4 and 5 are running as well. And there goes the 7:12 of Charlie Smith. Lap times don't matter. Westcott just got a gift and a half there to get ahead of Charlie Smith after he put it off the racetrack. Charlie gonna fall way down the order here, and Westcott's into the top 5.
That was on cue, Caleb.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a commentator's curse there, I'd say, for sure, but it just goes to show you, again, he's not the first and maybe not the last driver to lose it on the entry of I-70. The brakes on there is so treacherous as you go downhill into the banked I-70 corner there. So for Charlie Smith, really unfortunate stuff. He was able to rejoin the racetrack and slot in line in 10th, right behind Naomi Garcia. So this race is not over for Charlie Smith, but I think at this point, I mean, compared to where he was up in that 4th spot, it's got to be a frustrating way to end the race and the season for him. But look at this, Diego Ardiles starting to find grip where nobody else can, going to the bottom of the racetrack, using curbs if he has to get the cart to rotate. We saw him do it earlier on in the weekend as well. He's one of the first drivers to explore that part of the racetrack. We saw Toniolo make his race leading pass in turn number 3, using the curb on the inside for rotation. Like I mentioned earlier, if you don't want to do the normal racing line where you have to go top side of the racetrack and you know, rip the top, so to speak, you can actually drive the bottom of the racetrack slightly. There's enough grip there. The issue is that middle of the corner where the grip starts to form up from the dry line normally. The issue is obviously your cart's going to slap the racetrack, and so that's what's happening to Diego Ardiles right now as he's trying just new parts of the racetrack to make it move stick.
Look back on here with the battle for second. Enzo Vidamontian and Woni still second on back, continuing to battle it out here, and they're staying pretty much in line for now, and that gap to Toniolo still opens up here a little bit, about a second and a half back to second on back with Vidamontian, Ardiles, and Jackson Woni here as well. So this battle's going to start to heat up as Enzo Vidamontian looking on the inside now. Jackson and Woni side by side. Woni drops the tire off the racetrack. And Diego Ardiles gets up to third. The two SCR Red Speed carts are third and fourth now, respectively.
Jackson Woni is as far back as we've seen him all weekend long in any sorts of racing action. So Woni now has it all to play for here, down in fourth place. Nobody's quick enough to catch up to Augusto Toniolo at this stage in the race. 1.7 second lead now, 10 laps into an 18-lap main event. Ardiles, though, looks set to maybe finish second in this one at the moment. Up to the rear bumper of Enzo Vidamontian through one. Decides not to make a move stick, but here we go, through two and into turn number 3. We've seen moves here before if you want to do it. Does Ardiles decide to? No, he's going to play it safe through the normal racing line where you know the grip is. Through 4, one of the slickest parts of the racetrack if you get it wrong there, and I think Ardiles didn't get as good of a run on Vidamontian as he would have liked, so he's going to have to regroup here and see where it is that he can get around Vidamontian at the moment. So as this field continues to spread out, let's go back to that battle for 6th. Sarah Bradley has climbed her way up on the Sodi machine for Speed Constance Racing up to P6. So behind Peyton Westcott, look at this battle. Bradley and Tristan Murphy, the Super Tune OTK driver, he's been in the wars throughout this race so far, but nonetheless, he's still maintaining that 7th place spot, and he has his sights set now on Sarah Bradley.
And again here on Augustus Toniolo's his first regular season race in Summer Nats in 2021. In 2022, he finished 5th at the Super Nationals in KA, but he makes his return here this weekend with the Uralison Performance Group contingent. As now up the hill, Tristan Murphy able to get clear on Sarah Bradley, and look out for the over-under here. Bradley able to make that nice and easy, get it back down there. And again, speaking to a couple of drivers, that shows you why they aren't defending so much here this weekend, because it's so easy to make over-unders like that. And you heard from the likes of for our Mini Swift race winner Nico Katowski on how his strategy going into it was not to try to defend because of how easy it was to set up over-under moves, and that's exactly what we saw there by Sarah to be able to get that done.
Sarah Bradley and Tristan Murphy right now are actually catching the likes of Peyton Westcott, and this is provisionally the battle for the final spot on the podium here. So this means a lot to the drivers, right? To go get that hardware at the end of a long and rainy weekend. So for Sarah Bradley right now, she's looking to catch up to Westcott and looking pretty good so far. Last time around, 4/10 faster than Peyton Westcott, quicker than Murphy as well on the last lap, and looking like this lap as well. So that Sodi machine under the Speed Concept Racing tent looks to be rolling in the latter stage of this race. There's 7 to go, 6 to go next time they cross the stripe, and this is the closest battle we have on the racetrack as it stands. Further back, the next closest battle, we have the National Motorsports machinist Charlie Smith down in 10th, Lillian Scarborough on his bumper as well.
Work our way through here for this X30 Junior race. Ardiles looked to take a peek there on Enzo Vidamontian, and just sideways on the brakes there. Gap's pretty much spread out throughout this race. Closest battle we have now is back to 12th with Alexander Vanchev, Michael McGoy, Lillian Scarborough for 11th, 12th, and 13th. Back there, they're coming across just now right after this group here. Naomi Garcia, and here's that battle that we were talking about here. McGoy, Scarborough, drivers that found themselves up the order, and it all just kind of fell apart throughout this race. And there goes McGoy looking on Scarborough side by side. McGoy's able to get through now on Scarborough. He's up to 11th now, and there goes Alexander Vanchev. What a send by him over the curve.
to give you an idea of
how get that done, yeah.
To give you an idea of how impressive this drive is for Michael McGoy, if you remember correctly, a couple laps or more than half the race ago, Lillian Scarborough actually accidentally moved McGoy off the racetrack in turn 1. He was spun around backwards, facing the field basically in the dirt. He's driven himself back up to get around Lillian Scarborough a second time there. So I think Scarborough must have had an issue somewhere throughout this race as well, because her pace has fallen off quite a bit in comparison to what she had in the heat races, which was an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah, indeed here, Alex, is look back on with your top 3, Argiles, Enzo Vidmontien. They're in a turn number 1, and not much in between these two drivers still. Again, they shared a really, really good battle at the end of their race earlier today at K100 Junior, and now they do it again here in X30. Vidmontien just pulls a little bit away there on the exit of the Scale Tower corner and able to get away. Talk about RPG Cosmics being quick so far this weekend. Martin Stone standing by here trackside with us. Martin, a good weekend for you so far to put yourself in podium contention here this weekend, but I know you're a driver that likes to go out there and win every single race. What are you kind of missing to get up there to Nicky, because it seems like he's been really fast in the rain?
I think, well, the open tyre definitely hasn't helped us this weekend, where some of the other master drivers have gone new tyre nearly every heat, whereas we've had the same set throughout the heats and qualifying. So I think now we're all on the same tyre, we should definitely have an advantage. And I feel like we were very, very good in these conditions versus the monsoon conditions we had in the last week yesterday.
Looking at the racetrack right now, obviously you haven't been out there since the warm-up session, but what can you analyze that you've seen just watching your junior drivers go out there and do battle?
I think it's very similar to warm-up, so I think we're in a very good position going out now. Just look very, very similar.
And as well for you, you're second in the championship as well behind Nicky Coelho. I know it's going to be a long shot now with the performance that Nicky had in the heat races, but I guess how are you feeling coming into the main event? You guys feel like you got it figured out?
It's just another race. I'm not thinking about points or anything. I've just got to go out there and win, and whatever happens, happens. I've had my fair share of bad luck this year, so yeah, we'll see. It's racing, so anything can happen.
Well, thank you very much for speaking with us, Martin, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you guys have it from Martin Stone, second in the championship, and again, he said it best. Had his fair share of bad luck at the start of this year. He started off with the Ryan Perry Motorsports camp, and then moved over to the Rawson Performance Group. And as well, Martin Stone, big story behind him. He was Lando Norris's mechanic back when Lando won the karting world championships many years ago with Flynn Motorsports. And Martin, again, absolute wheelman that Martin is, and continues to impress us every single time that he hits the racetrack. So good to see Martin back out there. And we'll look to speak to some of our other Masters drivers that find themselves in a good spot. Nicky Coelho, another one of those. 481 has been really quick all weekend and all year, we should say. There, Alex, but the battle for second still very much the same. And you see Argiles kind of moving over to the side again, looking and you know, measuring, almost like testing his range. You know what I mean? I would compare it a lot to fighting. Whenever a fighter, the first couple of rounds, you're out there testing the range and feeling out your opponent. I think that's exactly what Diego Argiles is doing here at this point.
Yeah, well, it's one of the situations, right, where he knows going into this race that he probably didn't know exactly where he needs to finish, 19th, but you can do the mental math in your head of, listen, I came in with such a large points lead that even though Wolney swept the heat races, all he has to do is finish decent, and that's good enough for the title. So I don't think he's too concerned about going for an over-opportunistic move and costing himself a chance at a title here. You see Argiles still liking that curb through the fast kink. I think part of that's just for visibility issues, part of that's probably just exploring the racetrack, and part of that's, I think it's working for him. He's getting the nice rotation out of the go-kart that Vidmontien is struggling to do. But at this stage, where in the hairpins, where the track, again, is in that awkward drying portion, but it's still just constant mist hitting the racetrack, so it's not really drying, but it's not getting any more wet because the rain tires are constantly evacuating water off the racetrack. It feels like a different racetrack every single lap, and you have no idea what's going to happen every corner you attack. And so for Argiles, I give these guys a lot of kudos because they just keep exploring new parts of the racetrack and you know, like you said, analyzing where he feels as though this point in the race he's quicker than Enzo Vidmontien. Nobody quick enough though for Augustus Toniolo, 4.5 seconds up the field. As you see Vidmontien deciding to try the bottom line through turn number 3. It was partially a defensive driving from Vidmontien, but I think part of it was, you know what, let's try this and let's see how it works. Ardiles tried it a couple laps ago.
Let's go down with Adam Kreppen, who's been working his way up the field all weekend long. Adam, mechanical issues for you in the qualifying session, but the heat races, you made it look easy, man. Walk me through how your weekend's been so far.
Oh yeah, qualifying was pretty frustrating. I just stupid mistake, jumped the curb and threw the chain, so I was pretty upset with myself after that, and I knew I had a lot of work to do throughout the heats. But yeah, fortunately it went well. Got a few breaks with some guys going off track and battling, so yeah, 2/3 and a 4th I think was the best I could have hoped for. So finally starting up the front, we'll see what we can do in the final.
How good do you feel now having to start from the back in the heat races? You don't have to do that here in the feature race, starting pretty far up the field. You feel confident you can drive up to the front and battle Coelho?
Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, I've made good progress through the field, but if you look at the times, Martin and Nicky are both really quick in the rain, and my times certainly weren't any better than theirs in Heat 2 and Heat 3. So it's still going to be tough. Hopefully I can at least slot in the 3rd at the start and make it a battle.
We'll wish you the best of luck, Adam, as you get ready for your race. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you guys have it from Adam Kreppen, and the battle for second is definitely heated up, but the driver out in the lead is going to give the Geo Cup one step closer to the Rawlison Performance Group and Augustus Toniolo, but Enzo Vidmontien, Diego Ardiles, your provisional champion in X30 Junior at the moment here. As long as he just keeps it on the racetrack, cannot afford to really DNF here, or else it would go the way of Jackson Wolney. And again, I think even then it may be close, but Ardiles, I think, is just going to hold off here and let Enzo Vidmontien hold on to that second spot. But for Diego Ardiles, he looks set to go back-to-back in junior categories, in championships here at the United States Pro Kart Series. This kid has come to life this year in 2024 and has done a good job of it, but out ahead, way ahead, rounding the second and last corner now, Augustus Toniolo has been the class so far this weekend, and again, he caught us all by surprise, and I'm sure he caught all his competitors by surprise as well. Mike Rawlson's going to have a smile on his face as well. The Geo Cup gets one step closer to RPG. Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Further back, handily there is Vidmontien at P2, but Ardiles knows it. Fist in the air, the number 1 was thrown up. Diego Ardiles, he wins the X30 Junior title here for the United States Pro Kart Series. Further back, Wolney crosses the stripe to finish in 4th. Westcott rounds out your top 5, but you can see what it means to Diego Ardiles. Not as dramatic as the KA Junior finale, but certainly still must feel really good for the Speed Concepts driver.
Yeah, again, you don't want to risk too much for no reward at all, because that championship was in his hands all the way through. A good showing for Jackson Wolney as well this weekend to finish 4th. Peyton Westcott rounds up your top 5. Murphy down in 6th. Sarah Bradley 7th. Bagoy 8th. Garcia, Davin Roberts, your top 10. Alexander Vanchep, Smith, Scarborough, Felipe Jesus Benito, Dean Peterson, your top 15.
Yeah, we go further back to round out your X30 Junior field to see Jose Halfin, Max Weiland, William Kim, Bristol Foreman, Comaderos, Jackson Elefante, Fernando Zapata, and Hayden Fan. Unfortunately not finishing this race for the RPG Cosmic Group, but congratulations to Augustus Toniolo and to Diego Ardiles for winning the X30 Junior national title.
Quick commercial break. When we come back, your KA Masters get set to hit the racetrack. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
KA Masters out onto the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup here. Nicky Coelho and Martin Stone have pulled away from the rest of the field this weekend. They're starting on the front row. Adam Kreppen, Lorenzo Mardan on row number 2. You go back to Pierce Baldus from Kansas, starting alongside Scott Kopp.
Yeah, you go further back to see Miguel Mir alongside David Galonia, Tyler Prestel, Corey Dominic for Technokart there in 10th place, Clay Settles, Kim Carapletti, your top 6 rows. Further back in 13th, Paul Lafante, Junior Dean, Remy Angel, Scott Carapletti, and Andre Isaac. Your field for the KA100 Masters drivers, but who could stop Nicky Coelho from sweeping the weekend? Can it be the driver alongside him, the Brit Martin Stone? Will it be the gold helmet of Adam Kreppen? He started in 19th in every single heat race yesterday, this time on row number 2.
Kreppen's going to see if he has a good enough piece to take the fight up to the top 2. Coelho and Martin Stone fighting for this championship here. Green flag in the air. Coelho off to a good start and a crowd Stone to the top of the racetrack here. Martin able to hold on around the outside. Everybody slipping and sliding here on the exit of 1.
Perfect start there for the inside row. Clean through the first couple of corners. Coelho, Stone, Kreppen, Laurent Mardan up to 4th. Further back, Pierce Baldus, Scott Kopp. No movers so far in this one. Everyone's just trying to keep it clean through the opening stages of this race. We heard Martin Stone say, just analyzing the racetrack, it looks similar to what it was in warm-up, but I think he's pretty accurate on that because the only rain we've gotten is slight mist, sometimes heavy, but it's been on and off, so it's tough conditions for these Masters guys, but nothing they can't handle. Look at this battle. That's the 438. That's Scott Kopp. He's fallen back a couple of spots there. He's fighting with Tyler Prestel now.
Yeah, Scott Kopp already with a win this year to his name at the Badger Kart Club in Wisconsin. So Scott finds himself in good position now, right behind Miguel Mir and Kreppen as well. All over the rear bumper here of Martin Stone on the opening lap. So Martin Kreppen, again, he didn't know if he had the pace or the piece on him to try and take the fight up to the top 2, but Adam Kreppen is absolutely flying in the early stages of this race, Alex, and really wanted to peek a nose on the inside. Doesn't, and Lorenzo Mardan in 4th. Closes in just bit by bit in that Technokart.
Adam Kreppen, I don't think he gave himself enough credit in that interview. I mean, I know the lap times from Coelho and Stone looked good, but whenever Adam Kreppen had clean air, nobody was faster than him. I mean, his lap times were identical to the leaders while making moves up front, and Junaid Din has spun around on the entry to turn number 1 there. Unfortunate for the Orsalon driver. He's going to fall back way down the order and have a lot to do to make up any spots in this long 18-lap main event. I got to say, though, Kreppen looks quicker than Stone at the moment. Nobody looks quicker than Nicky Coelho right now, already out of the frame, over a second lead for the Berlin driver.
And that's what kind of took the words right out of my mouth. He's absolutely flying on the opening lap here. Especially by being able to get out to the lead early, not having to worry about anything else, but just hitting his marks and going out there on the racetrack and putting down lap after lap, hitting his marks at every single corner is exactly what Coelho is out there doing, and doing really good. Martin Stone continuing to fall under fire here by Kreppen, Mardan, and Pierce Baldus. The two of them as well, staying in the single foul line this time by as we come to 3 laps complete.
Behind Kreppen, Lorenzo Mardan there. Not under fire from Pierce Baldus, but Pierce Baldus, another driver that I'd say yesterday was up and down throughout the heat races, ended up in the grass a couple of times, made some good moves throughout the weekend, and ultimately put him starting 5th in this race. Hasn't made or lost a spot up yet, but he's sticking tough with Laurenti Mardan for that battle for 4th. Further back, Miguel Mir and Scott Kopp starting to slowly go after it there for that 6th place spot. But a nice bit of field spread here for the KA100 Masters group. If anything, Pepin's pulling away now from Laurenti Mardan. And I got to say, last time around, Martin Stone quicker than Nicky Coelho. So the first half of the lap, I thought for a moment Coelho's pulling away, but I think now this might be shifting towards Martin Stone. We'll have to wait and see. So a lot of racing action left in this KA Masters feature race, but for Martin Stone, it's looking good to maybe take the fight to Nicky Coelho.
And again, you heard from Martin in his pre-race interview. He's just worried about taking it one race at a time and going out and winning this race, because he's, like you said, been plagued with bad luck all year long. And that's been the story for a lot of Brits that we know, especially in the paddock here. Same thing for Brandon Carr, same thing for Harley Keeble, and a lot of them just struggling, like we've been saying, for luck this year. And again, he's doing good so far, and fastest lap of the race on lap number 2. Looks to be inching him closer to Nicky Coelho, and this may be a really good battle on our hands. But RPG Cosmics here, going quick, and RPG that was flying out there on the racetrack here a couple of moments ago. Augustus Toniolo, dude, you were quick out there. Walk me through that race, because I know it wasn't easy, to say the least.
Yeah, of course, none of the racing is easy, but on the beginning we were not flying on the beginning. But after, when the tires were warming up, everything was getting better and better. And I see I had the speed, so I was going to fight for the win.
Augustus, you're not a driver we normally see here in the States on the national level. We know you run Vegas every single year, but really your first race like this since 2021. What does this mean to you to go out there and get that win for RPG?
Like, it means a lot for me, because it's the team that I raced in micro in 2021, and it was in this track that I win in micro, both finals, so it's a very important track for me.
And as well, you probably got your team boss $5,000 as well, as you guys put yourselves ahead of the team championships by another race. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you knew that going into it, but how does that feel, I guess, for helping the team out as well, win the team championship here at the USBKS?
I mean, I didn't know that, but I would do everything to help the team, because they help me every time, so I'm happy for them.
Well, who'd you like to thank for this race win and people who made it possible for you to come out here this weekend?
So I want to thank my mom, my aunt that's watching on the TV, my dad always for supporting me, and the team, Alex, always to be beside me always, so, and Johnny. Thank you all of you.
Well, congratulations, Augustus, and we'll look to see you hopefully sometime soon this year. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see you soon.
Well, there you guys have it from Augustus Toniolo, man. And great to hear from him as well, and a family-oriented kid as well. So huge shout-out to his aunt who's watching on at home, and to his family that made it possible for him to be out here this weekend. And he didn't even know it, but RPG goes one race ahead as well. Another race ahead, I should say. They're up by 2 in the Geo Cup, so good for them. More, I guess, reward for that team here this weekend as well. Baldus and Laurencio Mardan continuing to go at it here. Pierce Baldus, again, has just been given the shot here to Laurencio Mardan, and up ahead as well, Martin Stone. Another purple lap. That time around, he's able to close down the gap to Nicky Coelho here, and Baldus still continuing to fight, and this gap for the lead gets a lot closer this time around. Alex will stick around with them. I know Diego Ardiles is standing by with us, but Martin still looks like he has a good shot up to I-70, and he's going to go on the inside of Nicky Coelho, side by side on the exit. Stone's going to have to wait just a little bit, but go down with Diego Ardiles. Diego, 2 championships, 1 weekend for you. Walk me through that race with you. I know you pretty much gave Enzo that second spot, but how does it feel to go back-to-back in junior championships at USBKS?
Yeah, honestly, it feels unbelievable for me, for the team, for my family, for all the people that supports me. In the X30 final, I just tried to go out and just finish the race, not to crash. So I wasn't there to try to win. Of course, I wanted the best result possible, but I just didn't want to risk everything for the championship.
Diego, help us out here with some intel. We're watching the Masters guys go out there. It looks like it's slipping and sliding. What does the racetrack feel like right now, and what can we expect for X30 Pro?
Yeah, I think that the track is like intermediate. It's not like fully dry and it's not fully wet, so of course it gets like a lot slippery.
Yeah, and lastly here, I hear from Austin that you're looking to move up to senior next year. How are you feeling, I guess, going into that?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I want to start testing soon, and let's see how I do in senior.
Well, Diego, congratulations, and I'll give you this moment again to thank everybody who made it possible for you this year.
Again, first of all, God, my family, my team, my mechanics, and everyone that's been supporting me this year.
Well, Diego, congratulations, and we'll see you soon, dude. Congrats.
Thank you.
Back on the racetrack now, Martin Stone, Nicky Coelho going side by side there, and Stone able to stay ahead by a car length. Coelho in second, Kreppen up to third, and this is the first time that we've seen a battle for the lead in KA Masters. Martin Stone coming alive here in the mixed conditions. He's able to get ahead of Nicky Coelho, who's starting to fall off about 3 car lengths in between the RPG Cosmic and the Franklin Motorsports Merlin here. Alex, Coelho just, you know, he's going to fall under fire here shortly to Adam Kreppen.
Yeah, well, Nicky Coelho is actually fighting back on Martin Stone going into turn 1, but the outside line is the preferred way in the rain, and it's put him on the back foot for the remainder of this lap. And now Adam Kreppen is watching Martin Stone right off into the sunset here, and so he wants a chance at him. Look for the Gillard driver to look to make a move here momentarily. They go through the green corner now and entering the showcase corner. Do we see a late lunge from Kreppen? I think he's too far back at this point in the corner, but if he can get a decent exit into the I-70 corner, all of a sudden this could be game on again for Adam Kreppen. But I want to go back. I highlighted it earlier on in the race. I really don't think Kreppen gave himself enough credit. I mean, he did mention the 2 names in front of him, Coelho and Stone, will be the 2 that are going to give him the hardest time into this race, and that's exactly what's happened. But as the 401, it's a black and white flag. Martin Stone with the black and white flag there. Interesting to see, so I wonder what they're going to rule off with that. But again, it's just a black and white flag. They're just going to review the incident there for Martin Stone. But I don't think I didn't see anything too much that could warrant that, but interesting.
Yeah, I honestly didn't see anything either, but again, we're not out in every corner on the racetrack as well. Alex running from a TV screen, so we'll see what it is for Martin Stone. But for now, he has to run away from a penalty, and Coelho's in second, Kreppen in the 3rd spot. And again, the score in the Geo Cup was 5-4, 5 for Awesome Performance Group, 4 for Trinity Karting Group. And if Stone's able to close this one out, it would go the way 7-4, because Augustus Toniolo got a win to his name, which was 6, and then now with Stone would be 7. So this would be really good for RPG to win the team championship here at the United States Pro Kart Series. And Coelho starting to fall under fire here to Kreppen. We'll see when Kreppen decides to go. And again, you see that Franklin sticker on the front bumper of Kreppen. So you know these 2 drivers are very familiar with each other, and they're either going to work together here and try to push each other up to Martin Stone, or they're going to pass. And it looks like Kreppen wants to pass here, Alex.
Adam Kreppen thought about a move, but he's like, you know what? I'm going to wait to the exit of I-70 and maybe go into turn number 1 here through the dog leg to see halfway home here. They're on to lap number 9 of 18 here. And again, no move being made for Adam Kreppen. The more that he's stuck behind Nicky Coelho, who right now his go-kart is fading halfway through this race. Martin Stone is driving away, a 1:23.7 last time by versus a 1:24.2 and 24.1 for Coelho and Kreppen respectively here. That's 4/10 off the pace of the leader. So Kreppen needs to find a way to get around Coelho and fast.
Those 2 still pushing each other in symphony. Further back for a couple of drivers that had a good start to their weekend and then just kind of fell off. Clay Settles in 9th. That's a driver that we've talked about a lot. He's been victorious at Newcastle Motorsports Park before, and this weekend it just, hasn't been what he would have wanted. As Kreppen on the inside of Nicky Coelho, who just bogs down on the exit there of the green corner, Alex, and Kreppen's up to second now. We'll see what Kreppen can do with some clean air ahead and try and chase down Martin Stone. But Coelho, again, he had it all. He was in the lead of every single heat race, led all the way up until Martin Stone took the challenge to him, and now Coelho just doesn't seem to match the pace that the top 2 have.
Yeah, well, for Kreppen there, this is shades of the heat races yesterday where he got clean air, and from there it's all about unleashing the shackles on that Gillard machine and seeing how quick it can actually go. So this next lap will be the most representative lap time we have of Adam Kreppen to Martin Stone, but the gap is now 1.8 seconds to the RPG driver. Speaking of RPG, down on the grid, we have a driver that we haven't spoken to in many, many months, Aiden Ingrata. First of all, Aiden, what's it like being back in the States racing go-karts?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Racing against all these awesome drivers, Garrison, being teammates with Norberg, it's great. Just the weather, it's been very bad. We've been just guessing every single session, but I'm excited for the final. I mean, Garrison already clinched the title, I'm pretty sure, so we're both going to be fighting for the win, and I can't wait.
Well, you said you have to guess in these conditions. You guys have guessed pretty good in most of the races so far. I mean, you've been consistently part of the second fastest driver on the racetrack. What do you think you need to take it to Garrison?
I think every heat race we were getting closer yesterday. In warm-up, we just broke in the new tires, and I think that really benefited Garrison in the early stages of the heat races. So intermediate conditions, I'll be on 2-lap-old tires, and I think I just need to battle more. I was letting Garrison pull away a little bit the last heat race, and then at the end we were at close time, so I'll make it a little bit more interesting today.
Yeah, well, we're excited to hear that. But in heat race number 3, you were in the lead of the race, but we didn't have you on camera when you went off the racetrack. Walk me through what happened there, because it seemed like it was really, really coming down when you guys were out there.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just taking it easy, and I was like, so I tried the narrow line. It was not that bad the lap before, and then I tried the the outside line, and I just hydroplaned it off the racetrack. And then I went right behind Terlecki, and then I did it again. And then I was just being cautious after that. So, yeah, Heat 3 was definitely totally different than Heat 1 and Heat 2.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck, and hopefully you make it interesting for us up here in the booth. Best of luck, Aiden.
Thank you.
I think it's out from Aiden Ingrata, and again, he wasn't battling all too much, but he's just focused on, again, no championship for Aiden coming into the main event here shortly. He's just looking to go out there and have a good result and hopefully take some trophies back home with him here later on today. Brandon Carr standing by with us here as well. One of the Brits that's been super quick. Bad luck for Brandon all year long. But Brandon, it's been an okay weekend for you. Obviously not up to your standards, but how would you summarize your weekend up to this point coming into the main event?
Yeah, we struggled a little bit in practice and we just kept working on it in the heats, and we found a little bit of speed in the last heat yesterday. Practice was good this morning, so hopefully we can keep moving forward and see what we can do in the final.
These conditions you seem to flourish in. Yesterday, I think you threw it off the racetrack in the third heat, but so did everybody else. What do you think we can expect into the X30 Pro main event, as this track looks to be on the edge of drying up, but it's still pretty wet out there?
Yeah, looking at the track now, there's no spray, no standing water, but it's still drizzling in the air, so it's still going to be slippy and greasy out there because there's no rubber anymore, compared to last heat yesterday where there was a load of standing water.
How tough is it to make moves around this place with just the overall damp racetrack?
It's a challenge because there's only one line really. You can't pass tight, so you have to pass on the outside, and they're also on the outside. So it makes it a little bit harder, but you just got to pick the right corner and get it done for the first time instead of trying to pass them 4 times.
Well, Brandon, best of luck to you, buddy. We'll let you get back to your go-kart there and get ready for the race. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you have it from TKG's Brandon Carr, who I think if he can just find some luck going his way for once, could be on for a decent race. We know he loves these sort of conditions. The Brits do, as Martin Stone continues to pull away from Adam Kreppen. 1.8 seconds is the gap. I will say the last couple of laps, they've been matching each other lap after lap, but for Adam Kreppen needs a little bit more pace here if he wants to have a chance at taking it to the RPG Cosmic. 6 laps to go, 1/10 quicker with Adam Kreppen to Martin Stone. He needs a little bit more than that.
Kreppen, indeed, like you were saying, a 123.975 for Kreppen, a 124.071 for Martin Stone. And you can set in similar lap times to what Martin Stone is setting, but you need to continue to go faster and setting your personal best lap times at this stage when you're wanting to close down a gap as big as 2 seconds here. This is a battle further back in the field here with Scott Kopp and Miguel Mir. Again, Miguel Mir, just like Martin Stone, has been riddled with bad luck all year long. It seems like as well he was looking he holds the record for the longest regional rain and longest regional spell in Texas with 7 years back to back to back. and it ended this year, and it's just due to the bad luck that Miguel Mir's had. It all started back at AMR Homestead, fighting for a Winter Series championship, and that axle just completely fell apart for Miguel Mir, and then he finds himself here on what's been an up and down year at the United States Pro Kart Series. His championship reign ended last weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, the 3 series that Miguel Mir has done so far this year. So again, he's looking on to next year already, but he's going to want to end with a good result in the top 5 podium here at USPKS would definitely mean a lot for Miguel.
Yeah, well, right now he's 1 spot away from it, hunting down Scott Kopp, who's also hunting down Laurent Mardan. They're 4 seconds back from the next group, being Nicky Colello by himself in that 3rd place spot. So like you mentioned, all 3 of these drivers want to end the season off with a bang here to finish on the podium, which is top 5 at the United States Pro Kart Series. Behind Miguel Mir, you have to go quite a ways to see the 7th place driver. That's Tyler Prestel and Clay Settles. You mentioned they were going after it early on in this race. They're still going after it now. I have to wait about 4 seconds back. There's Prestel. Settles has actually just been passed by the likes of Pierce Baldus. Baldus early on this race was in the top 5. His race has gone from bad to worse, and now he's making it good again because he got around Clay Settles, and his comeback drive is on right now with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, the comeback drive there for Clay Settles for sure starting to come to life here. He's had to make a lot of moves throughout this race, but he's looking pretty good. Pierce Baldus and Settles have been fighting almost, it seems like, all race long. Tyler Prestel as well, one of the drivers that's getting himself in the mix here with 7th on back. Baldus now just right behind in the scoreboard hairpin, and they're going to rock it up this straightaway and up the hill. Baldus looks like he'd have a good run, but again, you heard from Kart, there's only one liner on this place as the fight up there with Laurencio Mardan and others continues to ramp up. We'll see what occurred there further back as well with the battle. Pierce Baldus was able to get through on Prestel. Settles lost a spot, but able to get clear of Prestel, so he actually gained a spot in the process. Baldus up to 7th, Settles up to 8th, Prestel up to 9th.
Tyler Prestel there, falling outside, or right towards that 9th place spot, like you mentioned. So Baldus up to 7th. This group of 3, though, is still about 5 seconds back, from this group. Laurent Mardan, Scott Kopp, Miguel Mir. This is the battle for the final spot on the podium. So this is 4th, 5th, and 6th. One of these 3 drivers will end up off the podium. Round the outside, Pierce Baldus tried to make it happen. Scott Kopp wanted to go for the bottom of the racetrack, just trying new lines. You heard Ingrata say in the heat yesterday when it was really coming down hard on the racetrack in terms of the rain. He wanted to try the inside line. It kind of worked for him. The outside line gave him some aquaplane. I think it's a little bit different on this style racetrack where there's not many puddles anymore. You're not going to aquaplane as often. You can still lock up pretty well, but aquaplaning it will be tougher to do, obviously, without the puddles out there on the racetrack. But nonetheless, you're seeing more and more drivers start to try a lower line into the corners. Most of them still playing it safe because it is a feature race, and you don't want to throw it off the racetrack on your own. But at the end of the day, you have to end up trying things if what you're doing isn't working in the moment.
This time by running out of laps here. 3 laps to go. 15 laps completed already in this K8 Masters race. And again, after this, your X30 pros are going to hit the racetrack. Austin Garrison looks to clinch his championship. His would be his 2nd, after doing some research last night, his 2nd national championship after winning the U.S. Open back many years ago. So we'll wait for them to hit the racetrack with the battle now with Martin Stone, Adam Kreppen with the lead of this race. Already some moves. Scott Kopp able to go on Laurencio Mardan, and as easy as that, Mardan sets up the over-under. He's able to get back clear.
What an over-under move for Laurent Mardan, who next time around they're going to see 2 laps to go. Miguel Mir wants in on the action as well into green corner. Couldn't make that move stick. Scott Kopp holds on to that 5th and final spot on the podium. Through showcase now, Mardan still in 4th. Kopp trying to follow his line through. I'll be curious to see if some drivers start to explore new parts of the racetrack here in order to make a move stick. Kopp's close here in I-70 if he wants it. Decides not to take it. Mardan going a little bit of a higher line than Scott Kopp. The difference is, I think the middle, the roll speed might be slightly better for Kopp, but then you lose it on the exit because Mardan, doing the higher line, will naturally get a slingshot onto the straightaway, and it's making it really difficult for Scott Kopp to get the run that he needs into turn number 1. Now, again, you see the same sort of deal. Turn number 2, Mardan, a higher line than Scott Kopp through 3. Look how close Scott Kopp is here through 4 as well. The two of them are battling. Miguel Mears back in on the mix as well with 2 to go.
Yeah, Miguel Meir very well in the fight here, and you see that front bumper from Miguel Meir. It's almost just black there with all the dirt that he's kind of picked up out on the racetrack, and it's just, it looks to be also pushed in just a little bit for Miguel Meir. And indeed, it does look pushed in there for Miguel. That front bumper, it seems like he made contact with somebody else at some point throughout this race. So unfortunate for Miguel, but he's still going to try and have some fun out there against Scott Kopp and against Laurencio Mardan. They continue to fight this time around. For Martin Stone, though, the white flag will be in the air as he's running the last corner now. And these drivers continuing to deliver us with some great racing action here, Alex. Still fighting out, and Martin Stone running up the last corner, a white flag in the air. One more go-around for your KA Masters.
One more time around to Newcastle Motorsports Park for Martin Stone and Adam Kreppen. But this is the battle we're going to continue to watch as Laurencio Mardan doing some carburetor adjustments. Miguel Meir sees the white flag. That's his time to shine. Miguel Meir to the inside, over under Scott Kopp, back through to 5th.
Yeah, and again, the same thing that we've seen all weekend long there. The over-unders, biggest key whenever you think about your X30 Pros later on today. Final lap well underway, and this is the battle just further back for Martin Stone, a driver who's has been in this championship this year, but he's just going to come up short, finish second in the championship, and help the team's championship out for RPG as well to get them another race clear. And there goes Mardan, still side by side with Scott Kopp. They continue to fight, and here comes Miguel Meir, looking to go on Scott Kopp inside. He's able to get clear.
Miguel Meir, I don't know if he fully cleared him there. Through the kink we go, and into green corner. Scott Kopp has gotten right back around Miguel Meir, but a bad exit. Meir around the outside. It becomes the inside for the kink. Into showcase, Miguel Meir now takes the 5th spot away, going defensive on Scott Kopp. That's going to give Mardan a lot of breathing room, but out front, it's RPG Cosmic. Martin Stone, the Brit, wins KA Masters. Kreppen behind him rounds out your top 2. Further back, we have to wait quite some time for Nicky Coelho. The battle for 4th commences here. Mardan is going to get it. Nicky Coelho finishes 3rd. Scott Kopp gets around the likes of Miguel Meir and I-70, and Meir thought he had that podium spot locked up, but what a run for Scott Kopp to get right back around the Orsalon driver there, and all that battling. It brought in Pierce Baldus and Clay Settles. They were 1 lap away from making that interesting for the battle for 5th. You see the celebrations there between Coelho and Martin Stone. Good sportsmanship, and to round it all off, Coelho doing just enough to clinch the KA Masters title.
The bad luck ended today here for Martin Stone. He wins in KA Masters, and for Nicky Coelho, he's your champion in 2024 at the United States Pro Kart Series. A couple of drivers not able to close this one out. The likes of Remy Angel, pretty much just the top 10. Finish this one out. Andre Isaac all the way down to Scott Carapolati, unable to close this one out. Coming up next, your X30 Pros get set to hit the racetrack here in a couple of moments. It's all going to unfold here. Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, Aiden Ingrata go head-to-head here in a couple of moments' time.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Well, welcome back here to the United States Pro Kart Series, and I think that gives you a little bit of a sneak peek to our commentators booth here. As always, my name is Caleb Jeska, Alexander Searle here alongside me. And you've heard of Kyle Cuthbertson on the Xander Clements podcast and with David Land on YouTube. Kyle, thank you very much for joining us here for the X30 Pro main event. It's been a long weekend up to this point, but it all ends here. It's been a long year as well. 5 rounds total in this championship, and it all comes down to this here, ladies and gentlemen. Austin Garrison comes into this weekend, or comes into this race, I should say, clinching up the championship, but a lot can still go wrong if he does get a technical DQ. And I know, Kyle, you've made and done all the math as well. What are the situations here where Austin Garrison could lose this championship? And I know it's a long shot.
Yeah, all he's got to do is take the green flag, and the only thing that could stop him from there is if he doesn't take the green flag or if he gets DQ'd from the event. So it's pretty cut and dry. What Austin Garrison needs to do is just take the green flag.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better situation if you're Austin Garrison, right? You mentioned it, right? He won the U.S. Open many years ago, but since then it's been a pretty big dry spell for a driver of his caliber, but he also hasn't ran a lot of full-time seasons since that point in the U.S. Open. So really his first time in a full season in quite some time for Garrison.
Correct.
And he's going to go 1-for-1 in that situation. So as long as he takes the green flag, like you mentioned, Kyle. So for Garrison, you can't ask for anything better than that. But I think race-wise, the track is as dry as I've seen it. I'm not going to say it's ready for slicks because that's not the case, but we could be on for a pretty interesting race. I think Aiden Ingrata is probably my pick to go out there and upset the field because Garrison knows the benefit that we have as commentators and as media is that, listen, Garrison knows the title's wrapped up basically.
Indeed.
It's all to play for. And so he doesn't have to go out there and play it safe. And Ingrata said it best in the interview. We're going to go out there and go head-to-head for a championship or for a race victory here. And I think Aiden Ingrata is one of the favorites to go out there and make the upset happen. Terlecki's another one. Norberg, spoke to him yesterday and this morning, you and I did, Caleb, and he said, listen, yesterday, that Heat 3 especially was the result of RPG and Ryan trying something, and it just didn't work. And he can admit to that, and I think he's lucky enough to roll off 4th in this one and not further back after the rough Heat 3 that he had.
Let's run you down your starting grid order here in your X30 Pro main event. Austin Garrison and Aiden Ingrata on row number 1, and Nicholas Terlecki and Ryan Norberg on row number 2.
You go further back to row 3 to see Paulie Massimino and the Brit Harley Keeble. Row 4, Alessandro D'Attulio and Brandon Carr.
Row number 5 be Donovan Bonilla starting P9 and Lucas DeLongchamp starting 10.
Get back to Austin Owens, Quentin McPherson, Gia Cicero, Henry Lepard, Ming Nanzu, and Brian Garcia at the tail end of the field on row number 8. And you made a good point there about Austin's first full season. I think the last full season that he had under his belt was back in 2019. It was the last time he ran a full season, and you give this guy a full season and a good package, he's gonna put it up there at the front like he has already this year. All 16 drivers getting set to go green for the final time here in United States Pro Kart Series racing action, and the final time in regular season action before we go to Las Vegas, Nevada for the Super Nationals at the end of the year. But this is it. Austin Garrison starting on the front row alongside his former student and Ingrata's new mentor right behind him in Ryan Norberg. Austin Garrison just has to take the green flag here to clinch it and can't get a technical DQ, but we're going to go racing here in X30 Pro. The green flag is out. Ingrata has a good jump on the outside. He's able to get clear. 3 wide all the way through. Harley Keeble's off the racetrack.
It's getting sloppy already here in the mid-pack. They were 3 wide. That was all started by D'Attulio going down the inside in turn number 2. It's the dream start for Ingrata. Garrison playing it safe, You see Carr going down the inside of the Tulio there. Austin Olds getting all sorts of sideways through 4.
Austin Olds was very sideways through there. Brandon Carr making good moves there. Hooks the front bumper of Lucas DeLongchamps, who's going to lose 2 spots to Bonilla. Contact further back. Henry Lepard, Gia Cicero, Garcia, and Austin Olds all get collected. Unfortunate for the rookie there, Kyle, who was really, we were expecting him to have a good showing here in this main event.
Yeah, unfortunate for Austin Olds getting caught up on lap 1. The one thing I thought was interesting on this first lap is you saw at the start Austin Garrison kind of putting his hand up, wondering what the heck was that. A dream start for Aiden Ingrata here.
Yeah, dream start for Aiden indeed, and now Austin going to have to have his sights set on Aiden. That gap is going to sit at over a second when they cross the stripe this next time around. And again, it's been quite some time since we've seen Ingrata in the national scene, and he's acting like he never left. And there goes ADT on Nicholas Terlecki in I-70, and you see the emphatic point forward there by ADT to tell Nick Terlecki to push forward and to work with me to get up to the top 3 and hopefully finish on the podium here.
I must say, we said it after a warm-up this morning. I said, watch out for the Interim S boys. I know Garrison and Norberg didn't see the racetrack during warm-up, but they went 1 and 2 to Tulio and Keeble did. So this is no surprise to me to see ADT far up the field early on in this one with Keeble getting pushed off the racetrack. Look for him to make moves throughout this one. You go to Terlecki and Brandon Carr. You saw Carr get after it at the end of the opening lap here, and Terlecki's a driver that I said to watch out for. He started 3rd in this race. I don't think the pace is there in the opening stages of this race right now, so he's falling to the clutches now of the Brit and Brandon Carr. We spoke to him earlier. He said, listen, this racetrack looks slick out there. It's going to start drying up with no rooster tails, but nonetheless, just the way this racetrack is designed with that seam in the middle, it's too early to go to slick tires here, and you're seeing drivers really struggle to make moves stick. He said there's one solid line that you can take, so making moves requires drivers to have to kind of use somebody on the outside.
I'll tell you what here, Kyle and Alex here as well, but this racetrack has been the driest that we've seen it all Sunday long, and Kyle, you have to start to think, how much are these drivers going to push their tires, because you need them to last for 20 laps here, and you could have them overheat, and you could really fall off the pace towards the end of it.
Well, it's been really interesting to watch here. It seems like everybody's still taking a rain line, but Brandon Carr has just been sending it on the inside. It's just been different. You noticed him a couple of corners here just being the one single guy to just send it down to the curb. ADT up here in 4th. I mean, this guy, this is just what he does. Doesn't matter the situation. Here we go, Brandon Carr once again sending it, slide job over Nick Terlecki. See, going down to the bottom, like I said, the only guy experimenting with that.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, because whenever he was making that move, he went over the curb in turn number 3 and then was able to kind of find enough pace to go on the inside of Nick Terlecki in the next corner, and that's helping him out. Paulie Massimino as well, taking a low line, but with Brandon Carr setting up that over-under perfectly, he's able to get back ahead, but more and more drivers are starting to experiment back with that normal racing line here, Alex.
I think this is going to be the line that we're going to start seeing a lot of drivers shift towards. Massimino now slides up the racetrack right in front of Brandon Carr. The perfect sort of slide job there for Paulie. So 2 go-karts in 3 corners for the BGR driver there. And further back behind Terlecki, you see Donovan Bonilla and Harley Keebles back in the mix as well in 9th. But for Bonilla, he's looking to take advantage of this battle that we have going on for that 6th position there. And there it is. Bonilla inside and through on Nick Terlecki. Here comes Keeble as well.
Yeah, Harley Keeble, after finding himself off the racetrack on the opening lap, he's closing in to fellow OTKs in Terlecki and Donovan Bonilla. Brandon Carr as well, there's fellow countryman. And up ahead as well, ADT looks to be closing in there on Ryan Norberg, but this battle continues to heat up. There goes Harley Keeble, a 2-for-1 move. Are you kidding me? Harley can only make one of them stick, but that was quite a move there, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm liking this, boys. This is looking like a dirt race. We have multiple grooves here at Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Yeah, and I think especially with how much dirt's getting on this racetrack as well, you can compare it a lot to a dirt race as well, with all the mud that's offline and with all these drivers starting to experiment as well. These 4 drivers are really letting Paulie Massimino start to run away with it here in 5th.
Yeah, I keep looking at Terlecki's go-kart there. I don't think so. I think he's got reins on, but he's the only go-kart that I actually cannot tell if it's slicks or rain tires on that OTD machine. I don't think the track is dry enough to handle it, but like you mentioned, Caleb, this is the driest that I have seen this racetrack becomes. So for the OTD driver, no, that is definitely rain tires on that 388 machine, but it looked for a moment like it was slicks, and I thought maybe this race could come back to him there, but nonetheless, still falling further back down the order. Keeble, we saw him go off the racetrack at the exit of turn number 1 on the opening lap. His comeback drive is still on this one. He's up to 8th now.
Yeah, Keeble has a pushback there. You can see that front bumper just rattling a little bit there. And indeed, that bumper is pushed back. And Garrison losing time to Aiden Ingrata up ahead. That gap is going to open up to even more than a second and a half as Keeble goes way too wide there on exit. Not wide enough. Terlecki drops the tire into the mud. It's getting elbows out racing here.
Yeah, some of these go-karts are starting to look like they've been through war. As you can see, as you said, Harley Keeble's front bumper is dangling a little bit, but that's not going to stop him from trying to keep moving forward.
Yeah, Keeble's still having a sight set forward. And again, when you look at the Circle of Champions here, Austin Garrison sits first, Tulio in second. And a P4 finish for ADT is going to help him out a lot to hold on to that second spot. Massimino sits in third, so a P5 for Paulie is going to fall into play for him. And then back to Ryan, who's currently third on the racetrack. But
just getting word.
Yeah.
Aiden Ingrata, a 3-second jump start penalty. Kyle, you called it. You said Garrison threw his hand up in the air saying, you know, what on earth just happened? How did I lose the start so easily there? It's because the outside lane got such a jump, too good of a jump, in fact. So Aiden Ingrata now, it's a race against time, not against Austin Garrison. The gap has grown to 1.4 seconds now, but he needs 3 seconds to Garrison to confirm that he can seal this victory on merit on the racetrack.
Now this is where it gets interesting because, you know, these guys on track, they don't know that Ingrata has a penalty. They can only assume. So Norberg fighting Garrison here would only hurt them in giving Ingrata the win. So Norberg's got to be methodical here.
Yeah, and again, it's whether or not Norberg or Austin know. Again, there is a timing screen down there on the front straightaway that could have probably given a black and white flag to Aiden Ingrata for that jump start, and they could know, so it depends how much they're going to fight. But again, Ryan gets up to second. He's within 3 seconds of his teammate Aiden Ingrata. The win goes to Ryan, or vice versa, right? Austin is able to hold on a second, and then the win goes over to Austin, but as well. It could really fall into anybody's hands here, and the top 5 here, boys, as well. It's a top 5 for OTK. The first non-OTK machine inside is Brandon Kart. That's further back there, and again with the switch from Kart Republic for NRMS, it's even Brandon Kart out there with no manufacturer teammates. The closest one is Austin Olds, but after issues for him at the start of this race, putting him way down the order.
Hey, look at this battle. 4th, 5th, Massimino, Carr, Keeble back in the mix as well. Terlecki starting to fade in this one as we get a look at Garrison and Norberg going after it again. It's a great point you make, Kyle, right? They won't know that Ingrata has a penalty. And even if the black and white flag is waving for Ingrata, what a lunge. Ryan Norberg testing that bottom line through 3. A lot of drivers really liking it as Garrison flirting with the outside edge of turn number 4, costing him lap time to the number 1 plate. Ryan Norberg has his sights set now on his teammate Ingrata.
Yeah, Flying Ryan's going to try and end the US PKS season with a bang. It hasn't been the year that Ryan would have wanted here at the United States Pro Kart Series. Obviously, he was able to get it done last year, but just the consistency pretty much put him up at the front because he didn't have a race win last year across all national series. But this year, he started off the year really good at Speed Sports Racing Park. You got the win there. You go in round 2 at Trackhouse. He DNFs from it. You go in round 3 at the Badger Kart Club in Wisconsin. Another DNF on the final lap. And then you go back to the 4th round at MCC, and he's able to get a win. But it was just a little too late with 2 DNFs to his name already. And to end off the year with another race win would definitely mean a lot to Ryan, who just needed a perfect weekend to try and take the fight to longtime friend in Austin Garrison and just couldn't get it done as Donovan Bonilla gets through on Nick Terlecki. Paulie Massimino looking to take advantage there as well. Paulie sending Bonilla to the wayside. He's able to get through, and again, we talked to Ryan earlier this morning, Alex, and he was saying the only way to make moves is to hold it around the outside, and that's exactly what could happen there, Kyle.
Lucas the Longchamp getting his elbows out. Where did he come from? Getting in here in the top 10.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it, Caleb, right? Carr said, listen, the outside is really the only place you can make a move. You can do it on the inside like Norberg did, but it does kill your exit speed, so you have to do it perfectly executed. But if you hold the outside, the only issue is the racing line is also the outside, so it's hard to go around the outside of a driver that's already holding the outside. And so what happened to Pilecki tends to happen to most drivers when going for passes here on this sort of damp racetrack where it's in that transition period. I think if we had a couple more races after this, we'd be in that point of somebody could take the gamble and risk it on slick tires. At this point, I really wonder what would have happened if somebody did. I still think there's too many small puddles and damp spots on the racetrack, but nobody has slicks on anyway, so that doesn't really matter all too much. Back up front, we talked about Ingrata, a 3-second jump start penalty. His goal is to grow the gap. Last time by, it shrunk. Norberg's down to 1.3.
Yeah, Ryan last time around a 120.814, the fastest lap of the race, and I think it's going to go even quicker this time by, and he's right there. The fastest lap for Ryan, a 120.814. The lap he just finished, a 120.816. So consistent lap times here for Ryan, but this last time around he gained half a second on Aiden Ingrata. So Ryan Norberg is definitely going to be in a play here, Kyle.
Yeah, just Ryan Norberg doing Ryan Norberg things. He doesn't care if he has a penalty or not. He's going to go out there and try and get his 6th win of the year. I mean, this would be perfect momentum heading into Vegas. I mean, look, no championship in USB KISS this year, but I don't think that's really going to bother him if he get win number 6 on the season.
Yeah, and indeed, ending off the year with a race win would be the ultimate, almost consolation prize for Ryan here this weekend. We know he's going to want to keep on and hold on to that number 1 plate this year, but it's just not going to happen. Austin Garrison is still looking pretty good there in the 3rd spot. ADT's closing down the gap, a 121.168 for Alessandro Tullio, and look at this, a car length and a half in between Ingrata and Ryan Norberg as they rocket up the I-70 hill here, Alex.
We mentioned it, Kyle, right? This is classic Ryan Norberg, where somehow he almost seemed dejected after the heat races yesterday. I spoke to him this morning, you and I did, Caleb, and he didn't really seem all too happy. The normal smiles that we see on Norberg's face at all times, but this would definitely add a smile to his face. And on a weekend where it feels like nothing went right for him in the main event, when it matters most, it's going pretty well for him as he gets really close to the rear bumper of Aiden Ingrata, showing you how tricky it is to dance on the line of grip and what it takes to drive in this condition.
Yeah, no, for sure. He was just a little too deep into that corner, as now he continues to mix up the line here compared to Aiden's. He has a really good entry, but the exit seems to be compromised just a little bit compared to Ingrata's. He's still very closing in every single corner here, boys, and it seems like Ryan's going to be within a shot of the race win. Austin, after that incident with Ryan, he's hitting personal best lap times, but it's not as quick as what Ryan's doing last time around, a 120.458 here. And Kyle, we've seen how hard it is to pass. What does Ryan Norberg have to do here to try and make a move stick on his teammate?
I mean, with the track being the way it is, he's just going to have to throw a slide job in one of these corners. That's what's making this entertaining, is running this wet line on a drying track. You're going to have the opportunity in some of these corners to just throw that slide job and take her down the inside. But, I mean, look, we all know the racing line in the wet is on the high line. Even when I was taking photos the other day, I was checking it out. That bottom line is slick, but I do expect Ryan at some point to take that slide job opportunity.
I think part of the issue is, Kyle, though, we saw Ryan do the slide job on Garrison. He has no problem doing that, but on his teammate, he doesn't want to risk it here, but he's going to send it. Same move he made on Austin Garrison, he does on Ingrata. Ryan Norberg, for the first time this race, leads the main event.
And expect Ryan to pull away here. Again, he's been going a lot quicker than Aiden, but we'll see if Ingrata can learn anything being behind his teammate. And again, if Aiden tries to go back, Austin is still not too far off, and along with them, ADT is only about half a second back, so everybody can be brought right back into play in this race. There's Austin Garrison, there's Alessandro Tullio in 3rd and 4th, trying to close down their gap to the top 2 here. But again, we were talking about the speed that Ryan had through this race, but still a very long one. We've seen some crazy stuff happen this year, from mechanical DNFs to engines blowing to, we've seen everything this year with this engine package. So expect anything to happen, and don't be sure that this is clinched for now for Ryan to get the race win. Anything can happen here, because we've seen it time and time again, and we're only halfway through this race. We're only 11 laps. We're on lap number 11 laps completed. 9 laps to go in this race when they cross the stripe.
I will say, since getting around Ingrata, Aiden Ingrata has stuck with the rear bumper of Ryan Norberg here, so we'll have to see if Ingrata can maybe learn from Norberg here and see where and why Ryan's been so much faster than him the last couple of laps. But in the opening couple of corners here for this lap number 12 of 20, Ryan starting to stretch his legs here, pulled out a 3 to 4 kart length advantage, like you mentioned, Caleb, earlier on. Garrison's nowhere to be found, about 3 seconds back from this lead group. He'll need a lot of battling to happen between these two teammates to have a say in this overall win. But I think Tulio might have a say in who finishes third in this race if we go back to that battle for third.
And again, Austin's just falling out of the kind of the little cushion that he had with the penalty range from Aiden Ingrata for the jump start. So that would ultimately hand over the podium to Alessandro Tulio, who's able to get ahead of Austin Garrison now. Austin falls out of the podium, places Harley Keeble is there further back in 5th. So just a little bit of a switch here by two of the drivers that were fighting it out for the third spot. And again, don't expect Austin to fight this all too much as they go up the I-70 hill. Garrison peaks low, but back in a line there. Side by side on the exit. ADT sends it a little bit too wide on the exit. Austin's on the inside. He's able to get clear back up to third.
What a move for Austin Garrison to make that move stick. I mean, we were talking about how DeTulio is catching up to Garrison. He must have made a small mistake because the gap was 0.7 of a second when they crossed the line. DeTulio is making this really interesting for Garrison. Going defensive now in 3, but I think that's the one place where you can afford to go defensive because the line is starting to form. ADT, what a lunge in the 4, making that move stick. All this battling will bring the likes of Harley Keeble back into play. Just to point out here, Keeble does have a 5-position penalty coming his way for contact on lap number 1 as well.
Yeah, so Harley Keeble, with a pushback and that penalty don't count.
Man, on a weekend where it looked like these inter-MS boys were down, for ADT to be fighting to be on the podium in third, I mean, this has to feel like a win for them at this point.
Yeah, and again, you heard them coming into the weekend. They were saying it was a little bit of a test weekend for them. Vegas prep was the way that they kind of put it, but ADT, this podium would mean a lot for him as well in the championship. He'd finish second behind Austin Garrison. It's just how much money you put back into the team's pocket and how much money you put back in your pocket as well. So for ADT to hold on a second here is for sure a good showing, and for Ryan Norberg to hold on to Aiden Ingrata as well is good for Flying Ryan, and that just makes you think how different this race would have been if it was in dry conditions, if it was closer, because we know this has been almost like a high-speed racetrack, Alex, with the straightaways that have been provided. So you start to ask all the questions of what could have been, what could have happened, and here we go with Ryan and Aiden. 2 car lengths separate them now, and it seems like Ryan's starting to come to life here. He's just a little quicker than Ingrata this time around.
Well, last time by, Ingrata was 3 thousandths faster than Ryan Norberg, but what's impressing me most is a driver that's not in the kart seat very often. I mean, I know he's Canadian, probably drives in the rain a little bit, but he's moved up the cars full time, karting when he can. To hang with a driver like Ryan Norberg on the same piece of equipment is pretty impressive, to say the least. So for Aiden Ingrata, he has been the standout driver to me. Whether or not he wins this race, we know he has that 3-second penalty as Norberg goes off the racetrack, slightly drops a tire there, and that's going to bring Ingrata back into the mix. So this is no guarantee for Ryan to go away with this victory.
Yeah, the battle there for third, still staying kind of stagnant. Harley Keeble and Brandon Carr. They are 5th and 6th, respectively, on the racetrack. Paulie Massimino's there in 7th. Carr looking for a move, fading low on the inside with Harley Keeble. Carr's clear before the corner even, so Brandon Carr's up to 5th here. Keeble falls back to 6th, and again, a lot of these drivers are starting to kind of dance their way into the USF paddock as well. Kyle, you spent a lot of time on the IndyCar side of things as well, and in the IndyCar paddock, you saw ADT this year kind of end the USF Pro 2000 Series, Aiden Ingrata in USF Juniors as well. What's it like seeing all these boys kind of progress through, taking that experience that they have in cars and bringing it back to karting and vice versa?
Yeah, I mean, I was there when ADT made his debut at Mid-Ohio, and I mean, he was impressive the second half of the season he ran. And I mean, it just proves how talented these guys are running an X30 Pro. I mean, to go from winning X30 Pro and being in contention for podiums to doing the same thing in the USF Pro 2000 ladder. I mean, these guys are absolutely legit.
That's a very, very good way to put it there by superstars, and these are drivers that you may even hear in the pro ranks in a couple of years' time as well. This time around, we're 15 laps completed, 5 laps to go left in this X30 Pro main event here. Austin Garrison and ADT still a car length away from each other, and The battle for the lead stays the same here as well. Ingrata looks like he had a much better exit, and he's been learning a whole lot from being behind Ryan. He was purple the last time around, and I tell you what, boys, he's going to be even quicker this time around. A 1:19.430 for Aiden Ingrata to close down his gap even more to Ryan Norberg, and you saw Ryan was kind of learning from Ingrata just a little bit, and now it switches this time around in this lap around when Ingrata's able to follow and able to see what Ryan's doing, but he kind of got tripped up there as well through turn number 3, Alex.
This track is drying at a rapid rate. Last time by, Ingrata went purple at a 19.9. A 1:19.4 the following lap, and everybody setting personal best lap times, beating their personal best by 3, 4, 5, even 6 tenths, some of them. So this track is really starting to dry here, so these rain tires are probably crying to the drivers at this point. I mean, if this usually when you go on rain tires on a drying racetrack or a dry racetrack, they tend to chunk up. You lose the tread, and it becomes a lesser sticky, slick tire. And so at this point in the race, you're seeing drivers having to navigate the line, figure out what's working with this intermediate level tire at this point, but it's becoming more of a slick, I'd say here, Kyle.
And there's a change here for third, Kyle. ADT lost a spot to Austin Garrison this time around. Garrison's back up to third and back in the podium places here. No idea what happened there to Alessandro Tullio to lose that spot, but ADT may fall under fire here to Harley Keeble, and Brandon Carr seem to be gaining some time and still setting in personal best.
Yeah, ADT back to fourth. These guys are just going to keep going at it the entire race here. No idea what happened, but obviously Harley Keeble still has that pushback to worry about. Brandon Carr is still the only guy just sending it on the bottom every single lap. I don't know if it's faster, but that is where he is running.
And again, we saw a couple of weeks ago at the World Championships at PFI, a couple of drivers were choosing that lower line because of how much rubber gets laid into the high side of the racetrack. And, it continues to progress, and this racetrack continues to progress as well. So you see some drivers going low to try and maybe use that curb to help them make it out of the corner, make it through the corner, as well as Garrison makes a mistake. Austin Garrison makes a mistake there. Harley Keeble goes through. Brandon Carr goes through, and Alessandro Tullio goes through as well. But for Austin Garrison, this is obviously no championship implications in it, but he had a good top 5 finish going for him, and he falls outside of that.
Wow. Well, we'll have to see if we can figure out what happened to Austin Garrison. I mean, just a mistake there, uncharacteristic mistake for Austin Garrison. I'm telling you, this racetrack is really drying at a rapid rate, and it's making these tires feel a lot different than they would have yesterday throughout the heat races when it was pouring down rain. Really impressive stuff from all these drivers. Still, personal best laps being set by the RPG Cosmics. Nobody quicker, though, than Alessandro Tullio in third place, going purple as well.
Yeah, and back to the leaders, Ryan Norberg and Aiden Ingrata. The only problem that I see here is no matter how close Ingrata will get to him, Norberg has gone through the field already in these conditions. He knows where the passes can be made. He is such a methodical driver and looks at every single detail that, it looks like he's running a little bit lower in turn 3, around turn 2, where he just knows where to defend at this point.
Yeah, indeed. And he isn't the fastest on the racetrack, though. That belongs to Austin Olds all the way down in 11. A 1:18.682 for Austin Olds. He's running 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else out there on this racetrack. Nick Terlecki held on to it for a little bit, but even then, Austin Olds is still 0.4 of a second quicker than Terlecki that time around. So Olds is flying here, and we'll see, obviously, incident for him at the start of this race kind of hindered what would have been a good performance there by Austin.
Yeah, we're coming to see 2 laps to go for the RPG Cosmics, and for Aiden Ingrata, whether or not that penalty stands for the jump start, it'll be a 3-second penalty for him. I mean, the worst he'll finish at this race is second, because 7 seconds back is Alessandro Tullio, but he'd love to win this on merit on the racetrack and say that he's able to pass Ryan Norberg on the racetrack to make a win happen. But like you said, Kyle, Ryan has driven through the field. He knows where to make the moves. He made both of his main passes in turn number 3, so I suspect that he won't leave that door open on the last lap if it gets to that point. But in the opening couple of corners, up to about turn 9 and 10, is where Ryan is so strong. You get to the green corner and showcase, Ingrata comes back into play here. So you get out of cell tower, you go up the hill towards the green corner, and that's when the tide shifts to Ingrata's go-kart looking better than Ryan's.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better here. Austin Garrison here. The story for this driver in 2024 has been different. He pretty much came back onto the national scene last year at the SCUSA Winter Series, got his first national race victory in quite some time, and then he goes back and wins it here at the United States Pro Kart Series when they came here in 2023. And it's been 20 years that Austin Garrison has given his life to the sport, and he's put in so much time and so much, laps out on the racetrack. And again, a car deal didn't come together for Austin Garrison, but it hasn't been easy for this driver. He's had a lot of part-time rides. It's been, ride after ride, and he even took a hiatus off a couple of years ago where he wasn't even driving a go-kart. We didn't see him at a go-kart track for many years, but in 2024, he's definitely come to life. This 26-year-old has put on a clinic all year long and is taking really good momentum heading in to Las Vegas. And the same goes here for Ryan Norberg. And a year of bad luck at the United States Pro Kart Series for Ryan, but this would be a great way to end it. And I think no matter the order that Aiden Ingrata and Ryan Norberg finish in, the win would go the way of Ryan Norberg here, as Ingrata now looks on the inside. He looks to take the lead of the race and try and win this race on the racetrack.
What a move for Aiden Ingrata there, showing how much it would mean for him to go out there and get around Ryan Norberg through green corner and down towards Showcase. Only half a lap to go for Ingrata to hold on to this one.
Ingrata still holding on there in the lead. Ryan Norberg slides up the racetrack. He's going to have one more shot to try and take the win away from his teammate, almost like a test session for these RPG Cosmics that are in a league of their own. Norberg's not going to be close enough to Ingrata in the last corner. Aiden Ingrata, again on the racetrack. He's going to win this race and beat his mentor in Ryan Norberg, who's going to be your provisional winner after penalties. But tonight, there's going to be a party at Speed Concepts Racing, because Austin Garrison is your United States Pro Kart Series champion in 2024.
Austin Garrison, we spoke about it before the race, all he needed to do was take the green flag, and he did so. But I will say, if those heat races went a little bit better for Norberg and a couple other drivers, and this was a much tighter championship battle, this feature race was not smooth sailing for the Speed Concepts driver at all.
No, not at all. I mean, what's there to say about Austin Garrison? I mean, the last 2 seasons, 4 wins in 2 seasons. He's pretty much equaled his top 10s from last year. Just absolutely productive as a driver. I mean, shout out championship, long time coming for sure.
Yeah, long time coming for Austin Garrison. Again, his last championship dates back many years ago in the senior class, and all those years of kind of hardship of part-time rides, it all ended this year, and I'm sure Mike Speed, Alex Speed are going to be super happy with their driver here this weekend. Austin Garrison gets it done finally in the X30 Pro category. Aiden Ingrata wins this race provisionally on the racetrack. Ryan Norberg, second. ADT rounds up your top 3. Back to Brandon Carr. Austin Garrison back to Keeble with a pushback bumper, and I believe a penalty as well, a 5-position penalty for Harley at the end of this one. Paulie Massimino back to Terlecki, Donovan Bonilla, Austin Olds, your top 10.
Yeah, you go back to 11th, Quentin Macpherson, Henry Lepard. We saw him go off the racetrack on lap number 2. Gia Cicero as well. Ming Nanzu, good run for Ming there to finish in 14th place. And then further back, you have a couple more drivers, 15th on back in this one. But nonetheless, a pretty solid race there for all these drivers. In this one, you saw Garcia there rounding out your field with the Longchamp, unfortunately getting the DNF in 16th and final position for X30 Pro. Garrison still on your screen here, and yeah, we mentioned earlier, right? Not a smooth race for Austin, but there was still smiles when he took off the helmet. I think it was more of a sigh of relief that, you know what, he heard the noise for the last couple of races of, this championship looks good, it looks good. And he kept saying, I don't want to think about it, I just want it to already happen. And so finally to say he's a champion, that's got to feel so good for him.
Yeah, no, for sure. And for Aiden Ingrata as well, you see the side of sportsmanship in between those two, and for Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison as well, two drivers who have been longtime friends in the sport and competitors as well, and both of them now venturing off and starting their own academies as well now, the Ryan Norberg Karting Academy, and the name of Racecraft as well for Austin Garrison. But we'll look to hear from a couple of these drivers, your top finishers like Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison here. We'll hear from them in a couple of moments, but take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll hear from your X30 pros.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Park, and we're going to hear from your 2024 X30 Pro champion, Austin Garrison. It's been a long time in the making, Austin. How does it feel to finally get it done here this year?
For the whole team. Yeah, it was a long, wet, rainy weekend, and I'm just excited that it's finally over. But yeah, no, it's been a long time coming.
After the race, Austin, you had smiles even after a pretty rough feature race. Is this a sigh of relief for you to just finally let the season be done and just we can crown you a champ?
Right. Yeah. After I got off the racetrack, we went a little bit too low on the tire pressure, and I was kind of like struggling, as you guys saw. Once it came around towards the end, I kind of changed my line up a little bit as well, and that helped a lot. But definitely, a big weight off of my shoulder. Yeah, I was happy. I was happy for Ryan and Aiden and Alessandro. I got a little bit excited in the back of the hairpin, pushed a little bit too hard, dropped the tire, had a little bit of a whoopsie. Happens to the best of us. But besides that, yeah, we're all happy on our end.
Yeah, and I know it's been year in and year out of part-time rides here, part-time rides there. But this year you're able to put a full ride together with Speed Concepts Racing. Who would you like to thank for making this year possible for you and getting this great result off your chest finally?
Yeah, no, a huge thank to Mike Speed, Alex Speed, Mario, Cody, everybody underneath the tent, Adam, Tom, Richie, Aaron. There's just so many names running down the list in the back of my head. I just can't think this. They do such a great job over there just to make everybody just be happy. And if somebody is having an issue or something going on, everybody goes and jumps on it. It's just a big, huge family underneath there. And I feel like they're just doing an amazing job, making me feel super comfy. Like I'm right at home every single time I come to the racetrack. And everything it's show up here and it's just fast. No matter where we are, we're up front in junior, we're up front in senior. No matter what category that we're in, we're up front. Our team's super strong, and I'm just so thankful for it.
Well, Austin, congratulations, and I hope you guys enjoy the celebrations tonight. We'll see you soon.
We will. Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from Austin Garrison. How good is that, Alex, to see a smile on Austin's face on what's been a years of up and down and part-time rides here and there, and finally able to put a full season together this year to get it done and crown himself as a senior champion once again after a very, very long time.
He's one of the most well-liked guys on the grid, and so it's no doubt that we saw all the congratulations from the other drivers there. You can't help but just feel happy for the guy, knowing how much work he puts into the sport and how much this means to him. I'm sure it's a huge weight off his shoulders, and he's going to be pretty happy with this one for a long time to come.
Yeah, and again, you said puts in a lot of work into the sport and started his own academy and has done everything to try and help the next generation get up there. Another driver who just started his own academy, the ADT Driver Coach Academy. Alessandro Tulio standing by here with us trackside. ADT, a weekend where you guys switched chassis and you guys were up and down all weekend long, but it seems like a good ending for you at third. Are you happy about that, or are you wishing you had a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, we came in the weekend knowing that it was going to be difficult making the switch and having to relearn everything again and on a race weekend, especially with the mixed conditions. We just every session we went out there, we were learning. So not ideal, but I think we did, as a team, we worked very well. We always made step forward every time we went out on track. We started off second half off and ended up, right there with the front guys. So I think pretty good result considering how the weekend started. Obviously, we want to win, but yeah, we'll keep pushing and let's see what we can make happen in Supernats.
Ollie, what was it like out there? I mean, those tires came in looking pretty ugly in terms of the rain tire turned almost slick tire. Do you think if you would have thrown slicks on, it would have been the right move?
I don't think so, because the loss would have been too big in the beginning. Definitely at the end it would have been a big gain, but it's a gamble at that point. I think we made a mistake going out on a new tire and high on the pressure, so track was it was too dry for a new tire. I think the right option would have been like what RPG did, go on pretty used rain tires and lower pressure, and yeah, that showed the difference.
And again, at ADT, we don't know how much longer we're going to have you here in a karting paddock, but second in the championship for you at the end of the weekend. Is this something you're happy about, I guess, on what could be one of your last regular season races?
Yeah, obviously I wanted to win the championship, but we had the engine failure on the last lap with 50 feet to go, literally in Badger, and that set us back a bit to Austin, which had a great run, and obviously congrats to him. He had a great run throughout the whole year, super consistent every race. And then, yeah, as of my side, probably my last regular season race in karting. Supernats will be, that's considered a one-off race. That will probably be my last one as of now, as of what I know. So, yeah, I hope to make it a good one.
Yeah, no, well, obviously sad to hear nonetheless, but again, wishing you the best of luck. And I know this year the NRMS boys have put a lot of support behind you. Who would you like to thank for this year in 2024?
Yeah, I want to thank the whole team. They've done a fantastic job all year. We've been fighting with teams that have been in this racing these series for so many years, and I think for us to come in here and win the 2 championships at the beginning of the year, have some good races in Pro Tour, even though we had bad luck, and then fight for the championship all the way to the last round here in USPKS has been amazing. Always learning, always making steps forward with the team in both chassis and engine development. So very positive. I'm really happy with the team. I think, we'll keep working and hopefully we can be stronger in Supernats. I want to thank Juan, Carly, Nicolas, Franco for the engines, and yeah, everyone in the team who has supported me all year.
Well, good to hear from you, Ollie, and I guess not a farewell from us in regular season, but I'll see you soon, to say the least. Thank you, Ollie, for everything all year.
Yeah, see you at Supernats.
Well, you heard it there from Ollie. We'll see him at Supernats there. And again, quick announcement here in the paddock for those of you that are out here. Tristan Murphy, representative to video review area. Again, Tristan Murphy and representative to the video review area. Thank you. And again, we may have one more driver here coming up shortly, but that being said, from all of us here at Kart Chaser, from everybody at the United States Pro Kart Series, we thank you very much for having us in 2024. Alex, it's been a good year of racing. It's been a year where the series has grown, where we've seen everything as well. And again, we are going to have podiums and banquets live later on tonight. For myself, Caleb Bieska, Alexander Searle from Xander Clements at home, Kyle Cuthbertson, and Nate Dean that joined us in the booth here this weekend. We thank you very much for joining us here this weekend. It's 4 weeks back-to-back at Newcastle Motorsports Park. It started this week with the United States Pro Kart Series. RoboPong is back next weekend for the return of the event here at Newcastle Motorsports Park with a star-studded lineup. And then the CKNA Grand Nationals return to Newcastle Motorsports Park for the 8th edition of the running. And then again, maybe another event right after that. For myself, Caleb Bieska, from Alexander Searle, and from all of us here at Kart Chaser, we thank you guys very much for joining us. We'll see you soon, and have a good night. For those of you sticking around for podiums, we'll see you on the other side.
today. Fourth race. Micro Swift class. Your fifth place finisher, number 31, Luca Becerro. Luca over here. Right here, Luca. Finishing in fourth place in Micro Swift, number 10, Cameron Johnson. Finishing in third in Micro Swift, number 55, Zane Burgess. Finishing second in Micro Swift, number 30, Jaden Francisco. And your feature winner and fast qualifier. You read the number. Number 25, Win Gottschalk. All right, it's got time. I'll go in. All right, the endurance contest continues. All right, we're going to sneak on over here and see if we can talk to our winner here for a second. Who would you like to thank for helping you get to the top of the pylon today?
Mom, my dad, my brother, Dan, and my coaches.
Anyone else?
No.
All right, congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you. All right, up next, BBS Racing Engines. KA 100 Junior. Your quick qualifier and fifth place finisher in KA Junior, Michael McGoy. Your fourth place finisher in KA Junior already picked up his award, but it's Charlie Smith. Charlie missed all of his applause. Your third place finisher in KA Junior, number 895, Enzo Vidamontiani. Your second place finisher in KA Junior, number 845, Augustus Toniolo. And your feature winner in KA Junior, Diego Ardiles. I'm coming out of the bathroom, taking a picture. All right, Diego. We're up here to give you an opportunity to thank the people who helped you get to the top of the charts today. Who would you like to thank?
My family, my team, and my mechanics.
Who's your team and your mechanics?
Speed Concept Racing, Adam and Tom.
All right, you actually know your mechanics' names?
Yeah.
All right, good man. Nice job today. Congratulations, all of you. All right, up next, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing, KA 100 Senior. Your fifth place finisher in KA Senior, Brandon Lemke. Fourth place in KA Senior is Ryan Persing. Third place and fast qualifier, James Overbeck. Second place in KA Senior, Jose Carlos Hernandez. And your feature winner in Brandon Jarsakrak Racing, KA 100 Senior, AJ Myers. All right, congratulations. I'm going to work my way over here to maybe the cleanest suit I've seen all weekend. How's it going, AJ?
It's been a good weekend.
Tell me about it.
Skipped out on the dry practice on Thursday. Turned out it was a good call. The rain, we were just good from the beginning. The cart didn't have to change much, and it was just it was dialed from the beginning.
Awesome. Who'd you like to thank?
The whole Magic Kart squad, my mechanic Jordan, BBS engines really all year. And a big shout out to my family down in Florida right now. Their houses kind of got ruined. My sisters, they're kind of in some trouble. So, I mean, everything's good, but just shout out to them and hope everything's good back home.
Awesome. Congratulations on your victory today, and congratulations to all of you. All right, up next, Sodi Kart USA Mini Swift. Your fifth place finisher and quick qualifier in Mini Swift, Marco Samet. Your fourth place finisher in Mini Swift, Isaac Payne. Third place in Mini Swift, number 133, Royce Vega. Second place, number 121, Aston Wyatt. And your feature winner in SOTY Kart USA Mini Swift, number 192, Nico Katowski. All righty. Slide over here for a moment. With a name like Nico, it has to be good. Who'd you like to thank to help you get here today, Mr. Katowski?
I'd like to thank my parents, J&M, Diego, Italo, and Lucas. And I'd also like to thank my personal coach, Anthony.
Your personal coach, Anthony. Is he available? Is he available to train me?
Probably.
Do you think I could use training? Probably so. All right, congratulations to all of you in the Mini Swift class. All right, up next, Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior. Your fifth place finisher in X30 Junior, number 758, Sarah Bradley. Fourth place in X30 Junior, number 793, Diego Ardiles. Third place in X30 Junior and quick qualifier, Jackson Wolney. Second place, number 795, Enzo Vitamontieni. And your feature winner in Speed Concepts X30 Junior, number 721, Augustus Toniolo. All right, congratulations. I'm going to slide on over here and talk to Augustus for a moment if he wants to talk to me. Who'd you like to thank for helping you get here today?
So I want to thank my family, AVP Engines, the whole RPG team to always support me, my mechanic Brady to make the go-kart fast enough to win this race, and that's it.
Which one's Brady?
That one with the sunglasses, yeah.
Oh, he's got his hands up. He's the man. All right. Well, congratulations to you, your team, and all of you young ones for your contributions today. I just want to show all these drivers are getting the coveted US PKS feature winner decal on the back of their trophy, just so you know. I don't want you to think that we cheaped out and didn't give you a sticker. It's there. All right, up next, Nash Motorsports KA100 Masters. Your fifth place finisher in KA Masters, number 438, Scott Kopp. Fourth place in KA Masters, number 482, Laurencio Martin. Third place, number 481, Nicky Quello. Second place, number 437, Adam Kreppen. And your feature winner and quick qualifier in Nash Motorsports KA Masters, number 401, Martin Stone. All right, congratulations. We're going to slide over here. All right, Martin, tell me how you got to victory lane here.
I think about my dad.
Oh, your dad did it? What would your dad like to say?
Just thank you for my family coming out for this race. It's been amazing having their support this weekend. And RPG for everything, VBS Engines for the amazing power, and USBKS for putting on an amazing event. So thank you to everyone.
Awesome. Awesome job, all of you. Thank you for the show. We're going to see you soon in a cart, right? Excellent. All right. Thank you. All right. Last but not least, time for the pro show. Rollison Performance Group X30 Pro Senior, fifth place finisher, number 308, Paulie Massimino. Fourth place, number 329, Austin Garrison. Third place, number 320, Alessandro Di Tullio. Second place, number 305, Aiden Ingrata. And your feature winner and quick qualifier this weekend, number 1, Ryan Norberg.
One more. And keep them up, keep them up. Aiden doesn't know the drill. Aiden, so.
All right. I'm just messing with you, Aiden. It's all good. Huh? All right, Ryan, we've been here a few times already. What would you like to say this time?
Just want to thank the team for everything they do. Aiden also did a great race. Should have, he deserved to win that race. So, props to Aiden for everything that he did. He put in a great effort. But yeah, just want to thank everybody, Kevin, Alex, Joni, Mike, everybody for teaching me how to drive in the rain and then somehow putting it together here in the end. So thank you, everybody.
All right. Congratulations to you guys. Congratulations on the great show you guys put on. And to all of you guys who busted it out this weekend in those miserable crap conditions on track, thank you so much for putting on the show that you did for everyone. All right. Now we're going to get together our award ceremony. It's going to take about 5 minutes, I think, and we will get started with that. buddy. Our award ceremony. We're going to ask that if you're here, that you're quiet and respectful of the people who are receiving awards and not in here talking. So we're going to ask you to please quiet down. Okay, quiet down, please. Quiet on set. We're going to ask you to please be quiet during the ceremony. It's respectful to the people who are up here receiving their awards. When you're up here receiving your award, you will want them to be quiet and respectful of you. So please return that respect to them. If you're here as a spectator and you can't, handle that, that's okay. We're good. All right. Let's get started with our 2024 award ceremony. I want to thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. We have a large crowd here. This is great. It's always great to see this many here. Our series sponsors, IAME USA East. We are an IAME series, the USA East one. MG Tires sponsor and Barbecue Pros sponsors. We had a number of great event sponsors this year. Sorry, excuse me. RPG, Orsalon, Supertune, Valley Woodworking, Race Suit Valet, GWR, Millwright, J&M Racing, Odenthal, Perkins Construction, B&B Electric, Mills Pallet, and MPG Motorsports. Lots of class sponsors, Team Ferris Racing, Sodi USA, Nash Motorsports, Franklin, Speed Concepts Racing, BJR, MDR, and Rollison Performance Group. Other sponsors for the series included Innovative Engine Works, VP Oil, VP Fuel, Elf Oil, Comet, Inter-MS, Bennick, and Cartlift Kart Stands. This was our 12th season of the USPKS. We went to 5 different tracks all over the country and ended up back here at one of our hometown favorites, Newcastle Motorsports Park. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our staff, our tech officials, track officials, registration, pit pass sales staff for providing great customer service and an atmosphere that makes it fun to go racing. Last but not least, Series CEO Mark Coates. If y'all is wondering who he is, he's the guy whose wallet I pry open to do this thing every year, and he's been very generous this year in doing so. We gave away over $20,000 worth of stuff in door prizes in the past couple days. Just unannounced, hey, let's give some cool stuff away. And we've got all of our regular prizes. Now we've actually got a few extra goodies here as well to give away today. So thank you, Mark, for being so generous with the prize package. And from there, we'll move on to the first award. First and foremost, we always do the Geo Cup first. For those that don't know, the brief history on the Geo Cup is this is the Team Championship Award. This year we revamped it so the team that scored the most wins in a final competition wins this cup. Previously, it was based on top 3 finishes, but we wanted to make it a little bit easier for the smaller teams to compete. And I will say that it was much closer this year than it has been in past years. In fact, it came down to today. But the decision was made today, and the winner of the Geo Cup for 2024 and $5,000 cash, which is the first time this purse has been offered by Mr. Coates. Are you hiding behind me, Mark? Bring that check out here, and then we're going to have a representative from Rollison Performance Group to come on up and collect the goods. I don't have enough hands to shake yours, so I'm going to give you this. All right. I don't want to talk, but Mike's going to say thank you. Okay. He doesn't want to talk. The Geo Cup was, it's named the Geo Cup. It's named after George Siraki. He goes by the name Geo. He's been a long-time supporter. You earned it, Mike. And been a big part of the series and always put his time in. So that's the Geo Cup, and congratulations to RPG on picking it up. All right, next up we go into our class awards. All right, so here's the way that is going to work. The championship prizes, first of all, every champion gets a ring. So custom-made USPKS ring. There's a poster of what it looks like over here. in front of the table. After you come up for the podium, you're going to stand on your spots, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. When we're done, first place is going to go over to the ring table, and you're going to fill out a form with the information that goes on your ring. So if you're a little one and you need a parent or somebody to help you fill it out, please be prepared to do that. We're going to go do that, and then we're going to move on to the next class while you're over there doing that, okay? We're going to also have a few little prizes in between, but that's the way it's going to work. Top 3 drivers will pick from prizes. For Micro Swift, the prizes are the USPKS Winner's Circle, which includes a season entry with fuel in 2024 and tires to every event. So you race for free next year to the series. 2025, I'm sorry. I forgot to fix that date. You could also choose an Miami Swift engine package if you'd like, or you could choose an entry and race tires to the 2025 North American Grand Nationals. That's the Miami Grands, okay? So the first 3 finishers, whoever wins is going to get the first pick. This is the way it's going to work. So we're going to try this, and we'll use Micro as the demo roll. You're going to come over here, and you're going to get your trophy from Mr. Coates, and then he's going to, we'll go through the prizes when we get over in line, okay? All right. 5th place in Micro Swift with 2,429 points, Jaden Francisco. All right, Jaden, you take that and you go stand over on the 5th side and hang out. 4th place with 2,623 points, Win Godshock. Come here, Win. Gotta get your trophy. You're not going to make us old guys carry him over there. 3rd place with 2,829 points, Cameron Johnson. Second place with 2,852 points, Santiago Orioli. I hope you're not flying home. And your grand champion in Team Ferris Racing, Micro Swift, with 3,262 points, Zane Burgess. Pretty heavy. If you can't hold them over your head, we understand. We're grunting. I don't know if we're going to make it. All right. You can lower them down. We don't want you to drop them. Okay. Before we come over here and talk to Zane, I'm also going to give you each an envelope, and in there is a $100 gift card for iRacing, because I heard you kids like iRacing. Okay? You like iRacing? iRacing gift card? You get one of those too. You all get one. All right. Now we're going to come over here and we're going to talk to Zane, and Zane's going to pick out what prize he wants. You can set the trophy down. You can all set them down if you'd like. Okay, first place. Your choices are the USPKS Winner's Circle, the Miami Swift engine package, or an entry and tires package to the Miami Grand Finals next year. What would you like? Winner's Circle? Dad says a Winner's Circle. What do you think?
Yes.
All right, Winner's Circle for Mr. Burgess. Okay. All right, second place, Mr. Orioli. You are left with the Swift engine or an entry to the IME Grands. What would you like to do? Swift engine. That one was easy. Cam, it means you get a ticket to the Grands, okay? Okay. Now hold on. Yes. Bring this on. Cam gets the entry to the Grands. And what else? Oh, fourth place. What does fourth place get? Fourth place gets a $1,500 entry credit to next year for USPKS. And fifth place gets a $1,000 entry to USPKS. We will put that on your account, and you will get that automatically. Okay? Congratulations. Oh, we got to talk to Zane. Zane, who would you like to thank?
My dad, my mom, my family, Saudi USA, and Juan, and my mechanic, Diam, and Woldrer.
That's a lot of people. Anybody else? Last minute, last chance.
No.
All right, all right. Who? Mr. Orioli? You're good. You need to come and get your engine. It might take you 2 trips. Zane, you can come over here and get your rings. All right. Are there any other Micro Swift drivers here? Guys listening? Are there any other Micro Swift drivers here who weren't on the podium? Come on up here if there are. Micro Swift. Any micros that were not on the podium, come on up. I can't do that. Micro, come on up. What's your name, sir? Jeff?
Zev.
Oh, you're Zev. Oh, all right, Zev. Would you rather have a $50 gift card or 2 items off the USPKS apparel table?
$50 gift card.
$50 gift card. There you go. Thank you. Thanks for coming. All right. All right. Because Fabio's wearing me out, we're going to do KA Masters next. It's a little bit out of order, but we're going to do it. We got a flight. Yeah. All right, up next, Nash Motorsports, KA 100 Masters. 5th place in Masters with 2,070 points, Andre Isaac. Come on up. 4th place with 2,200 points in Masters, Miguel Meyer. 3rd place in KA Masters with 3,027 points, Laurencio Mardan. 2nd place in KA Masters with 3,171 points, Martin Stone. And your feature winner, your class champion in Nash Motorsports KA Masters with 3,355 points, Nicky Quello. All right, congratulations, all of you. In addition to the, hold on, we got prizes. Okay, here's a envelope with a $100 Visa gift card for each of you so you can buy drinks at the airport bar. That's just like a little bonus. Why not? All right, the prize package for KA Masters. Same choices as the kids, I believe. Winner's Circle program, KA engine package, or entry to the Miami Grands. You go first, Nikki.
I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the engine.
You're going to go with the engine. Well, congratulations. We don't have any, but we'll get it to you. Psych. All right. Quello gets the engine. Second place, Winner's Circle or Miami Grands. Winner's Circle. Winner's Circle for Martin. You get to do the Grands for free this year. Next year. Sorry, that's next year. And then fourth place gets $1,000 entry credit. Fourth place gets $1,500. Fifth place gets $1,000. So, all right. Thank you. Let's talk to you, and then you can go get your ring. Okay? Who would you like to thank?
Well, first of all, Franklin Motorsports. They're not just a team; they're a family. I mean, from the drivers to the team principals, it's a great family. Comet Race Engines. I mean, Mark built me great engines all year, and of course my mechanic Tony right there. He's got the the shiny glasses on his head. Put your arm up there, buddy. But couldn't have done it without him.
All right. Anybody else before we cut you guys loose?
My wife. She lets me come here all the time, so gotta thank her.
That's pretty legitimate. All right, congratulations, all of you. Nikki, if you want to go over and get your ring form filled out, the rest of you, thank you so much. Congratulations. Are there any other Masters drivers here that weren't on the podium? Scott Kopp is here? Any other Masters drivers that weren't on the podium? Come on up. You're eligible. Well, would you rather have a gift card or some swag? $50 gift card or some USPKS apparel?
I'll take the gift card.
Clay?
What's the gift card?
He's a gift card.
Yeah, I want the swag.
2 items of swag. Clay's going to come over and get some swag. Haley, hook him up. What about you, Shiny? You want some swag. Oh, yeah. It's all right. I'll use your gift card at the airport lounge. All right. He's already drunk. All right, up next is Mini Swift. Sodi Kart USA Mini Swift with 2,509 points, finishing fifth, Nicholas Orbeso. Finishing fourth with 2,525 points, Ashton Woon. Over here, Ashton. Finishing third with 2,638 points, Parker Ives. Oh, that's totally Dale Earnhardt's number. Oh, sweet. Finishing second with 2,707 points, Marco Samet. And your grand champion in Sodi Kart USA Mini Swift with 2,774 points, Royce Vega. All right, don't run away yet. Okay. For you guys do iRacing too? You don't do iRacing, I bet. Yeah, you do. All right. Take an iRacing gift card for all the minis. That way you don't need to bug mom and dad for money to play. All right. Your dad already spends too much money on iRacing. I've spent too much on iRacing. I'm surprised, to be completely honest with you. All right. The prize choices for Mini Swift. This one is a slight difference. Oh, well, they're the same thing. I'm sorry. It's all the same. You can share them if you want. I hand them to the wrong person. All right. For Mini Swift, the choices are as follows. The winner's circle, or the Swift engine package, or the entry and tires to the North American Grands. If you choose the entry and tires to the Grands and you want to go to the Miami Warrior Final in Europe, that can be arranged. You just need to talk to Owens and arrange it. Whether it's this year, which is the week before the Super Nats, it's not great, or next year. But if you want to go to the Miami Warrior Final, it is available for Mini if you pick the prize that is the IN's ticket. You get either or. Okay? All right. So starting with Mr. Vega, what prize would you like to pick? The winner's circle, the engine, or the ticket to the Miami Grands or Miami Warrior Final?
Wait, what are the options?
Winner's circle, the engine package, or the ticket to the Miami Grands or the Warrior Final. Where's your dad at? You want to try that? The Warrior Final? No, next year it's not right before the Super Nats. It just is this year. You want the winner's circle? Okay, you're going to do the winner's circle. I guess you're doing the winner's circle. He says that. It wasn't much of a choice for you, was it? Look, you got the iRacing gift card. You want the motor? Sorry, it's a Swift. You want the Swift? All right. Second place takes the Swift. That means third place gets the ticket to the Grands, or if you want to trade it for the Warrior Final, you can. Fourth place gets a $1,500 entry credit for next year. Fifth place gets a $1,000 entry credit for next year. And before you guys can, you what? You talk to Eric Jones about that. Have your mom talk to Eric about that. All right. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here to the podium, to the top step on this big, long... By the way, your dad almost hugged me when I came to get your rental transponder. He was pretty excited.
My dad, my mom, Team Bennick, Walgers, Hacienda, Dan, my trainer, USPKS,
Are you getting sign language from your dad? Is your dad sending you signals?
No.
All right. Anybody else you want to thank?
No.
All right. Congratulations. Congratulations. Royce, you need to go over and get your ring filled out. You need to go pick up your engine over there. And the rest of you, you can head back. Thank you so much. And congratulations. I didn't realize that you wrote the places on here, so I told you I wrote the places. That's okay. All the same. The kids are all thrown by it.
Well, yeah. Because you wanted to know who wasn't here to collect those.
All right, I need to know if there's any Mini Swift drivers that are not on the podium that are here. Did any minis come here just to support their racing friends? Any Mini Swift drivers here that are not on the podium? That is a pretty snazzy sweatshirt you got there. Do you want a $50? What's your name? You're Mika Baruch. I've seen you around. Yeah, I've heard about you, buddy. Do you want a $50 gift card or do you want some sweatshirts or T-shirts off the table over there? Go to it. How about you? You can get a $50 gift card or you can go pick a couple items off the apparel table. It's a Visa gift card, whatever. Anything you want. All right. Don't let your dad take it. What about you, partner? You want a gift card too? All right. By the time the seniors get here, there's going to be nothing left but T-shirts. All right, up next, KA100 Junior. Mark. Next up, BBS Racing Engines, KA100 Junior. Your fifth place finisher in KA Junior with 2,659 points, Turner Brown. Your fourth place finisher with 2,777 points, Davin Roberts. In third place with 2,980 points, Enzo Vitamontiene. Second place in KA Junior with 3,119 points, Sebastian Garzone. And your grand champion in BBS Racing Engines, Miami KA100 Junior with 3,143 points, Diego Ardiles.
I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, one more, and then keep the trophies up. Trophies up. Down here, Riley.
All right, congratulations, gentlemen. First off, we got a $100 Visa gift card for you guys because we thought you were old enough to decide if you wanted to spend your money on iRacing or not, or drinks at the hotel bar. $100. $100. It's probably got the wrong place on it because it's all the same. It's all the same. You guys can use them as trading cards if you want to. Okay. For KA100 Junior, the prizes options are USPKS Winner's Circle, a KA engine package, or entry and tires to the North American Miami Grand Nationals. Starting with you, Mr. Ardiles, what would you like to do?
The winner's circle.
Winner's Circle, you want to come back and race with us?
Yeah, in senior.
I like it. Are you going to do it twice? Because you're going to be back here again later. We'll talk. All right, second place. Second place, KA engine or ticket to the Grands? Engine. Got that recorded back there? That means Enzo gets to go to the Grands for free. Gonna get the Grands ticket. All right. All right. And we're going to step over. I'm going to put this down, and I'm going to come back and talk to Diego. All right. Who would you like to thank for helping you get here?
First of all the USPKS staff for an amazing event and for an amazing season. Then Speed Concepts Racing, my mechanic, God, and my family.
Awesome. Congratulations. Anybody else? Last chance?
Oh, my brother.
Your brother. Okay. Congratulations. You can go over and get your ring information filled out. The rest of you, congratulations. If you got a KA engine, we'll get that on its way to you. We got any extra KA Junior drivers here that are not on the podium? What class do you run? Trick question. You answered it correctly. Want a gift card or some swag? Okay, you better not use it to go buy swag. Oh, you're welcome. How about you? All righty. All right. On to our next one. X30 Junior is next. X30 Junior, you're good. All right, up next, Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior. X30 Junior, your 5th place finisher with 335 points. Davin Roberts. Oh, did you miss? Were you in the bathroom? Is that what you want? Is that what you, or do you want swag? Just there you go. Okay. Moving on. Oh, well, you got to pick swag then because you were late. Go get yourself a couple of shirts. All right. Davin Roberts. We lost you for a minute. Sorry we got sidetracked. Apologize for that. All right. In X30 Junior, your 4th place finisher with 2,452 points, Alexander Vanchev. We in 3rd place with 2,967 points, Enzo Vitamontieni. In 2nd place with 3,119 points, Sebastian Garzone. You what? Oh, I'm sorry. I greatly apologize. I read from the KA. I'm going to have to personally apologize to Jackson here because I read from the KA pile. You're good. No, you're good. You're still 3rd. Jackson Wolney, though, is 2nd. I apologize. I read from the KA class. Jackson Wolney is 2nd. It's my first mistake today. Really. All right, and the X30 Junior Speed Concepts Racing Grand Champion, Diego Ardiles. Back-to-back, Jack. All right, X30 Junior, you guys also get gift cards. I don't know. They got different places on them, but they don't matter. They're all the same. I don't know why they wrote them on there. One for each of you. $100. Use it wherever you need. Buy iRacing gift cards, tattoos, whatever it takes. All right. The X30 Junior prize package this year is also a winner's circle, an X30 engine package, or the North American Grand Nationals ticket. What would you like this time?
The engine.
The engine, the X30 engine. All right, X30 engine for 1st place, 2nd place, winner's circle or the Grands?
The Grands.
The Grands. Wow. All right. Looks like you race for free next year if you want to, Enzo. All right. That is that. We'll come back around and we're gonna have to interview you again. I don't know. It's just, should we play the recorded version of the previous one, or you want to thank another group of people?
Again, all the team, Speed Concepts, Mike, Alex, Adam, everybody, and God.
All righty, this is your last chance. I'm not bringing you back up here again today. Anybody else?
No, thank you.
All right, congratulations to all of you. You can go back and pick out another ring, get one for your mom, whatever you'd like to do. the engine. Who picked the engine? Only picked the engine? Well, she just like to carry stuff. That's a glutton. Ardelius picked the engine? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. He lied. All right, are there any other X30 Junior drivers that are here? Sarah, come on up. You probably just want a bunch of t-shirts for your mom and dad, right? What are you going to buy with this $50 gift card? Another hair color? Go ahead, enjoy it. Any other X30 Junior drivers just hanging out to support their friends? Perfect. Oh, yeah, Mark wanted me to announce that there is food back here available somewhere. Hors d'oeuvres, whatnot, available for everybody. All right, up next, Brandon Jarsakrack Racing, KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior, 5th place with 2,343 points. Connor Ferris.
Yeah.
In 4th place with 2,575 points, Cameron Weinberg. In 3rd place with 2,773 points, James Overbeck. In 2nd place with 2,354 points, Cooper Shipman. And your class grand champion in Brandon Jarsakrack Racing KA100 Senior with 3,257 points, and the cleanest suit in the house, AJ Myers. All right, KA Senior prize package this time around. Winner's Circle, KA engine, or ticket to the Grands?
The engine.
The engine. Just you don't want to carry it or what? Yeah, we don't have them here. All right, perfect. We'll pick it up at GoPro.
I'll do the Grants ticket.
The Grands ticket for 2nd, and 3rd is getting the Winner's Circle. You race for free next year.
I like it.
All right, perfect. Nice. Nice.
Same deal as last time.
All right, AJ, who would you like to thank for your getting you here to the top of the podium in the championship?
The same team that got me here today. It's the Magic Kart Boys, BBS Racing Engines, my great mechanic Jordan, and the whole gang.
Awesome. Congratulations. Last chance for this year. Anyone else?
Mark Coach with USPKS. Let's see. Kart Chaser put on a great show. We got in over here.
All right. Thank you so much. Go get your ring picked out. Thank you to the rest of you. Awesome job.
He thinks they called him over the PA to come get his engine.
All right. Do we have any KA seniors who came just to hang out and support the fam? Any KA seniors that raced but are just hanging out? What class do you race?
Okay, senior?
Are you old enough to race senior?
Yeah,
Are you tall enough? You got to be this tall to go on this ride.
I think I'm that tall.
You want t-shirts or you want a gift card? Go get them. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other KA seniors just hanging out to support their friends? Once, twice. X30 Pro up next. Time for the Pro Show. Up next in Rollison Performance Group, X30 Pro. Fifth place with 2,466 points, Brandon Carr. In fourth place with 2,870 points, Paulie Massimino. In third place with 2,905 points, Alessandro Leo. In second place with 2,920 points, Ryan Norberg. And your class champion in X30 Pro Senior with 3,164 points, Austin Garrison. All right. From the Gift Card of the Month Club, one for each of you. $100. Get your cart washed. Give that to Speed. Use that at the airport bar. Whatever you need. They're all the same. I get tired of sorting them. All right. X30 Pro. I lost the prizes for X30 Pro. All right, X30 Pro, same as X30 Junior. You get the winner's circle, the X30 engine, or the Miami Grands ticket. Mr. Garrison, you go first.
We're going to do that X30 engine.
X30 engine for how many engines can you guys use? Another one. Another one. All right. Second place. You want the winner's circle or go to the Grand?
Let's go to the Grands.
The Grands this time. Oh, you want to do the Warrior Final. Work that out with Jones. You can tell him to cover it so you raise for free next year. No, it's non-transferable. No. We'll talk about that later, maybe. All right. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but as in all the classes, fourth place gets $1,500 entry. Fifth place gets $1,000 entry credit. Yeah, and that's all the prizes for this one. I got a quick question for you guys as long as I got you here. Some people have said we should get rid of the weekly purse and put it all at the end of the year. What do you guys think? Ryan likes the weekly. Per race, weekly. Okay. All right. Paulie wants a purse. The rest of them want them every week. All right. Very good. All right. Austin, what would you don't have to use this as a podium to talk about the purse. Tell us about your team.
The team is absolutely amazing. I can't thank Mike Speed enough, Alex Speed, for all the effort that they go and put in all of this, and Mario with the motors, and Cody being my mechanic, making sure nothing really fell off at all this year. It was absolutely perfect. these guys, they try so hard. They don't stop working. After they get back on Tuesday, they're at the shop nonstop all the way to the very next race. No, these guys are amazing, and I love all of them. It's a big one big giant family.
Awesome. It sounds like a great place to race. You guys really, kind of put the engine thing on your back this year and have really pushed it to the front. It's been amazing to see such great competition going on. Do you see that going forward? I mean, X30 is going to roll at least another year.
Yeah, no, we're not going to stop now. That's why I got this motor, so we're going to see if it's better than what I got now.
All right. Well, congratulations to you guys. This is your last chance. Anybody else you want to thank?
Everybody's watching at home. Thanks for all the kind and thankful messages from you guys, and I appreciate every one of you.
Awesome. Congratulations, Austin. You can go grab a ring. The rest of you guys, thank you so much. You did an awesome job this year, put on a great show. What we sometimes lacked in numbers, we always had in great racing, and we appreciate it a lot. Austin, you can come back and grab your engine off the table when you're ready. And thank you all so much for coming. And those of you that hung in there, thank you. Those of you at home are watching and watch this later. We will see you again in March in Daytona. Thank you.